All right, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you. Yeah, we were quite cold and the weather was getting us cold as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of the second annual SDG conference. Like I said yesterday, I think at some point in time we're making this our permanent home. As SDG Secretariat Uganda, as OPM, because this is where it all started. And even 2023, we are back here. I'm happy that we are back, more resilient, because in 2022, we were still staggering with a lot of effects coming in from COVID-19. We are not yet entirely free, but at least we're somewhere better than we were in 2022 when we came through. So for our next panel, we're going to have one discussing financing frameworks and opportunities for regional cooperation and accelerated delivery on Sustainable Development Goals and the Agenda 2063 of the African Union. We know well that, yes, we can talk about ending poverty, we can talk about good health, we can talk about healthy institutions, we can talk about smart cities, we can speak all that. But to the heart of it is the fact that there needs to be some push, some financial push. And that is in levels of communication, in levels of implementation, at various levels, ministries, departments, and agencies, especially that yesterday we were talking about the localization of the discussions that we ever get to have at such fora. Because it's one thing for us to sit at Kampala Serena and discuss it, but if the grassroots persons do not understand the messages that are input, like I said yesterday, if my grandmother in the village or my auntie or sibling, whoever it is, does not understand that one tree that is cut down because they're looking for charcoal, an alternative source of fuel, that 5 trees that are slashed because you need to create a small hut right there from that particular level. Before we look at thousands of hectares that are slashed to be able to create industries there, those persons need to know that every bit of an activity, everything they do actually affects 1 or 2 or 3 or many of the Sustainable Development Goals that we do have. And that is why financing is key to ensure that these messages actually get to reach to the grassroots. I'm saying all this before I invite our moderator for this session, but before the panel gets set, we will be having a keynote speaker who is Raymond Gilpin, who will be speaking to the very topic before our panelists get to, in their sectors, delve deeper into this particular discussion. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, allow me invite the moderator of this particular session, the UNDP rep in Uganda, and that is Miss LCG Atafwa. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes through, energetic as you did see her. Some of you didn't expect that. Energetic as she is, we'll be taking on this discussion for a few before we can get to our next session. And we'll also be expecting the Speaker of the Republic of, the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda to join us in just a bit. But ladies and gentlemen, I will be going into our panel in just a bit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll give it about 1-2 minutes. As we wait for the arrival of the minister, it will be very important and valid to have this conversation in her presence. So I'm going to request the technical team to calm us down. Let's relax a bit. And then Richard will as well address us before we get to have the minister come through.
Thank you, Mildred. I think for me, it's just to say a couple of things about the conceptual overview of the day. As you'll see, we do have 2 main panels for today. The morning panel is on financing frameworks and opportunities for regional cooperation and the accelerated delivery of SDGs and Agenda 2063. And as you know, the SDGs really stand on 3 pillars. One pillar is the pillar of the what, which is the Sustainable Development Goals themselves. And the second pillar is what is it that we shall be doing in terms of how, and that is the financing. And the financing for development, as you know, is an agenda that is critical for the SDGs, and it's one of the things that came out of the Addis Ababa agenda for action on financing for development. And the critical issues from there are really around what are the different financing mechanisms that countries should be looking at. And I'm sure that the Keynote and others will be taking us through that. So the first really important point to make is that today's first high-level panel that we are having today is really going to look at those different types of financing frameworks. We have the PSST giving us a perspective from the parish development model as a financial inclusion strategy. We have the Ministry of Trade also giving us a bit around competitiveness, and then we have also the Bank of Uganda and the World Bank giving us perspectives. Now, we also have a second panel. I haven't talked about the other statements because those are going to come in from the Speaker of Parliament, and then also another one from His Lordship, the Chief Justice of Uganda. But the afternoon panel then will be focusing on the high-level, the SDGs that are being focused on in the high-level political forum for 2023. As you know, next month we will be in New York, and the SDGs that are being focused on this year include SDG 6, SDG 7, SDG 11, and SDG, the one on technology, and then SDG 17, the one on partnerships. So the afternoon panel will really be taking us through those SDGs so that we get a sense of where Uganda is on those specific SDGs that will be focused on in the high-level political forum for 2023. I think another important point to make is that in that panel we shall also be hearing from the Minister of State for Planning, telling us his perspective on how to build partnerships for the goals beyond where we are, so that we can have that accelerated delivery of the goals. So that will be the next part of the panel that will be really a wrap-up from the Minister of Planning. We will then have the key messages from yesterday and today that will give us a quick summary of what is emerging. Now, the key outcomes and messages will be helping us to also shape our own country analysis that will feed into the SDG summit of September, when the world will be coming together to review the half-year journey of the SDGs. So that's something that we shall be hearing from the Minister, the Right Honorable Minister of General Duties, who will be presenting that. And then we shall be having a closing. So the day is really divided into those two areas, and we hope that we shall have a very interesting interaction on some of these issues, just as we had from some of the issues yesterday. So just as the Right Honorable comes in, we will then start immediately when she arrives. But I just thought it would be important to give you a quick conceptual overview of what the day will be looking like. I thank you very much.
Let us join in prayer for God and my country. We shall start with a very, very short message that might bring all of us together from the Gospel according to St. Matthew. The Lord said to his disciples, "Everyone who acknowledges me before men, I also will acknowledge him before my Father who is in heaven. But whoever denies me before men, I also will deny him before my Father who is in heaven. Do not think that I have come to bring peace on earth. I have not come to bring peace, but a sword. For I have come to set a man against his father, and a daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, and a man's foes will be those of his own household. Oh Lord, we hear these words, and we acknowledge that you are here in our presence, in our different capacities, in our different faiths, in our different commitments. But you have chosen us as children of promise on this land of Uganda. We come from our different ends, so we have come together not as relatives and friends, but as your children. May the sustainable development goals that have brought us together be the focus of our lives from now, and that your election of us to be the spearhead of this process become the founder and cornerstone of everything that we shall do henceforth. We especially pray for the office of the Prime Minister of Uganda and the Secretariat of the SDGs and all the partners, that we may look at this process as people who want to bring peace, tranquility, and unity amongst all peoples, and deny ourselves the opportunity of self-interests that may put us asunder. For it is in your mercy, Lord, that all this is to happen not because of our will, but because of your will. And may the elders serve the younger, so that we may have a generation that knows you and can live together for God and my country. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit we pray. Amen. Father Cornelius Wambi Gulere, Education Secretary, Uganda Orthodox Church. I love you all.
Thank you very much, Father Cornelius, for giving us the blessings of the day. And with that, I will ask us to warmly welcome our moderator for our next panel session, Ms. SDG Etapwa. A bigger round of applause for her.
Don't worry, I'll get them to clap, don't worry. A bigger round of applause for me, and of course for Mildred. Good morning to you all. Let's have some energy here. Good morning to you all. Great, so a very warm welcome to our panel discussions for today. But before we get started, let me do the courtesies and warmly acknowledge here Right Honorable Kasule Lumumba, Minister for General Duties and SDGs Focal Point Minister. Please, let's welcome her with a round of applause. I want to recognize other ministers here, senior government officials who are here, permanent secretaries and others. The Interreligious Council, represented by Reverend Father Dr. Colenius Wambi Guleri, I hope I got it right. UN family colleagues who are here, excellencies, ambassadors, heads of UN agencies, political leaders, development partners, representatives of the private sector, and I see a number here, academia, civil society, media fraternity, distinguished participants, and those who are here physically, and the many who are joined online. Let me simply say, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocols observed. I needed to do this because I know subsequently others will stand on these existing protocols. So first of all, on behalf of the United Nations family, our resident coordinator is not here because of another meeting she has to attend. And indeed, the wider family and myself and our UNDP family, let me say how delighted we are to be invited to be part of this SDG, second SDG annual conference, but also importantly, to be part of a conversation that I believe will be very spirited today. My name is Elsie Atefa, and I'm the resident representative of UNDP here in Uganda. Now, Just to outline how we are going to follow the conversation today, I'll try to set some context. I will then invite the keynote speaker, who has come all the way from New York to be with us, Dr. Raymond Gilpin. A very warm welcome to him. I would welcome him specially before he takes his keynote address. And then we would invite 4 panelists to be on the podium for us to interrogate the subject for today. Thereafter, we'll come back to you, the audience, to have a conversation together. We will then pick up some two from the floor, especially from the private sector and the youth, and then we'll wrap up the morning. So that's what is going to happen today. Now, just to get started a bit and just to provide a little context for our conversation, and our conversation, ladies and gentlemen, today is on financing frameworks and opportunities for regional cooperation and accelerated delivery. Accelerated delivery. I want to underline that, accelerated delivery of the SDGs and the Agenda 2063. Now, just for all those who are listening to me, when we talk the SDGs, don't think it's in the stratosphere. It is unpacked in our Vision 2040. It is unpacked in our 3rd National Development Plan, and by extension, even now, to the 4th National Development Plan that we are about to start. So what is the context that we are talking about, and why does it matter now? Financing, financing, financing. I think earlier on, Richard gave a bit of, chapeau in terms of the importance of financing to the development agenda in the world, to the development agenda in Africa, to the development agenda in Uganda. And therefore, we need to be able to unpack some of the conversations. Now, there are a couple of things that I wanted to highlight before we get started. Why it matters now. For us in Uganda, there are 2 reasons why it matters now. We are the midterm of the NDP3. As you know, we had a midterm evaluation, and the midterm demonstrated that we've only implemented 17% of our NDP3, which means we have a long way to go. There are different reasons why the implementation has been slow, COVID and many more, but also financing is an issue. The other reason why it's important is that the 2030 agenda is also at midterm. It's also at midterm. In fact, our Secretary General launched a report which will be discussed later on in September. And that report is very revealing. At midterm, he calls upon all of us and political leaders to be able to rescue the SDGs. And why does he say that? Let me give some statistics to bring the conversation in focus. The SDGs report shows that by 2030, we will still have 670 million people, which is 8% of the world's population still facing hunger. 57 million people will still be living in extreme poverty. 84 million children will still be out of school. 2 billion people will rely on polluting fuels. And like our resident coordinator said yesterday, it will take us 286 years to close the gender gap in legal protection and remove discriminatory laws. And so he calls for a rescue plan, but he also calls for a stimulus package, and which is also of a financing nature, how we need to push forward issues around managing our debt, how we need to look at issues to do with reforms in the international financial institutions, and many, many more. So at midterm of the 2030 agenda, we need to also reflect upon how we're going to use financing to push forward the SDGs. Secondly, development financing is shifting. It's shifting in many ways. And I think we are looking forward to the keynote speaker and the panelists to respond to some of those. Now, what do we see globally? What we see globally is that whilst overseas development assistance, for example, is increasing to other regions, it is reducing in Africa. We know for political reasons, geopolitics, and many reasons, some funding is shifting to places like Ukraine instead of Africa. What does it mean for the continent? What does it mean for Uganda in terms of supporting our development agenda through financing? So some of these conversations around the shifts and the options that we are seeing will be important. Thirdly, uncertainties in the form of crisis of COVID, crisis of war, crisis when it comes to the climate issues. It is also telling us a story in terms of what do we need to do to finance our development. When COVID hit, we saw what happened in the world attention shifted to other places, but for the region. What is it telling us in terms of looking within the region to be able to finance our development? And finally, in the case of Uganda, and I can see Mr. Nyumu is here, we launched recently the Public Investment Financing Strategy, which talks about a number of things: innovations, guarantees, domestic financial resource mobilization, and many, many more. And therefore, what can we do to move forward in the implementation of the PIFs and many other instruments that we have in Uganda? So I just thought I'll set that context for us as we start the conversation today. And so without much ado, because we've lost a bit of time, it is my pleasure to welcome upstage our keynote speaker. But before he comes, let me say a few words about him. So we have coming all the way from the United Nations Development Program in New York, Dr. Raymond Gilpin, who is UNDP's Chief Economist for Africa. He is also the lead looking at our work on strategy, analysis, and research in the region as a whole. Prior to joining UNDP, he was the academic dean at the Africa Center for Strategic Studies in Washington, D.C., and economics director at the United States Institute of Peace. He has also held senior positions at the Central Bank of Sierra Leone and the African Development Bank and the World Bank. Raymond, or Dr. Gilpin, was inducted into the Martin Luther King Collegium of Scholars at the historic Morehouse College in Atlanta in 2015 for his work on economics and peace. We are lucky to have him today during this conference, and a few days he's going to stay with us to engage in a number of bilateral discussions as well. And ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, join me welcome upstage to give the keynote address for this morning on financing, Dr. Raymond Gilpin. A round of applause again.
Thank you so much, Madam Resident Representative, for those very kind and flattering words. It is indeed a pleasure to be here. Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. It really is a pleasure to be here today in this conversation about financing and the SDGs in Uganda. This is a very timely and pertinent conversation to be had. It's not a time for speeches. It's not a time, as we say in West Africa, for big grammar. It's a time for us to roll up our sleeves and look the proverbial horse in the mouth. There are a number of things that we need to do. By we, I mean this beautiful country of Uganda and its development partners. The number of things we need to do differently between now and 2030 if the SDGs are going to mean anything. And so, as we have this conversation today, I'd like us to, for a moment, forget about all the SDGs and CPDs and PIPs and PFPs and think about the end goal. The end goal here is not the conference and the report and the outcomes. The end goal is ensuring that the welfare and the well-being of each and every citizen in this country is affected positively because of what we do here today. That's our end goal. And so, with those brief introductory remarks, I'd just like to say that our regional director, Ms. Ahuna Eziakonwa, sends warm greetings and best wishes for a successful conversation. And she personally renews her commitment to work alongside Uganda and her development partners on this exciting journey. I'd like to start by extending my sincerest appreciation to the government and people of Uganda for such a warm welcome and for making us feel so much at home. These annual conversations around the SDG are an opportunity for us to take stock of progress made over the past years and co-create a brighter development future for Uganda. A future in which Uganda's abundant natural resources, Uganda's abundant human resources are used to create the Uganda that the people expect and deserve. When British Prime Minister Winston Churchill famously popularized the phrase, "the Pearl of Africa," after his visit to this beautiful country in 1907, he saw the same things that we see today. A country with a vibrant culture, enterprising people, exquisite natural beauty, and boundless potential. Our task as development professionals and friends of Uganda is to work with this great country to build resilience against domestic and external shocks, make strategic investments that lay the foundation for a more sustainable and tech-enabled future, and ensure that no Ugandan or Ugandan community is left behind. Our distinguished guests, aspirational indices like the SDGs are commonly seen as a really good framework and a foundation for this effort. Too often we view the SDGs only in terms of ranking. And while it is really heartening to identify with Uganda's recent progress in moving from 144 to 136 in the global rankings, the SDGs mean much more. They are predicated upon a simple theory of change, which states that when a country makes strategic investments in the 5 Ps, namely people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnerships, that country could transform society, enhance its economic prospects, strengthen state-society relations, and bolster peace. We're now at the midpoint of the SDGs, as many people have said. Uganda has made some significant progress in this area, particularly goals relating to climate change, responsible consumption, and gender equity. The COVID pandemic reversed some of the gains, but Uganda is bouncing back. However, taking steps to make up for lost ground and accelerate the attainment of the SDGs requires substantial and affordable financial investment. Uganda, like the rest of Africa, struggles to fill the SDG financing gap. By most estimates for Africa, it's about $200 billion annually between now and 2030. These are not expenditures African countries like Uganda can choose to postpone. They are development imperatives that need to be done now. So, this leads me to the fundamental question I'd like to engage each and every one of us with. Where are these additional financial resources going to come from? Let us start by considering domestic sources. We all agree that Uganda has made a lot of progress and taken steps to improve tax efficiency and expand the domestic tax base. The National Domestic Revenue Mobilization Strategy aims to increase revenue as a proportion of GDP to between 16 and 18% by 2024. This is a laudable goal, but there are 3 problems. First, for this to happen, much more needs to be done to boost tax receipts and maximize the retention of value by moving Uganda away from low-value, semi-processed products to higher-value, tech-enabled commodities. Second, urgent measures must be taken to address Uganda's high debt servicing problems. I listened very keenly to Professor Sachs yesterday, and I do agree with him to some point. Yes, there's a need to borrow, but we have to borrow responsibly, with one eye on the debt servicing requirements that causes fiscal stress for so many African countries. This is why countries like Uganda have to be put in the uncomfortable position of deciding whether to repay debt or invest in the SDGs. The third reason why these domestic resources are particularly constrained is because much more needs to be done to improve and expand the tax base itself. So in these areas, clearly, recently there has been some incremental progress, but the reality, and answering the question I just posed, domestic resources alone cannot fill Uganda's SDG financing gap. So what about external resources? Traditional concessional development assistance available for Africa from both bilateral and multilateral sources has been drying up in recent years. It fell to a low of below $40 billion a couple of years ago. In addition, some bilateral partners like China are switching from providing grants and concessional loans to providing commercial loans. These trends have direct implications for SDG financing in Uganda because countries find it difficult to be able to afford the sort of strategic financial investments that they require. This added expense also has direct implications for the debt burden. With a drop in the volume of grants and concessional lending, African countries are now seeking financing from global financial markets. UNDP recently published a study which is titled Lowering the Cost of Borrowing in Africa, the Role of Credit Ratings Agencies. And we looked at 16 African countries, and we estimated that African countries lose about, those 16 African countries, not the whole continent, those 16 lose $74 billion because of the extra interest that they have to pay and also the foregone investment flows into those economies. Compare 74 billion losses with 35 billion in ODA. This is a significant problem because not only is it closing the window for financing, but also increasing the costs. Another dimension of this external financing problem is what I call the mismatch issue. African countries require long-term financing for climate change-related issues, for green transitions, etc. But most of the financing instruments available to them are short-term in nature. They have to repay in 3 to 5 years. But the investments only yield dividend in 7 to 10 years. So there's a problem there as well. And these markets for these financing instruments, particularly Eurobonds, are new for most African countries. So there is not enough data about risk. And so risk seems to be priced at a premium for African countries, making borrowing unusually expensive. Excellencies, distinguished guests, it is clear that enhanced domestic resource mobilization and intensified efforts to secure traditional external financing are not going to cut it for Uganda. Uganda and its development partners must get creative and they have to be persistent. Options like blended finance, blue and green bonds, diaspora bonds, carbon trading, public-private partnerships, and others may be and probably must be considered if Uganda is going to close its SDG financing gap, particularly the areas that are linked to sustainable investments. But it must be noted that the success and efficacy of these new efforts is contingent upon Uganda's ability to establish and sustain a nurturing policy and regulatory environment. It also depends on Uganda's commitment to providing a climate in which technology and financial innovation thrive. UNDP and the UN family stand ready to support this process in a number of crucial ways, and I'll just mention a few before I close. First, I'd like to mention UNDP's support through its integrated national financing framework here in Uganda. This helps Uganda build SDG-friendly public financial management ecosystems that will underpin efforts to strengthen the management of public resources and enhance the mobilization of additional financing options. Second, I'd like to mention our work with Tax Inspectors Without Borders. This could help Uganda stop some of the illicit financial flows from this country and help repurpose these funds to finance Uganda's SDG aspirations. Globally, this program has clawed back some $2 billion that would have been lost and assessed an additional $4 billion in extra taxes and trained 1,500 financing professionals across the world. It could be a welcome boost for Uganda's domestic resource mobilization efforts. I'd also like to mention the work of our Global Finance Hub, which has worked with countries like Cape Verde, Indonesia, and Timor-Leste to issue thematic bonds like SDG bonds, blue and green bonds, diaspora bonds, which allow countries and their developing partners to finance critical investments related to particular SDGs. Later this year, UNDP would be launching a consortium that will offer advisory services to African countries who are working with credit rating agencies to price the risk appropriately so that when they approach international financial markets, they wouldn't have the credit ratings issues that I mentioned earlier. Through UNDP's Finance Hub in Pretoria, we could provide Uganda with technical support to enhance both public and private finance from domestic and international sources that support the SDGs. UNDP's SDG Financing Academy is also a great asset in this area. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, financing the SDGs in Uganda will be hard work, but our collective effort would make it completely doable. As one most distinguished son of Africa, Nelson Mandela, once said, "It looks impossible until it is done." Uganda can accelerate attainment of the SDGs, but in order to do so, we must get the financing right. Uganda must take some difficult decisions that will pave the way for success, and the development community must stand by to support. Allow me to close by paraphrasing a section of a speech that US President John F. Kennedy gave at Rice University in 1963 when he was trying to justify US expenditure on the space program, and people questioned, how are you going to get the financing right? And I think it's very pertinent in this regard as well. And paraphrasing, I'll say, SDG financing is daunting, but it's achievable. Uganda should choose to succeed in this area, not because it is easy, but because it is hard. And because this goal of attaining the SDGs will serve to organize and measure the very best of Uganda's energies and skills. Because this is one challenge that Uganda is willing to accept and unwilling to postpone. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause to Dr. Raymond Gilpin. I know it's raining, and let's keep the energy, because otherwise you'll go to sleep. A round of applause again. Well, thank you very much, Raymond. And before I give a few highlights of what you said, in a special way, let me welcome our UN Resident Coordinator, Madame Suzanne Ngongi Namondo, who has just joined us from another meeting. So thank you very much for coming. Friends and colleagues, Right Honorable Kasule, Excellencies, for those listening, I just want to bring the conversation home if you're just joining. The conversation is around financing framework and opportunities for regional cooperation and accelerated delivery for SDGs and for Agenda 2063. We have tried to unpack that in the context of Uganda, the reasons why this matters, and I will not repeat that. We have been joined this morning with a keynote address from Dr. Raymond Gilpin. I was struck by a number of things that he said, but let's focus not only on this conference, but on the end goal. Why are we here and why are we doing what we are doing? The welfare and the well-being of the people of Uganda and the Pearl of Africa. He's also talked about a number of things why the SDGs mean more than just something on paper. It's about people, it's about planets, it's about prosperity, peace, and partnerships. It also struck me when you talked, Raymond, about the credit ratings. I hadn't really reflected on that. That African countries lose $74 billion a year because we are rated to be too risky, and therefore we pay a higher premium when we are going for loans. So what more can we do on that, in that regard? So a number of things that you've talked about, need to look at debt servicing, tax receipts, carbon markets, private-public partnerships, bonds, diaspora bonds, SDGs bonds, green bonds, and many, many more. So I will not repeat that. I think we'll come back on the plenary to get back some of the issues that you've raised. So friends, it's very exciting. Financing, we need the money. And I think in this panel, we'll be looking at a number of things, the current status of financing, innovative and financing mechanisms, sources and instruments, best practices, even technology. How do we use digitalization for financing and the more enabling conditions around that? Now, to join us this morning for a very spirited conversation on financing, join me welcome the following panelists. Let me first welcome Mr. Joseph Enyimu, from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, who is a Commissioner for Economic Development, Policy and Research. Please welcome him to the podium. And then to join him also, I want to welcome Mr. Ndorere, Marketing Commissioner at the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. We do have Mr. Alex Nwanje, who is representing the Deputy Governor. He is a Deputy Executive Director of Finance from the Bank of Uganda. Mr. Alex Nwanje. Unfortunately, our panel is not too gender sensitive or gender balanced. I know my colleagues in UN Women are rolling their eyes now, and myself, but we had one female panelist who delegated, so apologies if you see an all-male panel there. And then finally, just join me welcome Mr. Fred Zake. He is a senior private sector specialist at International Finance Corporation of the World Bank Group. He is also an investment lawyer who was just returned home to support the Pearl of Africa. So join me welcome Fred Zake. Yesterday, I think one of the moderators said, if you want to live long, you must stand. So I feel like I want to stand and have the conversation going. So we're going to start with you, Joseph. because I know the Ministry of Finance is carrying the burden. And colleagues, don't look at the questions on the sheet because we need to disrupt the conversation today. I didn't want to box them into certain things, so I'm going to push you a bit on the panel. So let's start with you, Joseph. You were listening to all the conversations that has happened this morning. You listened to Raymond on a number of things that he talked about, from bonds to credit ratings to PPPs and others. But how can we finance Uganda's development agenda sustainably? And no big English. Raymond, what was your word again? No big grammar. No big grammar. You know, I know you were asked to talk about the public investment financing strategy, but really financing Uganda's agenda goes beyond public financing. So what can you tell us in terms of where are we? Where are we going? No big grammar. Over to you. You have about 5 minutes to dazzle the crowd. Is it working?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable, and all the distinguished members in the room. I bring you apologies from the PSST and greetings as well. Is unable to join us here. As you're aware, we are running a post-budget engagement series across the country, and that is largely the reason he's unable to be here. And he's asked me to represent him, which is a very privileged honor on my part. You've asked, where are we on this issue? Now, the very reason we are having this discussion is what our keynote speaker really nailed down. We are discussing financing largely because there is a deficit, there is a gap. The ability of the country to raise its resources currently, or the level at which we are able to raise financing from our domestic sources, is lower than the level of investment that we need to make for our development agenda. And if you look at the numbers, both, if you put our public sector and the private sector together, we are investing in the order of about 26% of our GDP, and yet the money that Ugandans as a totality can put aside is about 20% of GDP. So we have a gap of 6% of GDP that we have to fill by looking at financing from external sources. Significant as that gap is, we have reason to celebrate. We have come from a long, long way. Over a decade ago, as Ugandans, we were only saving about maybe 10% of our GDP. And so the fact that we've been able to raise our savings to GDP ratio by that margin is something that we need to celebrate and applaud the Ugandan citizens for. Where are these savings? Where are they being held? The Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority estimates that about 12% of GDP is the figure around which of the value of the money that Ugandans are able to put aside for their retirement life. And the other 8% also comes in different forms here and there, including in our commercial banks. And so the discussion we really need to address, one then, is how do we raise the incomes of Ugandans? If you look at the results from the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, they indicate that on average, food accounts for about maybe 46% of expenditure of households, When you combine food, healthcare, housing, and education, that figure goes almost to the margin of 75 or 80%. And that means that the incomes that are left for you to be able to put aside some money really to finance your investments is very low. So the cure is the issue of raising household incomes. What are we going to do to make sure that the everyday household of Uganda has the ability to do some work and earn an income, whether that's a salary or a profit from their enterprise? And I think that's the challenge that keeps us awake in the Ministry of Finance. And we are very happy that we are walking that journey under the able leadership of our government and the support of the partners in the room, and of course our private sector that is out there generating opportunities for people to earn money and be able to save. So I would like to start from that point and just set that scene, and then we can take it forward from there, Elsie. Thank you.
Thank you. You saw that the clapping was a bit weak because we're expecting more from you, Joseph. Because I think you've answered a couple of things that I think that I'm trying to connect what you're trying to say. The more we can help people to get more incomes, then more savings, more domestic resources. So the question then is, how do we raise the incomes? That's the first question. But also importantly, I just wanted you to connect back to some of the things the government is doing. How do we optimize some of those instruments that you have? You now have a public investment financing strategy. You heard some of the things that Raymond talked about. What can we do? What more can we do to accelerate delivery of the National Development Plan, which by extension is our SDGs? So no big English, no big grammar, unpack it for us.
Well, thank you. When it comes to what is it that government is doing to this end, I think the first thing we all have to realize is that for every country, the greatest resource we have is our people. There is no resource more important than your people. And if you took notice during the budget speech, one of the heartening statistics that was contained in that speech is the fact that Uganda has been able to raise the life expectancy in this country from 43 to 63 years in one generation. There are not many countries on the continent or even in the world that have been able to deliver that. What does that mean? It means that if you have more Ugandans living longer, we are going to have, one, a larger share of our population in the working age bracket. With a larger share of the population in the working age bracket, you have less dependents per household, and that means that families are able then to save more resources to turn that into investment. So I want to lay that foundation in terms of human capital development is priority. And of course, we walk that talk. These are not just words. As you will know, the Human Capital Development Program now accounts for the largest share of our national budget. And that's because we believe that people are our greatest resource. When it comes to other factors of production, we know in the Ministry of Finance, we have a vision. We are building a competitive economy for national development. How does this competitiveness happen? One, we aim to make sure that the cost of doing business in Uganda is low and reducing. That is important because when it comes to competition, whether it is domestic direct investment or foreign direct investment, people are looking at a return on investment. And so as a country, we have to make sure that the cost of doing business in the country is low so that the opportunities and incentives can be maximized. And so what are we doing? One, from a public investment point of view, is we are lowering the big cost drivers for our businesses in the economy. And that is why we are focused on closing the infrastructure gap, whether that is the transport infrastructure, digital infrastructure, or institutional infrastructure. The second thing is what our keynote speaker alluded to. The kind of investments that are critical to drive sustainable development have a very long gestation period. They have a very long period of maturity. Let me put it that way. So you need access to money, which is commonly referred to as patient capital. Money you can put in an investment for 10, 15 years. And the challenge, of course, we have currently in the country is that a lot of the deposits in our banking sector are short-term, you know, in the range of 5 to 7 years. And so unlocking patient capital is very key to drive the kind of investments. People need decent housing. You need to drive your industrial agenda. You cannot do that with commercial rated loans. And so we are making available channels for development finance, capitalizing Uganda Development Bank. And we are also working on improving the performance of our capital markets because they provide cheaper non-bank financing. And some of you in the room are players in that space. It's very heartening that in the last 4 years,
Joseph, you have a minute now.
Thank you. The savings that Ugandans have been able to put together, for example, through collective investment schemes, have more than quadrupled from about 400 billion shillings to almost 1.8 trillion. These are just Ugandans putting aside money and bringing it to fund managers to manage through the capital markets. And the other thing, of course, is legal reform. We are putting in place a number of business reform measures to make sure that it is easier and quicker for people to engage in business. And then raising labor productivity and also making serviced land accessible through the developments in the industrial parks will lower the cost for these industrialists that eventually provide opportunities for jobs. So that is the logic or the theory of change we are pursuing and supporting, and we can get into the specifics as the conversation goes. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Please, Mr. Enyimu has tried. You better clap for him. A lot of reflections around household incomes, lowering the cost of business, improving life expectancy so you can work longer, save more, so the country can use patient capital, capitalizing UDB. I'm very interested, and I hope we can unpack some of these conversations later on the capital market, and also how we smartly use the retirement funding, which is about 12%. I think that's big, and let's reflect on that. So I want to link it back to your brother from the Bank of Uganda, the central bank, to also reflect a bit with us. From where you sit, what do you see? And what are some of the instruments that, financing instruments that we can be able to leverage? And also listening in to Joseph and, of course, earlier on to Raymond Gilpin, what are the things that you can say? I'm giving you sort of a room to be able to maneuver. I know you were supposed to speak around the agriculture credit facility. That is more specific. You can also link that in as you go along. But again, no big grammar. No big grammar from Central Bank. For all of us listening, lay women and men, unpack it to us. What is there? What can we do differently to be able to finance Uganda's development agenda from where you sit as Bank of Uganda?
Thank you, moderator. Honorable Minister, the invited guests, my fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alex Luanja. I'm the Deputy Director heading the Agricultural Credit Facility and the Small Business Recovery Fund at Bank of Uganda. I'm here to deliver greetings from Bank of Uganda and apologies from the Deputy Governor who was supposed to be with us here, but because of other engagements, he has asked me to come and have a conversation with you this morning. Back to the question. Right now, when we talk about attainment of the SDGs and talking to the financing frameworks, we cannot forget to know that all what we are talking about have to be within a stable economy. And at Bank of Uganda, we are committed and we remain to be committed to ensure that there is price stability and a sound financial system that can support socio-economic transformation in Uganda. And if you can recall, during the beginning of this week, a monetary policy was read by the Deputy Governor. And because of the prudential microeconomic policies that have been put in place, ever since we were struck by COVID-19 and some other external pressures, like the Ukraine war, they have greatly impacted on global economies, including that of Uganda. But at the wisdom of Ministry of Finance and Bank of Uganda, policies have been put in place to ensure that these economic shocks are minimized and that our economic development remains on track. To come back to your question, Madam Moderator, there are several avenues where this country can leverage on in its attainment or financing the attainment of the SDG goals. For example, I'll talk about the government securities. We have the government securities, talk about the treasury bills, talk about the government bonds. These are some of the things that the government can leverage on by, because when you talk of attainment, when we talk about the government, we are even meaning the people. Because once you improve the household income, you as an individual, then you are talking or speaking to SDG goal 1, no poverty, because you'll be able to invest. But now the government can also leverage on internal borrowing from the financial sectors at relatively low interest rates. But what we are talking about, before I go to the other side of the government, what about we, the individuals? How do we improve the household incomes in relation to implementation of the SDG goals? So that's why I'm calling upon that the public that is listening to us this morning can go and get in touch with the central bank and find out how they can invest in the treasury bonds, treasury bills, such that with that kind of investment, you'll be sure that there will be some income improvement in your households. And once there is income improvement in the households, you'll definitely have a better life. In addition to that, like you said, I'm here particularly to talk to the Agricultural Credit Facility and the Small Business Recovery Fund. You may realize that ever since this government came into power, several economic interventions have been put in place to ensure that Uganda's economy goes back to its track. And these economic interventions, to mention but a few, includes the Vision 2040, with set targets of improving and ensuring that Uganda's economy moves to a middle income status. Notable among these, you'll find that several sectors have been helped, they have been financed: mining, farming, agriculture, that's to say, the commerce and trade, all these have been funded. But allow me to speak to specifically the agriculture sector, because this is the sector we still continue to believe that is the backbone of Uganda's economy. Now, in 2009, you remember those days, it was not easy for somebody who is involved in the agriculture sector to go and get a loan easily from commercial banks, because commercial banks were regarding agricultural sector as a sector that was a bit risky. So now the government sat down in its wisdom and said, now what do we do? How do we support the agriculture? Because agriculture is our cash cow. It provides us with food, it gives us income, and it promotes our livelihood in Uganda here. So in 2009, they established what we call the Agricultural Credit Facility. You may call it SCF in abbreviation. This is a facility that was put in place by the government of Uganda together with the private sector. And when I talk about the private sector, I'm referring to the participating financial institutions, the financial institutions that are implementing this facility, the commercial banks, credit institutions, and the microfinance institutions. So they came together and agreed.
Mr. Lande, you need to keep it short and sweet, because I don't think we want to go so much into how the credit facility functions, but what it means when it comes to financing the development agenda of Uganda. And so keep it short and sweet, because I think you said some things that I would want to come back on in the plenary. For a laywoman, I'm wondering if you say people should come and bring their money to the central bank and buy bonds, then I'm asking myself, are you taking money away from what should have gone into other development where because you want individuals to make money from the bonds? And what are the risks to some of these things, which I think we need to also unpack? And then you talk about the fact that agriculture is a cash cow. So whilst we have a lot of about 70% leaning on agriculture, the contribution to GDP is lower. So why would it be a cash cow? So these are the things that I think will come back in the plenary for you to clarify. But for now, if you can keep it short, because we have other two panelists, and I'm sure there are a lot of people who want to ask questions on really what are we talking about when it comes to the financing frameworks and how that can push forward the delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals here and the Uganda's Vision 2040. So over to you, Mr. Lwanje, but short and sweet.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to keep it short. So what I was looking at was how the household income can be improved. But to go back to what you have alluded to, this government can internally borrow to ensure that SDGs are implemented, can borrow internally and externally. What I was looking at as well was to see to it that the economy is not only supported by government, but even the households. So that's why I was going into these other schemes that were put in place to ensure that the household income and livelihoods do improve. We can also remember the Small Business Recovery Fund was also established to fight the impact of COVID-19, because COVID-19 ravaged all the economies globally. But Uganda had to sit down in 2021 and they established the Small Business Recovery Fund to ensure that the businesses that were gravely affected by COVID-19 could come back onto their feet and be in a position to do their operations, earn income, and provide employment to the Ugandans. So in summary, like you have said, that we are looking at the implementation of the SDGs. So once somebody has got the income, then you have implemented SDG goal number 1 of no poverty. That once you have food in your households, like what agriculture is telling us, and what I'm advocating for, that people should go for the ACF to improve agricultural production, then you are also speaking to SDG 2, where we say there must be enough food and therefore no hunger. And the SDG 3, or once you have food and you have income, therefore you have good health and a good well-being. I thought, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Lwanje. We'll come back to you because we expect more from the Bank of Uganda beyond the, the stability situation and then the security and bonds and the facility. What are the instruments? I think we need to push the conversation a bit beyond the classic. We have a facility, we have this, we have that. Are they functioning? These are all questions. But what more? The world is moving. What more can we do? But now I want to turn our attention to Mr. Ndorere of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. There's a lot that is happening, and we are talking about regional cooperation. Trade plays an important role in terms of Uganda's competitiveness and many more. And I'd like you to focus a bit more around how can we leverage an instrument that is before us. Africa trades amongst itself only 16.6%. Yet we have a population of 1.4 billion people. Uganda has milk, and pouring the milk sometimes in gutters, literally speaking, when other African countries are importing. We import more tea from outside of the continent, yet the tea is produced here. And these are some of the paradoxes we have to deal with, and this is why we have the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. So how do you see trade as an instrument for financing the development agenda of Uganda?
Thank you, moderator, the Honorable Minister, and the UNDP resident coordinator, and all protocols observed. First, before I jump into your question, let me apologize for having been the cause for the gender imbalance, because my permanent secretary, Ms. Gerard Sari, was supposed to be here, but as we speak, she's engaged in another endeavor to get market access for Uganda. So she asked me to stand in.
Can you speak up a bit?
As we speak, she's engaged in another agenda to find market access for Uganda products, specifically in Algeria. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have been asked to confine my response or my discussion on the African Continental Free Trade Area. But before I do that, I want to bring to you a statement which was a remark which was made by the former WTO Secretary General Pascolami. He had said that negotiating trade markets or bilaterals or regional recs only makes trade possible. It is up to the countries that negotiate those recs to make trade happen. So in the past, we must admit that we have gone and liberalized our tariffs, tried to remove non-tariff barriers, which makes trade possible. But how much have we done to make trade happen? That's the question that we must bring, I believe, to this table this morning. Because making trade possible is, if I'm to give an analogy, is like building a school with very beautiful desks, very beautiful computers and everything, but you have no students or pupils. How do you attract those pupils? That's the question I want to confine myself today, this morning. In the ministry specifically, if you look at what we have negotiated with other stakeholders in the African Continental Free Trade Area, a GDP of $3.4 trillion and a population of between 1.3 and 1.4 billion. This is a huge market. But one, look at the infrastructure we have. If, for instance, you wanted to take the milk you talked about to Algeria, you would need to go through Europe. We do not have a cargo or any cargo plane in Africa that will take products from Uganda to Algeria. If you want to take flowers, fruits and vegetables, the fruits and vegetables that actually are consumed in West Africa, Doctor, you will bear witness, come from Europe while they have been exported from Uganda. So West Africa imports a good percentage of fruits and vegetables from the East African region, which originate from East African region. So I would want to say that one, how do we leverage the money to get that infrastructure? I do know that within the African Union, the Agenda 63, there is the single African air transport market, but how far has it performed as a flagship project? How far has it performed? If we were to do the statistics today, how many planes, how many buses or bilateral agreements for buses in aviation are there between the countries in East Africa? That's one. On the issue of communication, it will surprise you, for instance, that if you want to call Tanzania, just our neighbor here, if you go to Dar es Salaam, if you want, it is cheaper to call UK when you are in Dar es Salaam than to call Uganda. So I want to imagine.
I want you to focus more on how do we position ourselves as Uganda to take advantage of it, but not so much on the lamentations on what is not going to work. You see what I mean? What can we do more positively to take advantage of the 3.4 billion or trillion market that you talked about, GDP plus the 1.4 billion people? How do we position ourselves?
I'm trying to look at the diagnosis so that I can make a prescription. Because if you do not know where the problem is, I'm afraid you will not be able to find how to position yourself. Because the problem in this case is how do you now get like a single, communication within the countries so that it becomes cheaper for you to communicate from country to country. It becomes cheaper by infrastructure to move from one country, goods from one country to another. The third one is the private sector. 90% of our private sector are made of small and medium enterprises. How do we support our small and medium enterprises? Specifically in the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, we have been using one of the things we observed was that value addition was a challenge to our SMEs. They do not have the appropriate technology, the appropriate skills, and the competencies. We are advocating for what we call common user facilities, so that they can consolidate these products for off-takers by doing matchmaking for bigger off-takers who can export these products to the different African countries. We have also positioned what we call border export zones, because it becomes very difficult for someone, say in the center of the country, to bring his products at the border, and then you find that there is no storage facility, no value addition, even a simple value addition such as parking and transshipment. So we have been doing those border export zones. We also need to look at the trade, the illicit finances that we lose in Uganda because of trade misinvoicing, for instance. If you look at the reports of illicit financial flows, you find that trade also makes a big contribution, especially through misinvoicing. How do we have that discussion so that at least the monies that we scoop from the trade, we are able to keep it within the economy to move towards supporting the SDGs? And this may also bring us to a discussion on the legislation, for instance, on beneficial ownership. You look at the statistics, sometimes they look very rosy, but you're not sure whether that money, say, of the exports of coffee, exports of gold, exports of what, where do they end? Are they coming back to our economy, or are they go out there in international capitals being used by other multinationals, and we are not benefiting from those trade flows? So those are the major key areas I think we can use to position ourselves for us to be able to benefit from the regional integration and accelerate the SDGs. Thank you.
All right, no, thank you very much, Mr. Ndorere. I mean, he's highlighted a few things around export border zones, addressing issues around misinvoicing, and also supporting SMEs. And I think it's a very spirited conversation that has moved, quite frankly, and I'm glad that PSFU and PASAID and others are working in that space as well. UMA, UNCCI, were within the context of the AFCFTA, a lot of work that is going on around awareness raising, establishing a trade facility that will support SMEs, doing some great market intelligence work. I mean, how many of you know that DRC, which is a next door neighbor to us, import offals outside of Africa, and yet we have them here. And they, import beef outside of Africa, and yet we have them here. And so how do we really aggregate the full potential of the continent and make sure that we can benefit from trade? And I think encourage the private sector to link in some of these conversations. I see our APSA colleagues and STAMVIC colleagues and others who are listening in very strongly, and they have a strong input when it comes to the trade financing agenda. So finally, let me take our colleague from the International Finance Cooperation, IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group, Mr. Zake, who would be talking to us a bit more from the private sector point of view. You've been listening in and you're saying, they are missing one or two things. So what more can you add from the private sector in terms of financing investments from the private sector? What more can we do in terms of what the government needs to do to create the enabling conditions for private sector to flourish? And share some examples of what Uganda can do
Again, no big grammar.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator, Honorable Ministers, all protocol observed. Let me pick a few low-hanging fruits that I can see. The first one is diaspora remittances. We have Ugandans working abroad and increasing in number. They are looking for credible investment vehicles that they can channel their resources. They don't want to invest abroad, they want to channel their money back. And COVID has taught us that we need to prepare the ground very well for our respective countries. So one of the opportunities that we have is to enable the diaspora Ugandans to identify credible investment vehicles, and if we link them well with the SDGs, we tell a powerful story. That's an opportunity. I think Uganda gets $1.5 billion a year. Kenya gets $4 billion. But also the quality of those remittances, primarily going to consumption, primarily going to real estate and being locked there. And the real estate being done on an individual basis. The way we build houses, sorry to use the example, is like the border way of transport. Where in other countries, you have one pilot, one driver pulling a train. Here you have so many borders. So that's how we are doing our housing. So we need frameworks, credible investment vehicles that can enable the diaspora, because they don't have time to supervise. If they are saving $500 a month, $1,000 a month, they don't have time to supervise what's going on in Uganda. So for me, I see that as the first opportunity. Let me also look at what I've seen. If you look at the fruits and vegetable sector, if you look at the grain sector, and the world today is suffering from acute food shortages. When you look around at this country, and I've been to many countries, I can say that grain and fruits and vegetables are opportunities that we have. But we are doing it mainly in subsistence level, and the cold chain infrastructure, the warehouse infrastructure, the cooperatives that can enable pooling of resources, common user services. For me, these are innovative ways that can really tick the boxes as far as the SDGs are concerned. What are some of the things we are doing? One of them is to support the government so that the reliance by financial institutions on collateral to lend to agribusiness can be reduced. So we are working with the central bank, with the credit reference bureaus to improve the credit scores, to use data, to link that to the national ID so that you can be able to know that the farmers, the borrowers, they can have credit history, they can have a good credit score, and that can reduce the interest rates that are charged per, instead of asking for collateral, and also being able to differentiate between borrowers. Someone borrows from MTN, another one borrows from Airtel, another one borrows from the commercial banks. How do we use data to be able to quickly enable the lenders to provide credit? We're also supporting lending to agribusiness. Agribusiness is the backbone of the economy and one of the levers to reach the SDGs. So we need to find innovative ways to lend to agribusiness. Warehouse receipt system is one of the innovations we are working with the government.
What does it mean? Because we have a lot of people who don't understand those terminologies. So warehouse receipt, what does it mean?
So what's happening now, many grain farmers, even before, first of all, they borrow, let's say from money lenders, to buy seed and plant grain. Even before the grain is ready for harvesting, the money lender is coming and maybe taking the field. The farmers are forced to sell green maize. And yet, if you store, you pack it properly, and sell it a few months later from the bumper season, the prices go up. So that desperation of trying to sell maize so that you pay school fees. So the warehouse receipt system affords an opportunity where you can take your grain to a warehouse that is registered with the Warehouse Receipts Authority, and then you get a receipt. And that receipt, you can discount it at the banks and get money to pay on pay as you go to cover your needs. And the grain that is stored, the longer it stays within the grain stores, you may be able to attract a higher sort of income. So the grain itself becomes collateral, so that you don't have to have land titles, which limits access to finance. So these are some of the innovative measures we are talking about and working with the government to introduce. But in summary, the global capital, there are so many challenges. As Uganda, we compete with so many other countries. There are homegrown solutions, linking the diaspora, creating investment frameworks, coming up with teams of people that can come up with these frameworks that can harness climate smart finance. There's finance that is linked to the SDGs, but you must have credible frameworks, private sector leaning, that can then be able to unlock this financing. And there should be traceability, there should be proper accountability. These kinds of frameworks, I submit, need to be established, then Uganda can harness these opportunities. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Zake. Establishing appropriate frameworks, and the next question is that what form should they take and how should they look? But I guess that will be a subject for another day when we can delve deeper into that. Right Honorable Kasule, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've had a first round, and I'll just do a little summary of what is emerging from the conversation. I will just now get ready for the audience to have some questions and reactions and reflections, because we don't have too much time, and then we'll come back again to the panel. And I think Raymond, be on standby, because I'll get you at some point listening in to everything and connecting to what you said. Where are the 2-3 things that you think we should put our energies around one more time, and where we can push for accelerated delivery. And so we have been hearing more around the financing frameworks and opportunities for regional cooperation and accelerated delivery for SDGs and Agenda 2063. We've also situated that within the context of our development plans. In this context, 3rd National Development Plan, now segueing into the 4th National Development Plan within the context of our broad 2040 agenda. Now we've been discussing a number of things from the panel, existing instruments that we should continue, advancing new instruments that are available to us, emerging instruments that are available to us, and I'll not try to cluster them here. I think that will be later. But we have touched on the need to look at, again, the macroeconomic levels, ensuring that we have stability in the country. That will continue. Issues around trade financing, the need for us to really take advantage of Africa's potential and what is within the region, and begin to position ourselves as Uganda, be competitive. And in fact, on the issue of Algeria, we were having a conversation recently, and Algeria has $500 million milk market per year. And most likely, even Uganda cannot meet that alone, which means we have to partner with some of the neighboring countries. We have discussed issues around diaspora bonds. It's very interesting, we know, and I know there are some controversies around that, but Ethiopia, for example, funded its Renaissance Dam through its diaspora. We have also heard around capital markets, retirement fund. I'm interested in seeing how we can utilize that, warehouse receipts, household income. In other words, empowering people to be rich, not only food for the stomach, but money for the pockets, also advances the SDG. So these are some of the things that are coming from the panelists, in addition to some of the big ticket issues that the keynote speaker talked about. So now let's get ready for the audience. I can see somebody's hand is already up. Let's keep it short and sweet so that we can have a good conversation. Please be forward-looking, no lamentations, forward-looking. Add to the strings of conversation, and introduce your name, introduce yourself very briefly, and ask your question and direct it to either a panelist that you know, or we can then ask any of them to respond if you don't have any particular person in mind. And so over to you, and I hope the mic is going around.
Thank you. My name is Moses Isoba, and thank you for relentlessly urging the panelists to not use big grammar and be down to earth. My question is to Raymond, and he did suggest that as a country we might where we either have to repay the debt or invest in the SDGs. We are, I think, just read a budget of about 52 trillion, and I think about 26 of that is going to pay our debt. Money which would have otherwise gone into building public infrastructure to increase our, improve our social indicators. So my question to Raymond, what would be your advice? Should we repay the debt or default?
Hey, nawa, they say. Do we pay or we should default? Mr. Humphrey, I know you're speaking at some point, but maybe let me take two more because I got people excited, and I'll come back to you, and maybe you can speak from the floor. Let's have one more. I see a gentleman over there. Please, can you give him? And then I will take a lady from... So the gentleman at the back, I saw his hand first. Here. In the pink shirt. Here, yeah. And then I'll come to you.
Thank you, David, Deputy President Rem. And I want to start on thanking you for encouraging no drama, not so much English. And I want also to appreciate Raymond for one point of emphasis, which I want to talk about. And also thank our panelists, but unfortunately they spoke English, as on my judgment. These things are still not understood the layman way. Now, I appreciate, because this is not lamentation, she encouraged we should implement. Every EGIS is coming with one at Entebbe Express. URA has EFRIS. Now, can we roll that out?
What is the EFRIS? Please also, you are speaking grammar now. EFRIS. Now it's your turn for grammar. Big English.
It is electronic, I will get the Google.
Something on digitalization and finance, I presume.
It was with the RA. And I appreciate that us who are coming up with corporate companies, we are suffering it already. But it's good, we appreciate, because we must get money to the government, because we are operating using services where they invest the money, roads, dams, and everything. Now, the issue is, today, I used a taxi to come. I paid 5,000, I'm going to pay 5,000 again. Is government taking something on that 10,000 that I'm paying? And if it's not, can we go to Raymond's suggestion? Get an automated receipting system so that you get that money, which I'm going to pay. I'm imagining if you get 500 out of my 10,000, that is 0.05%. You multiply to regular and everything. I was looking here, we have billions which we are losing on a road which you have financed using the loan money. Someone was suggesting we default. I think we don't need to default. So it's what I'm asking. Is it impossible? And much as I'm crossing over from the youth, we have the president of Youth SDGs who is going to talk, I'm sure today. Can we tell the youth to innovate something? Will you accept it as government? That's one my question.
Okay, so your question is, I think we got the name, it's electronic fiscal receipt and invoicing system. I think very simply he's saying, how can you tax and broaden the tax base, if I understood correctly. He paid money to come, but then it's not taxed, if I'm correct.
And I'm called Walgawa William.
Okay.
I was on the National Organizing Committee.
Okay, well done. Okay, and also, so that was his question. Is it impossible to digitalize and to tax more and broaden the tax base? What is preventing us from doing that? Okay, that is his question. I take you one women colleague here, and then I had two hands here, and then I think I would close this first round, but I'll come to Humphrey and others. So we have two questions as we get prepared for the third.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. I just wanted to point out 2 points which I feel are not coming out. The discipline of living and the discipline of financial management. I think that's a whole topic that we need to discuss. When you look at the Time Use Survey of 2017, it raises very interesting findings in terms of how Ugandans spend their time. And for me, that is very critical. The way we utilize our time, what we spend our time on in relation to financial management is critical. So I just wanted to raise it as a concern, as a discipline of living and financial management, but also in relation to our population growth rate. Whereas it is so easy to multiply in terms of numbers, we don't normally link it with the time it takes to invest in people. For example, yesterday,
when you say appropriation growth rate, what does it mean?
I mean, the average fertility rate in this country is about 5 to 7. If you look at the investment required per child in terms of education, the rate at which you reproduce is not at the same rate you are able to provide the service. So that linkage has to be understood. Yesterday we saw that you can reap from a doctor after so many years of investment. So it takes so long to invest in an individual compared at the rate at which you reproduce. So the ability to manage the numbers is the issue I'm trying to raise.
So you've raised 2 points now on financial management as well as issues around fertility and birth rates, correct?
So another point is on Ugandans living abroad, on the issue of bonds. How are we providing a conducive environment to raise their confidence in the system? Are Ugandans living abroad confident that when they invest back home, their funds will be safe? That's the point I wanted to raise.
Okay. All right. Colleagues, please keep it to one question so others can ask. We have questions back again on the diaspora. How do you create confidence? Issue around financial management and also the population. Okay, let's have the 2 questions, and then I would ask Mr. Humphrey to speak, and also our friends from the SDG coalition be on standby.
Thank you very much. My name is Sam Atul, the mayor, Lira City. 3 quick issues. One, SCF is not very popular because government continues to rely on commercial banks who are interested in selling their own products.
So you mean the agriculture credit facility?
Yes.
ACF, okay.
They're interested in selling their own products other than the agricultural credit facility. And then 2, at what point should government stop competing with the same, with the citizens for the same capital? That is, government borrowing from within to finance its activities. I understand that this makes the cost of capital to continue to remain high. If government was not borrowing together with the citizens, maybe by now the commercial banks on their own through competition would be offering interest rates much lower than what they are giving in the market. Thirdly, Uganda has been identified as having other deposits of minerals, other than even the oil that we all keep waiting for. We have iron, we have gold, we have all these things. But government seems not to be doing much in exploiting these other mineral deposits. So the question is, why?
Okay, let's keep it to the 3. You already have given us a plateful. We have a lot of mineral resources. It's not directed to anybody in particular, but I do hope that even you, Raymond, can reflect on it. How do we use our mineral resources to our advantage? Uganda has the best ore in the world, as I understand, the best graphite in the world, as I understand, the second biggest, largest deposit of rare earth, as I understand. You know, we have lots of minerals. So we're talking energy transition as well. How do we position ourselves? I think, I hope Honorable Musenero would have been here to also dwell on or speak to some of these things. Okay. I have taken the questions around, again, borrowing. We are competing with ourselves. The government is borrowing, and therefore it shrinks the space for the private sector or the public. And how do we deal with that, and what are the trade-offs? And also the agriculture credit facility. Banks want to sell their products and not this. How do we respond to that? So I hope you got all the questions. And so hold it in terms of panelists, your response, because we want to take 3 others from the floor, and then you can respond, and then we can try and close the session. And so, Mr. Humphrey, you will speak from the floor, as I have it here. We would have a response or a statement from Mr. Humphrey Nze, who is the chairperson or chairman of the board of the Private Sector Foundation. He's been listening in, and he leads a broad umbrella organization, and I think the voice of the private sector here matters. And so we'll hear from Mr. Humphrey Nze from the floor. And then, unless you want to come here, and then we would have Mr. Laban from the Youth Coalition for SDGs. We want to give a voice. I know the youth spoke as well, but it's also an umbrella organization to speak. Please, no long statements, just react to some of the things we're talking about. So I hope you are not reading statements necessarily. Sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Humphrey. You want to come here? You make it 6 here. It doesn't look good. All right.
Thank you very much, Elsie, and thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Mine really was just a comment, because when I heard someone talking about defaulting on debt, I jumped out of my seat. Now, just to make it, this is probably a very misconceived idea that Uganda is performing badly on its debt, or it's heavily debt burdened. Uganda is well within our debt ceiling. We're servicing our debt very well. Now, the idea of defaulting on your debt means that your country rating, your risk rating is decreased, and the cost of your loans go up. So I just wanted to dispel that idea and remove it from anyone's head that we should think of defaulting on our debt. We are well within our debt ceiling, and we're managing our debt very well. And the prospects of Uganda, when you talk of, someone talked of oil, someone talked of mineral beneficiation, we have a lot more to offer from our economy. So I think in terms of performance, yes, at most we can try and restructure some of our debt, just like His Excellency talked of, but on the whole, we're performing extremely well on that. So I just wanted to make that one comment and dispel that idea or mode of thinking. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Mr. Nze. He wanted to dispel, but maybe some other people have a different view. That's why we are here to debate on some of the issues, but thank you for that. Let's have Laban from the Musinguzi. President, you want to read a speech? You're a young person, you can read from the floor. You want to come here? Okay. Please keep it short and sweet.
Thank you very much, moderator. I believe if you had called me president about 4 decades ago, I don't think I would leave this building, but due to the peace and security we have for the NLM government, I can afford to be called the president and still be able to talk, because during some of our members' former president's time. So, moderator, it won't be short and sweet, because the issues are really big for the constituency that I represent. One, we have talked about financing and financing of the youth, or what you can say, the issues that are affecting our young people. First of all, I would like to appreciate the panel that has been here today. Most importantly, what have we been discussing around, or what are the challenges that the constituency I represent face? We have what you call the youth unemployment, which is a very, very big problem. We have what you call poverty. Of course, when the youth are really not employed, you basically know that, you see, this is the biggest constituency you have, the labor force you have. We had a colleague from the Ministry of Finance talking about expanding the labor force, expanding the human capital development. But these are the young people who don't have jobs. Then we also have gender inequality. If you have realized it, most young people, the ladies, all the women who are young people are facing these challenges in various spaces. And you look at lack of access to quality education. We are looking at all this. We have been moving around as a youth coalition. We have moved around the regions. We have visited Lira, we have visited Mbale, we have visited Mbarara. We have also visited, when we were doing the same work with towards the regional forums, we realized that youth in the northern region and the eastern region are facing these challenges mostly. We have had discussions even with the central bank about access to agricultural credit facility. And I'm happy, even Small Business Recovery Fund, I'm happy that under the leadership, I think, of the late Professor Mtebide from 2019, even up to now, from Dr. Atingego, we are now looking at, we have seen that our issues have been addressed. We have had what you call block allocation, where now, because the youth, you're telling us we go to the banks to get this money, but the banks don't give us this money. We don't have the collateral. You can imagine a person who has spent over 25 years in school, you come to the bank to ask for some money, they're telling you bring a collateral worth 100 million. So these are the challenges we are now facing. But I'm happy that at least UDB, Bank of Uganda, we're trying to have discussions. And I would really want to take this opportunity to request the United Nations Resident Coordinator, Right Honorable Kasule Lumumba. In 2020, we had a meeting with the President as a Youth Coalition for SDGs. He promised us an annual meeting. And now he told us to go back and divide or categorize these youth into the 4 pillars we're looking at. That's commercial agriculture, industrialization and manufacture, and then look at services sector, ICT innovation, and public service. I am happy to report that today, we are now ready to meet him again. We have over 2,000 youth ready. And it is so sad, moderator, that even when we call upon these MDAs, we write to them letters as youth. They put aside the letter and say, oh, if you don't have someone to follow this up, you end up not having. We are ready to have discussions as the young people. This constituency is really very big. And I really want to appreciate some of the people who have managed to help us, give us space. Dr. Albert Biamgisha with his team, Pascal Biarugaba, under the SDG Secretariat. We are being trained to be the voluntary, we have participated in these processes, VNR processes, VLR processes. We're doing TOTs. Madam Moderator, the institution you lead, I know you're doing tremendous work with young people, but let's harmonize, let's work together. We're seeing private sector, Ndugu Nzei, I know you're doing good work, but let's harmonize. Let's have one department where we can manage to know that this is what the young people are doing. So that when we are reporting at national level, we make sure that we have one voice. We are over 70% of the population, for God's sake. Just look around you and see. So I know you've told me it is short and sweet, but I would really love to even have more time. And I wish in the program that you can give me more time today and I speak, because I will speak much more than anything. So for God and my country, thank you very much. But before I leave, let me introduce at least members of the Youth Coalition to stand up and at least wave at the colleagues, because it is important. Thank you very much.
It's a very popular statement here in Uganda, stand up for recognition. Well, thank you very much for those reflections from the Youth Coalition for SDGs. I was there in that meeting that you talked about, but I think ever since then, there's been great work done by the youth. I think if COVID taught us anything, it taught us how Ugandan youth can innovate. We've seen so much innovation like never before. And it's great to see some of the work that has been done across board. The Youth for Business, we're doing quite some great work with Stanbic and APSA and Centenary and others to de-risk the investment. So please, let's have those conversations with you, because they're willing to lend at a lower rate based on the interventions. We're also engaging with them as a UN family to de-risk. Youth for Connect, the Ministry of Gender is leading some of those work to bring the youth together, establishing platforms. And so there's quite a lot happening. Maybe we should have a separate conversation on that. So now, friends, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to go back to the panelists as we try to bring the session to a close. The session has been on financing frameworks and opportunities for regional cooperation for accelerated delivery of the SDGs and the 2030 agenda, which in our case, our Vision 2040, our NDP3 processes. There's been a number of questions, so panelists, hope you captured them, to do with areas where should we pay or should we not pay? And what are the ramifications? I think that was to you, Raymond. Questions around digitalization. I did some shopping recently online. It's quite fascinating. You go on Instagram, you buy something. But are those people being taxed, just like the man is saying, the young man is saying? So what do we do with some of those businesses happening online? E-commerce is the future. Even in the metaverse, I don't know how many of you have been following the conversation. There was a McKinsey report which said by 2030, there'll be e-commerce in the metaverse. In other words, you put on your fancy virtual reality, you can shop online, even in that space. And that business is worth 150 billion in the next 70 years. So there's a lot happening. And how do you tax some of these things? If I bought a virtual cloth online, what does it mean for Uganda? So let me not repeat everything. I think the panelists got the questions, and if you didn't get it, I'll come back to some of those because I've written them down. So let's start from Raymond. Would you want to do the last? Oh, the last so that we can... let's start from our brother. Let's start first here from you.
Thank you, moderator. I'm answering the question that was posed by the mayor, indicating that SCF is not popular because the participating financial institutions, the commercial banks, are giving their own product other than the SCF. Yeah, thank you for this observation, but I want to reiterate that SCF is not popular. SCF is popular. The only problem is that now the uptake has not reached the level that we want. At SCF, we have tried our level best to sensitize the public, all regions across the country, telling them about the availability of affordable credit under SCF and SBRF. However, cognizant of this problem, we have continued more association with the MDs of these financial institutions. Recently, in February, the governor met all the MDs in Serena here, and we had a conversation, and there was a commitment that they are going to increase uptake and they will allow the public to access this money. In addition to that, recently, I was in the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Enyim, I think, will bear with me witness. We have come up with some amendments in the memorandum of agreement, easing accessibility. Like the President SDGs has talked about the block allocation, those are the amendments we are making to ensure that the affirmative action is implemented. We appreciate that youth don't have collateral. We appreciate that women don't have collateral. Many of them do not. Now, the introduction of the block allocation, where one can access up to 20 million without necessarily pledging registered collateral, is an achievement to us. We met the top technical committee of the Ministry of Finance. They okayed us to go ahead and present the amendments to the top management of the Ministry of Finance. And I'm very sure after coming back with the approval, the uptake is going to increase. What we are seeing is that, one, let me single out one amendment that can address the mayor's concern. We are agreed that we are going to be supervising these commercial banks as we continue to do it and ensure that we look at the loans in line with agriculture, how much has been lent to agriculture sector. Out of that money, what percentage is ACF? And I think this one will motivate very many commercial banks to give this money to the Ugandans. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So let's take you, Joseph. Go ahead.
Thank you. Let me first begin with the issue of debt. I think that debt is a good source of financing. The problem is not debt. Our view is that if you focus on the productivity of your debt, then debt will work for you. Meaning that for the money you borrow, the use to which you put it should be able to help you with your ability to pay it back, but also meet your other needs. Those of you who are familiar with what's happening in the energy sector across the African continent, I think you'll be very glad that Uganda was forward-looking in financing the investments we have made in energy generation and transmission. And so paying back that debt is not necessarily the problem. The issue we are looking at the Ministry of Finance is making sure that we have proper public investment management systems that ensure that this debt goes to the right priorities and that it is able to unlock opportunities in the economy. And so that's our view. Of course, we have committed ourselves that we have a balance between commercial and concessional debt. And then also we have a cap to make sure that we are not competing with the private sector in the domestic debt market. There was a point about IFRS and the informal sector. If you took notice of the theme of this year's budget, we are squarely focused on this issue of full monetization of the economy. How we bring our players that are in the informal and subsistence economy into the formal and monetized economy. And allow me just highlight, you talked about mechanisms of financing. I think one of the things that we should be excited about in Uganda is something called the Uganda Agriculture Insurance Scheme, which is the government's response to the fact that more than 50% of the vulnerabilities that Ugandans suffer are a function of weather-related changes, whether they are droughts or floods. And so through the Uganda Agricultural Insurance Scheme, as we speak, cumulatively over 600,000 farmers, and these are very small-scale farmers, have benefited and they have been saved from the losses that come with crop failure. So the idea really is to deploy these market mechanisms, mitigate risk, de-risking the economy, so that people can step out and seize opportunities. Relatedly, since we are looking at a regional dimension to this, one of the difficulties really about doing trade in Africa is the high cost that arises from cross-border payments. You know, we have over 50 currencies, I think, operating on this continent. So the currency exchange risk and cost is very high. And one of the things that the central bank has innovatively done was to champion, together with the other partner states, the East African payment system. And now we are in discussions under the African Continental Free Trade Area around joining the Pan-African payment and settlement system, so that we can lower down this cost for cross-border transactions and make it easier to transact across our borders. I think the other thing I would like to touch on is the idea of financial discipline. Through the liberalized telecommunication sector policies we've put in place, I think we are seeing a very rapid increase in the inclusiveness of Uganda's financial sector. You will attest, of course, to what has happened with e-commerce and also just digital money, the mobile money segment. And that has brought in opportunities and solutions that we would not be thinking about 5 years ago. So the idea is that once now we have these unique identities on the mobile platforms, we are investing, of course, in the last mile connectivity to make sure that people in the rural areas can also take advantage of these transformations in the economy. We are confident that through interventions like the PDM, more and more players will be brought into the formal segment of the economy, and they'll be able to bear their share. Allow me just speak to something also which is critical to, I think, the private sector here, which is de-risking regional trade. We are in conversations with supervised financial institutions around a regional export facility that can mitigate the level of risk that our regional trade is exposed to. Of course, Uganda is already a member on the African Trade Insurance mechanism, where we insure against political risk. If you look at what's happening in DRC and South Sudan, and these are very big trade partners for us, it's important that we join forces. This conversation, we hope, will put in place a mechanism for buying down these risks and allow the private sector to seize opportunities that are there. I think that's what I would like to respond to regarding the questions that were raised. And to say that whereas our population rate is still high, I think we need to celebrate the fact that the trend is in the right direction. We don't have the latest data. We are still using numbers of the UDA, the Uganda Demographic Health Survey of 2016. They did the 2021. I think the Bureau is about to release that. But we are down from as high as 7.8 children per woman. We are now down to 5.4. And in places like Kampala, it's even much, much lower. So there is a lot of hope for me in respect to that matter. Thank you, moderator.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Enyimo. Your bosses missed directly all your inspiring thing. I could see Honorable Lugolobi has just come, and very warm welcome to you, Honorable Minister. So we would have, we'll go around. I think I've been given a signal that the conversation is so good we can't close now. And so we would extend it slightly because there's some pressing issues coming from the online participants. We need to take them. It's leaving no one behind, so we need to get them engaged, as well as from the Interreligious Council and other speakers. So you're not leaving now. We'll do the round, we'll finish, and then we'll go back again to plenary, and we'll come back again to you. So yes, let's continue on trade. Yeah.
Thank you, moderator. Mr. Enyimo has addressed quite a number of things that are being done across the trade sector. So let me just mention maybe one or two, especially on e-commerce. On e-commerce, as a ministry, we are in advanced stages of developing the e-commerce policy, which will regulate the e-commerce and everything once you sell, the liabilities and things like that. And to do that, we discovered that we didn't have a national coding system. So we are also developing a national coding system. We are soon going to be given the national codes for Uganda by an institution called Global S1 in Brussels. We have already presented our proposal and it has been accepted. We are also doing, with support from UNDP, because we realize that one of the challenges many of our products had out there was to do with packaging and branding. So we already have a packaging and branding strategy, which will do the R&D, the different types of packaging which are environmental friendly. Many of you have been reading in the papers in the first couple of weeks ago about the plastics. I'm glad you can see now we are being given glass bottles. So these are, I think, some of the initiatives, these strategies will bring up to address the SDGs on environment and climate. We're also looking at getting commercial attaches or trade attaches on a functional basis. Some countries we have discovered can attach one person and say, for instance, in Latin America, they attach people in Asia and say, your role is to ensure that you increase the sale of bananas from 10% to 15% in such and such a period. So we want to do that focused kind of thing. Say we attach a coffee attach in China and say your role is to ensure that Chinese can consume Uganda coffee from this percent to this. We are also doing on access to finance. He mentioned it. We are in advanced stages on getting these embassies of ours. We are talking to them on commercial diplomacy, especially on due diligence. We have been receiving complaints from our people who export to some countries. He exports and then he's not paid. Even that simple due diligence sometimes can be lacking. And it's also the other way around. Some countries who send their products to Uganda and they get fleeced. So we are working with the commercial our embassies and missions to ensure that we get that, even this basic due diligence, even before the credit guarantees and the trade financing come in. And then I want to talk about cooperatives. So far, we have got over 21, as the statistics of 2020, we have got 21,000 plus cooperatives. And these are going to be quite very helpful, although new ones, about 6,000 have been registered in the PDM. They are going to be helpful in the PDM to help consolidate the production at the production level, consolidating storage and processing. Because if however much they produce, if these people cannot, the 39% who are outside the money economy, cannot sell their products, then they will not have achieved the ultimate goal. So we are working with the cooperatives on the grassroots to ensure that this happens. On the standards, we have harmonized standards across the East African region. You know, there are a lot of non-tariff barriers in the standards. As we talk now, unfortunately, we have got an outstanding NTB which is still with us, with the neighboring country on levels of aflatoxin and things like that. But we hope that will be addressed through the mutual recognition agreements that have been signed between the different countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much on the reflections around the e-commerce strategy, the digital processes, and I'm glad that PS Award was here as well yesterday. We should connect, and I think both PSs are working very closely, which is a good example of how to work across sectors. And the commercial diplomacy, I know as UN, UNDP as well, we engaged with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as well, and some of the joint commissions and how we can support. But there's a particular line that has not come out, and I think, Honorable Minister, we have to have a session again. Market-based instruments, climate change, I don't think anybody has touched on it substantively here, on carbon trading issues, how we position ourselves for the loss and damage fund, and many others. I think that will be a conversation. Maybe I'll speak to some of these when I'm doing my wrap-up. So let's have Mr. Zake, and then on private sector, some of the questions that came to you.
Thank you so much. And as we wind up, I'm thinking that what do we do to ensure that the next conference registers significant success? So we need to be deliberate and purposeful. What do we take from here? How do we make sure that a year later we can celebrate greater success? And for me, there are a few points. One of them, integrating the youth, is very, very important, because they're a significant part of what we are trying to do. They need to be part of it. And one way to do that is to embrace technology, utilize technology, because technology then provides feedback loops in terms of the diaspora investors, in terms of the projects that need to be profiled. We need to identify projects that meet the SDGs and profile them properly, and then connect. And I think the youth and technology can play a very important role there. You've mentioned green finance, you've mentioned climate smart investments, and I think we need to establish the frameworks so that they are very clear and be deliberate about making sure that there is clarity in terms of eligibility, in terms of the proceeds from such investments, what happens to them, and the governance structures around that. I think once we have those structures in place, then it becomes easier to attract funding from the diaspora, from investors that are really keen on the SDGs. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Zaki. I think you have consistently focused on the enabling conditions, having the right frameworks in place. And I think perhaps post the conference, we should unpack that. What does it mean to have the enabling conditions to make sure that the diaspora can invest, they have confidence, and can bring their money so that we can aggregate the money to invest for Uganda, as well as some of the things around climate. I think on the issue of climate, the Ministry of Climate, Ministry of Water and Environment is currently working on enabling conditions around carbon trading. So for those who are not experts in the area, just from a lay person's point of view, if you have trees that is capturing carbon from the air, from the forest, you can trade it for money. But how, under what conditions do you trade? Do you say, my trees here, that is a forest, How can I trade it? And how do we make sure that the communities are not shortchanged? Because there are also carbon boys and girls around who come dangling money. We have billions of dollars, and yet it's a mirage for some of our people from a benefit sharing point of view. So these are things that we need to talk about. This is big money that is out there. A number of countries, particularly in Latin America, take advantage of some of these instruments, and we should be able to position ourselves as Africa. So Raymond, you're listening in. I think you should do a rejoinder on some of the issues as well as your own reflection. We are not closing yet because we have to open it up for the online briefly. And then, so you all will have some final words if we have time. But Raymond, over to you.
Thank you very much. It's been really fascinating listening to all the various programs, all the initiatives that are ongoing. And I think that this is very laudable. But just want to add that the magnitude and the immediacy of the SDG financing challenges that Uganda faces screams out for going beyond business as usual. And so I have 3 quick things I want to add. Let me start with the youth. Great points about credit, but I'd like to challenge you to look beyond the government and meetings with the government as a pathway for success. You probably know them already. There is a group called the Youth Alliance for Leadership and Development. I met a few of them in South Africa late last year. Fascinating young people who own and manage multi-million-dollar companies here on the African continent. It would be great if you could meet with them, connect with them. I'll be more than happy to make an introduction, and so that you become the new private sector. You become the new engine for innovation and growth. Our generation has failed. You have an opportunity to be the difference maker. A couple of months ago, I was speaking with the finance minister in neighboring Kenya. He has something called the Hustler Fund, which is a partnership with Safaricom, where they use big data from Safaricom, et cetera, but bottom line is that they are making available almost instantaneous loans to people across Kenya. And that's probably something, maybe not exactly like the Hustler Fund, but something that you could do in this context with the non-formal sector. And I do believe that there is a lot of innovation that's possible there. Let me speak on the debt issue. Yes, it's a difficult choice between servicing debt and investing in the SDGs. No, the answer is not defaulting on debt, because as a number of people have already said, it would increase the cost of future debt. But more importantly is to see how you get engaged in how debt is invested in the country, so productivity increases and the debt ratios improve. And I think the gentleman, Mr. Humphreys, was spot on saying, as of now, Uganda is within its sustainability limits. I happen to have been part of the first team at the World Bank that worked on the HIPIC debt relief initiative. Uganda was the first country that qualified, and within 9 months, Uganda went from sustainable to unsustainable because commodity prices tanked. So understanding the debt dynamics is very important, and understanding how to manage debt within an SDG investment focus is even more important. Last point, ladies, gentlemen, distinguished excellencies, we have to think big. We really have to think big when it comes to the SDGs and when it comes to sustainability. Two ideas, they're not initiatives, ideas. One is think about the multilateral development banks in Africa, your African Development Bank, Trade and Development Bank, Afrexim Bank, Africa and Finance Corporation. What if they could on-lend a lot more to African countries at lower interest rates? Because the problem now is when we go for Euro bonds, the interest rates are exorbitantly high. Ghana and Greece went to the market at the same time. Ghana paid over 10 times the interest rate that Greece paid. So it needs to change. How do we do that? One way is for Africa itself to recapitalize its regional multilateral development banks. How do we do this? African countries across the world, our central banks, our sovereign wealth funds, our pension funds, our insurance companies, assets under management by African countries themselves, African money, $500 billion, T, not B, $500 billion. What if we could repatriate a small proportion of that and recapitalize our own banks so that African banks could then play the intermediation? They could go lend and then borrow, because our needs for infrastructure, our needs for green transitions, our needs for energy, currently 700 million Africans do not have access to electricity. You can't have SDG without that. So we need to do that. We need something new. Maybe recapitalizing the banks is one. Maybe even, I'm a former central banker myself, I know I'm speaking sacrilege now, but there's this thing about thinking something that they call modern monetary theory, where you think about how you could do what the United States did to calm the world down after the financial crisis of 2008, 2009, injecting money in a responsible way. We've done some initial figures on that as well. One last thing, carbon trading. Let me see if I could give you a really easy, hopefully easily to understand version of carbon trading. Yes, you have the trees you can trade, but here is the challenge for Africa at the moment. First, countries carbon trade up to their limit. There's a global limit on how much carbon each country could contribute on an annual basis. Most African countries, because we're not industrialized, don't contribute so much. So we have some headroom. When we trade, we reduce that headroom. So if in the future we want to industrialize, we don't have that much headroom for carbon emissions. That's one thing we have to consider and strategize. But secondly, how do you value carbon emissions in Africa as compared to carbon emissions in Latin America or elsewhere? We don't know, because very few, if any, African country has a carbon register. We have to invest in people to come and price our carbon appropriately. The first African countries that are going down this route are finding out that the investors are offering them less than 20% what it is worth, because the countries don't know, the investors estimate, you want the money, and you're in between a rock and a hard place. So yes, carbon credits might be a good thing for Uganda, but Uganda should now, if it wants to go down that road, be thinking about first the headroom challenge, but second and most important, the pricing reality, and investing in a carbon register that would help overcome this. I know the UNECA started some work in this area. There are a few people who are doing this, but yes, consider it as an option, but go into it with your eyes wide open.
All right, really, thank you very much. I think, Right Honorable, we need to have a separate conversation on some of these things. These are big things, big ticket things, and how we position Uganda matters. Basically, I mean, what Raymond is saying, for example, a ton of carbon, Africa's carbon is priced lower than other countries outside Africa. And I don't want to mention names because I want to be politically correct. So imagine the same tree, and perhaps the quality of tree in Africa is better, but you get $5 a ton. And somebody sits elsewhere and gets $35, $40 a ton. So you ask yourself, how was it priced? How is it that Uganda's carbon, Africa's carbon, is lower than what other people are getting it? And so there's a lot of things that we need to get our teams involved. This is not only for the Ministry of Water and Environment. The Ministry of Finance needs to get involved in some of these things. When we go for the Conference of Parties, for example, and you see some of the delegations that come, they have lawyers, they have financial experts, they have everything to negotiate some of these fundings for their country. So it's a serious business, and we have to take it seriously. And just to also say that what Raymond was saying was that, okay, you want to sell your carbon at $5 a ton, yet you have to develop. And when you develop, you emit. And when you emit, then are you able to emit substantively because you've already sold a tree that could have absorbed your carbon? So it's very simple terms, some of these things that we are discussing, but I think let's have a conversation around it. I'm very passionate as UNDP. We did the first in the world results-based payments for Brazil, $100 million, and Brazil basically said, we have reduced deforestation over time. Our Amazon is a global public good, so pay us for it for reducing deforestation. And what they were able to do was to demonstrate with the reference level saying, at 2020, we had so much. In 2010, we have reduced, and so the difference pay us. And these are some of the things we need to be reflecting. So thank you for telling us it cannot be business as usual. We need to be bold, and we need to be able to reflect on some of the things that you've talked about. Okay. All right. So we're going to project some more questions online. Humphrey, Mr. Nze, I gave you an opportunity, and now you have to come back. So anyway, let me take a few questions online. You would come back very briefly, and then if there is any burning questions, because I have to close at 12:30 exactly for lunch. So let's see what's online. I think it's better from here. Can you project it? Okay. All right, I think I can read if it's bolded here. The sword, I think the person is with religious, Matthew 10:32. Talks about the household known as Uganda, Africa World is the SDG tool that we have been promised by God with our choice, but leaving no one behind, we are being given a sword that describes nepotism and nationalism, closing our homes, borders to others. We are invited to acknowledge a barrier to free society and offering service without fear or favor. And how has the government of Uganda prepared to look beyond nepotism in our partnership for SDGs? So some of the governance issues that are coming online, dealing with nepotism. What else is there? Can the crew help us with some questions online? Governance issues coming up. All right. If there is no question in the interest of time, Mr. Nze, Humphrey, for the second time, to now make his real statement. I think he jumped and forgot to read his statement, so now he's coming back. Just 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Our representative of the Interreligious Council, Father Cornelius, our Minister of General Duties, Honorable Kasule Lumumba, Honorable Lugolobi, the Minister of State for Planning, our UN representative, Elsie, thank you for this. Our representatives of government, ministries, departments, and agencies, our development partners, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to appreciate the government of Uganda through the various ministries, departments, and agencies, and the United Nations family for supporting the private sector, especially through Private Sector Foundation of Uganda. The Private Sector Foundation of Uganda is the apex body of the private sector. We are a business membership organization with a membership of almost 320 business associations, such as Kampala City Traders Association, Uganda Manufacturers Association, the Bankers Association, the Law Society, and many more. Through our membership organizations, we represent roughly 2.5 million business enterprises in Uganda. These businesses are organized across 12 sectors that represent diverse sectors across this economy. These sectors are well aligned to the programs of the NDP3 and directly respond to the Sustainable Development Goals. Since 1985, when the Private Sector Foundation was formed, we have played a critical role in facilitating and supporting business growth in Uganda. We do this through evidence-based policy dialogue with government. The aim of this policy dialogue is to ensure that we unlock the capacity of enterprises to thrive so that we can create employment, contribute tax revenue, and grow this economy. We would not have been able to deliver on this role if our partnership with the UN family was not established. As a matter of fact, since we were established 28 years ago, there has not been a single year where we have not worked with the support of the UN, and for that, we applaud you. Ladies and gentlemen, the private sector is the engine of growth for the economy. In the financial year 2021-2022, the private sector contributed 80% of the country's gross domestic product and 77% of all formal jobs. It absorbs 87% of women workers, with the majority working in the informal sector. In addition, the private sector is the biggest contributor of tax in Uganda, accounting for more than 80% of government's domestic revenues. It delivers critical goods and services and ensures efficient flow of capital. We also appreciate the United Nations Vision 2030 that focuses on a transformed, inclusive Ugandan society where people have improved quality of life, resilience for sustainable development through the Sustainable Development Goals. The role of the private sector cannot be underestimated as a key partner, contributing to attainment of these SDGs. We at the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda have a keen interest in all SDGs and are therefore committed to enhancing our partnerships with the various stakeholders in accelerating the achievement of these targets. To this end, PSFU has been at the forefront of mobilizing the private sector and spearheading private sector initiatives which aim to reduce poverty, enhance gender equality, avail decent work opportunities for the youth, spur economic growth, and end hunger, amongst others. Some of the examples of these initiatives include, firstly, the PSFU, in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation, is implementing the Lead Firm Structure Project, which seeks to create 300,000 jobs, dignified jobs, 70% of which will be for women. By December 2024, I'm happy to report, as of March 2023, we have already created 96,000 jobs for young people, and 63% of these have been taken up by women. The MasterCard Foundation has committed over $41 million to this initiative. Secondly, we have partnered with the World Bank and the government of Uganda to implement the Skills Development Facility, which has skilled over 100,000 Ugandans, who in turn have skilled a further 800,000 Ugandans and created 1,600 direct jobs and far more indirect jobs. Thirdly, we have commenced with the implementation of the generating growth opportunities for women entrepreneurs. This project is called GROW. This is another initiative where we have partnered with the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development and the World Bank to empower women entrepreneurs. This is perhaps the largest and most comprehensive effort to support women's economic empowerment that the country has ever embarked upon. It focuses on access to finance through grant funding, skilling, training, and policy advocacy. The World Bank has committed a total of $217 million to this initiative, and we are excited to have this launched recently. Fourth, An upcoming and recently approved initiative is the Investment for Industrial Transformation and Employment, or INVITE, which is set to promote private sector investment and employment, particularly for poorer households that have been disproportionately affected by the COVID pandemic. The World Bank and Government of Uganda have committed a total of $200 million to this initiative to assist Ugandan enterprises. Our prayer is that all the partners in this meeting today continue to champion the private sector competitiveness. For this to happen, we still need to ensure that the current business environment challenges are unlocked by government through the extension of capacity building programs focusing on the African Continental Free Trade Area and provision of services to unlock the competitive of youth-led MSMEs. Finally, we at the Private Sector Foundation commit to continue organizing and mobilizing the private sector to contribute towards these key development milestones. We also continue to integrate the key SDGs in our work through the various programs that we implement. I thank you very much, and I thank you, Elsie, for giving me this time.
All right, I know I have to break my promise a bit. I thought we were wrapping up, but it looks like we would have to stretch it a bit because there's still some areas that we have to unpack. So bear with me. I crave your indulgence on this. Take a deep breath, everybody. If you feel you've been sitting for a while, you can stand up and sit again. Yeah? Yeah. Stretch your legs. Yeah, stretch. We were asked yesterday about our mama that, standing means living longer. So I've been trying to be on my feet all this time. All right. I didn't say you should go out. Please sit down. I didn't say you should go out. Please sit down. Thank you. We will wrap up. I think we are getting lunch ready. But I didn't want us to be here and talk big grammar and go and everybody says, okay, then what? So let me try to pin the panelists a bit more. And I know that the religious leaders want to give us some blessings. They have some questions for us. I was joking. So let me ask the Reverend Father to ask the question. And then I would there was a question from IRCU, as I understand. All right. As we bring the microphone to you, I'm very interested. I think when our brother asked from the NGO forums, he said, should we pay or should we not pay? Humphrey jumped. And others have been responding, no, we should pay. But he had a valid question, in many ways. And so I think the response from you, Enyimu, and certainly Raymond, that, let's pay. There are dynamics around it, but we need to invest debt. In other words, when we borrow the money, let's invest it properly so we can get returns on investment. So what lessons have we learned? How should we invest debt strategically? Because people worry. We borrow, we pay interest, and it's not used strategically sometimes. So what should we do to ring fence some of these things? Number two, it struck me, Raymond, when you said, hey, Ghana and Greece went to the market. Ghana borrowed 10 times. Greece, more than Greece borrowed. And so why? Are we being penalized as African countries? Is there something we should do differently? What is it? And that, I believe, holds true for other African countries. So why did Greece, get the loan cheaper than a developing country? Thirdly, and this is to you, Raymond, you talked about the fact that we have $500 billion stacked somewhere. And if only we can get part of this money back into our banks, the African Development Bank, the African Finance Corporation, the Afri-Exim Bank, and others, then we can be able to loan to our people in a much cheaper way. So in other words, let's be revolutionary. It can't be business as usual. So how do we start this process practically in the case of Uganda? How do we start some of these processes practically? Is the microphone there? So let's take the question, because when you're responding, you may also respond to the IRCU question.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Florence Nasanga Msoke, the chairperson, Interfaith Women of Uganda, and the IRCU. There is space for every leader to deliver what he's supposed to deliver. And with the Interfaith Women of Uganda and the IRCU, we have spaces. We have leaders from the national level up to the community. My question is, why is the space for Interreligious Council of Women? This goes to all our panelists. Because we are there. We are humble. We are humble servants to the community. Each one of us here belongs to a certain faith. And we have our spaces where we come and talk to them. But you have not used those spaces. In most cases, you invite us or you invite them to listen in. Some of them are shy. But if you find them in their spaces, they can give you real good information from the ground.
So what's the question?
The question is, why is the space for Interreligious Council of Uganda?
You want the space from the panelists or to everybody? The panelists, okay. All right, let's see.
Thank you.
Yeah. What's the space? In other words, how can we use religious organizations more strategically? I think that's the question he's trying to ask. But also maybe the question to you is, how do you take the space as well as IRCU? But let me pose those questions. The IRCU question, how we invest debt strategically. How can we make sure that we are not paying 10 times more than other countries are paying? And how do we recapitalize some of this funding that is stuck somewhere that we can be able to use? And partly that touches on the reforms in the international financial institutions, I believe. And then maybe finally for the youth, you talked about the fact that you just came inspired. Young people are millionaires. They shouldn't just be thinking, okay, how can we talk together? We are there. We have developed a database and a matrix and whatnot. How do we become millionaires? Big time. And I know there are a couple of few millionaires in Africa here, and that can rub on our youth here. How can we inspire young people differently than we are doing? Maybe that will be something to the panelists. And then I think we will try then, Right Honorable Kasule, we might want to just share as the minister in charge towards the end, share some reflections that's listening in to the conversation this morning and early afternoon. So maybe I think it's going to be to you first.
We are completing our question.
It's not done.
Yeah, it wasn't done.
Okay. Gender balance.
From the president of council, IRCU, Sheikh Ali Waiswa, who had to go for Juma prayers. He asked me to deliver these 3 questions. One is that how can this conversation reach the people we are talking about when it is in English and coded language? The second question is about the living wage. How come there is a disparity between the salaries and wages that are paid to people in this country? Even in the same department, take teachers who are teaching sciences and arts, there is such a disparity. How come there is such an equal salary structures? And what has government also planned to do to address this peanut butter salary scales to those who are doing so much, and in some cases, paying so much to those who are doing so little? And there is a third question about the prices, especially the commodity prices. We mentioned here about the maize and what are we prepared in this SDG to have some prices regulated so that the middleman or woman does not take it all while the producer is getting peanuts or almost nothing. They do so much and yet earn so little. And those who are adding value take it all. How are we planning to cater for those who are being left behind even while they are struggling, not to remain behind? And the last one was on the new slavery, that we send unskilled labor outside of the country and we get taxes out of it, as has been testified here, the remittances from the diaspora. How are we going to make sure that this very, very strong and energetic labor is put to good use in this country, and we go ahead and export the specialized labor that will earn more, instead of us sending those that are going to earn nearly nothing and yet suffer for their being out of their country. And this is related to the sword we talked about in the morning, nepotism.
Ah, okay. All right.
Nepotism and nationalism.
Okay.
Nationalism entails that you exclude others.
I think you've made the point.
Let me just underscore under Bubu. Bubu. When we come up and say, buy Uganda and do what? Build Uganda. Aren't we excluding the Rwandese, the Sudanese, the others? And if they lock us at the gate and they say, don't bring your milk, don't bring your maize, are we going to continue with that strategy in the African Union, Bubu or Rubu or whatever it is? Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. I think there's lots of questions coming from the IRCU. I'm not sure whether some of the questions are meant for the panelists, I have to say. When you ask questions around the salary structure, I don't think it's about the panelists to answer. Maybe some of those can be deferred directly to the ministers here, or maybe a separate conversation on some of the issues that you raise, issues around the export of labor. I wouldn't call it new slavery. I think that's perhaps too hard. But it's a debatable issue. It's a debatable issue. The question then is, you know, remittances is one thing, but what you do with the people once they don't have jobs now, what would you do? So, I mean, it's a debatable issue, and then perhaps some reflections on that. I don't have the answer. Can come as well from the panelists. And if it's too hot for you, leave it. That can be discussed in a safe space. And then, of course, the issues around the commodity prices and how I think should we regulate food, for example? I think Nigeria, for example, has been regulating or subsidizing their fuel for some time, and I think now with the removal of that, that is also causing a lot of conversations now. Should we regulate or not food prices? The economists are here, they will help us. So, two categories of questions, one that is specifically around the IRC questions, and more broadly, some of the questions I asked earlier on. I will not repeat it. I think that was meant for you, Raymond. Is there any question online again? I want to make sure that this is really inclusive. Is there a question online? If not, let me go back to the panelists. Is there any question burning? You were like, oh my God, she's forgetting me. Who is that person? Finally, yes, we take one from the floor, and then we close. Microphone to... Please.
Thank you, finally. I am Sejembe Martin, a district chairperson of Mpigi district. I'm going to be very brief. I'm leaving some of the questions, but straight to the Ministry of Finance and Bank of Uganda. Doing it from yesterday's discussion, localizing the SDGs, we as local government, we could ask, because we see we do develop our local development plans that feed into the national. But we are so squeezed that we do not have even an allowance of borrowing so that we could effect some of these development plans and strategies. To the Minister of Finance, could you give allowance to local government? Is it possible to give allowance to local government to engage in borrowing to finance the localization of SDGs to the locals? I think it would help, because...
Where would you be borrowing from?
We would be borrowing from the agencies and also...
Which agencies?
And the municipal bonds, because municipal bonds, there are so many strategies of raising funds to facilitate the budgets and plans of local governments.
Okay.
But it is all squeezed and capped up from the center. So we do ask for that allowance, and if possible, what is limiting us to engage with financial supports and also establishing those muscles as local governments? We've been talking here, we've been learning about the carbon bond trading. We've gotten so many forests depleted and deforested. One of the strategies, we could also develop a plan of reforestating and also facilitating debates in our local authorities. But at times, and so often, we get challenged of the financial ways of financing those good ideas.
So the question then is, maybe Honorable Lugolobi, you're also listening very well from the Ministry of Finance. Can the decentralized level be allowed to borrow themselves outside of the government caps? I think that's the question. I don't know. I think that's what he was trying to ask. And I have one question, which I think it's something that India has done, if I'm not mistaken. And I think we did as UNDP Uganda sort of some reflections on that. Is there a possibility, when you talked about reforestation, is there a possibility where there is the funding that goes to the local government can be weighted? In other words, if a local council planted more trees, the weighted average that they get in terms of if they were supposed to get 5% to the local government, they get 5.5% in terms of the money that goes to them because they've done good. Are there incentives that we can give, for example, in terms of funding that goes from the center? I don't know. This is wild thinking as well. But for now, his question is, can they borrow themselves? So let's go to the panel. Let's start with Mr. Nyimu. There were some questions for you from Ministry of Finance.
Thank you very much for the engaging questions and this response opportunity. Now, there's been a lot of discussion around the government's response on the whole issue of climate finance and whether we are being strategic and positioning ourselves for this space. I'm glad to inform you that the Minister of Finance has recently established a climate finance unit, and we have put in place the necessary competencies to be able to explore these opportunities, including issues around green finance. And of course, we are working with our sister entities in government, including the Ministry of Water, to this end. So time is not sufficient here for us to go into the details, but I think I would like to comfort you that there is advanced work in that direction, which we would be willing to engage with you on. The other issue that has been raised here is the whole issue of debt management. From our view, we are looking at three things. One is to make sure that our development priorities are correctly identified. We do proper diagnosis. We consultatively engage and also apply the necessary professional challenge to the priorities that make it to the national development plan. So that is the first level. And the local government, civil society, the media, the private sector all have an important role to play. Because once we commit at the level of a plan, then it means we are going to direct our financing to that plan. If what is in that plan is not up to the mark, we begin to lose it from there. So we want to ask you to take very seriously the whole NDP formulation process, even as we move to NDP 4. The second thing is the quality of project selection, project preparation, and then project execution. We have, over the last 5 or so years, successfully developed quite an elaborate public investment management system. And as you will notice from what is happening now, more and more of our projects are being studied. We are having a higher rate of project rejections at the level of the development committee, and the absorption capacity of our projects has gone up. About 5 years ago, we were doing around 38 to 40% absorption rate for the projects. Today, as we speak, for externally financed projects, we are up over 70%, and for GOU finance projects, we are in excess of 95% absorption rate. And that means that when money is borrowed, less of it sits idle because the projects are not ready. And so we want to continue with that. But also importantly, the post-investment phase. Once the project has delivered, whether it's a road, a dam, or a hospital facility, we are paying more and more attention to the issue of operation and maintenance. We are saying that it's not just enough to acquire new assets. The registration and management of these assets to make sure that they have a longer lifespan is very key. And we have reforms, including in the chart of accounts. We are now having a national asset register, and we are putting more money into road maintenance as well as maintenance of the other assets. There are a couple of questions from the Inter-Religious Council, which I think we need to harmonize. How does a dialogue like this reach the masses? One, Uganda is a very democratic country, as you know. You have representation at the level of parliament. And we expect that when we engage with the representatives of this populace, they are able to bring the voices of the people to bear. That is one avenue. Number two, as part of our liberalization policy, we have a liberalized media, one of very high ranking in terms of really media freedoms in the region. And so we have over 260 FM stations, different languages, and I believe the media is here as the fourth estate. So we expect that what's happening here will reach the masses. And finally, we have very strong partnerships with civil society, including the faith-based organizations. And your presence here is testament to that. And I think that is very welcome. And we have also recognized one of the pillars on PDM is actually a mindset change. So we expect to work with these community institutions, whether they are churches, mosques, to communicate the vision of the country around socioeconomic change and the role of households and families in that process. You commented on the issue of commodity prices. Uganda, by the way, stands very high in terms of its macroeconomic management. We are one of the few countries really on the, not just the region, but even globally, that have rapidly arrested and reversed the inflationary trend that the world is struggling currently. And as you heard from the budget speech, prices of essential items, some of them are still high, but they are rapidly coming down. And so that should be something we recognize and celebrate. The central bank and the ministry are coordinating fiscal and monetary policy well. But let me comment on something. We talked about the capital markets. One of the things we are doing through the Uganda Securities Exchange is we are piloting the revival of the Uganda Commodities Exchange. The idea here is really to cut off the middlemen that may be taking a very large segment of the gains in commodity trade. And so once that pilot is out of the way, we expect that with the formation of a commodities exchange, an organization of producers, whether these are through cooperatives, and of course that's why we are pumping money into the parish development model, to allow for farmer organization and engagement capacity to develop way down at the last mile, to engage with the market, to be able to catch a good price. So I will leave it really at that in terms of the questions I thought were relevant to the ministry. Thank you.
All right, no, thank you very much, Joseph, for those reflections. I can see the energy is going down, so we'll try to close very soon. Is there any other reflections before I come to Raymond as the last from the panelists on some of the questions that were asked? Okay. If not, let's take Raymond in terms of the response. And if we haven't responded to everything, we'll have a chance to hear from the Right Honorable Kasule later on and see whether she can also expand on some of the questions that were asked. Yes. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I have one question I want to answer personally in my personal capacity, and that's to the question that the lady from the Religious Council asked. what's the space for women in the religious council? I think African women have always been the backbone of this continent, feeding the families, raising the children, doing business, and setting ethical standards. When it comes to public financial management, we'll hear about all the great institutions we have, all the great initiatives, but we still see that a lot of work needs to be done in terms of ensuring that these resources are ethically managed. I think Ugandan women in and out of the religious council could play a critical role in helping restore these ethical standards, because they understand that money lost because of one reason or the other is money that's not going into investing into the next generation. It's an existential issue for Ugandan society. And so I think that once more, Ugandan women, you ask the question, where is the space? I think as an outsider looking in, I think that's a space you can not just occupy, but you could also control in setting the ethical standards. Let me speak a little bit about the issue of recapitalizing the banks. As I said, African financial institutions have reserves in banks that are in Asia, Europe, and North America to the tune of $500 billion. You might wonder, how did the money get there?
Exactly.
Okay. We are required, African banks and prudential institutions are required by law, and in some countries enshrined in the Constitution, to only invest reserves in AAA rated agencies. That's a challenge. It is good financial sense, but the problem is that when you look at Africa's own regional banks, Afrexim Bank is BB rated. I think Trade and Development Bank is BBB+. That's not because their fundamentals are necessarily bad. It's because their portfolio is made up of African countries that are themselves rated badly. So one way to change the ratings is to clean up the portfolio, which is not necessarily possible overnight, but also to increase the capital base. So what is going to take for African countries to repatriate some of these resources? In some countries, it's going to require an act of parliament to give an exemption. And I think it's important for African countries to consider this, because the options are limited. And this is an emergency. It really is. And so if we could think through it, and we're not saying withdraw all, bring all the deposits back, but a small percentage can come back, say 10%. It doesn't come back to spend on anything, it goes to make African banks stronger. Once you have made those banks stronger, then when African countries need money for infrastructure, for technology, for energy, rather than going and paying 10 times more with a Eurobond, they can go and get it for 2 or 3 times the cost with the regional development banks. And so that's how it got there and what we need to do to address that particular issue. On climate financing, once more, yes, a number of African countries have organized climate agencies in government, and they are paying really good attention to it. But the reality is that this is a very complex issue. As the resident representative rightly pointed out, if you go to the COP meetings on climate, countries go with accountants actuaries, lawyers, etc., to discuss this issue. So if we think that we could have a unit in a ministry and therefore we're doing well, we're deluding ourselves, because when we go in the global commons, we get overrun by this avalanche of smarts and this persistence from the other side. Right now, world leaders are meeting in Paris to discuss issues like this. There's something called the Bridgetown Initiative. I'll encourage you to Google it. It's a way to think about how do we get the money that African countries and other low-income regions need to address this climate emergency and development emergencies enshrined in the SDGs. And this will be the third or fourth time in the last 5 years that African countries are meeting. African countries are promised, and African countries don't get what is promised. Going back to, I think it was 2016 in Paris with the Macron conference, you looked at the SDG allocation and rechanneling. You looked at the SDG stimulus. All of these things are really well-intentioned, but they're either happening really, really slowly, or Africa is receiving bits and bits and bits. Africa needs a shot in the arm. Africa needs something big. And to go big, I think ideas like recapitalizing banks, ideas like looking at how you leverage regional synergies. Maybe one or two countries alone may not be able to do a particular deal, but if it's approached like sub-regionally or regionally, it becomes cheaper. And so these are some of the things that we really need to consider. And if the one thing that I would encourage you not to do is to rest on your laurels and go business as usual. I really, really would encourage you to have one eye on the future and think about radical innovation that will be game-changing for the SDGs in Uganda. Thank you.
Wow. Well, thank you, panelists. This has been amazing. I had never thought about it, that we have a lot of money, but it's not with us. We have to send money somewhere because it has to be A, credit ratings, places that we can send, and yet we have to borrow elsewhere 10 times more. So I'm glad that you're bringing some of these conversations out, Raymond, because really we have to be radical. I think we have to be radical, and I'm just looking at Right Honorable Kasule and Susan, that we need to have a deeper conversation around this finance as a follow-up to this. Okay, now we're about to finally close. I understand there's a young lady who wants to recite a poem. Is it still there? Let her, she's coming to recite a poem, so just chill a bit. She recites the poem because I want to factor the creative industry in my wrap-up. And then we would hand over to the Right Honorable Kasule to close.
All protocol observed. My name is Talema Elisha. I am the farm engineer of Gero Farm. I'm in Chisui Mapera Senior Secondary School, and I'm 14 years old. I'm going to briefly talk about Gero Farm. Gero Farm is an urban and one-stop center with an overall objective of empowering the youth and women to develop their skills in agriculture. And Gero Farm also uses agroecology principles in an urban setting and follows the major 3 farming models, as namely the family farming model, where the family members are participating in the farming activities the way you see me. At home, I'm the firstborn, and I'm the farm engineer in charge of the farm designs and planning. The second farming model is the half-an-acre farming model, since Gero Farm is sitting on half an acre, which is trying to show people that Even though you have small land, you can utilize that land and you'll still get what to eat. The last one is the backyard farming model, where we do backyard designs to promote smart farming since we're in an urban center. And also to show the same, to show people that you can utilize your land even though you're renting. You can still make a portable garden, like a hanging garden, which you can take and bring also. As I conclude, I would like to say, as Farm, we are committed to feeding the world and changing lives. And as you see us here, we're going to present to you a poem and a song that concerns agriculture. So please enjoy. Agriculture, my culture. Agriculture, agriculture, agriculture. Horticulture, floriculture, and apiculture. Agroforestry, fish farming, ranching, all in agriculture. Livestock and plantational farming for economic growth. Oh, agriculture, my culture.
Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden in agriculture, and God blessed Abraham with great numbers of livestock. What of Abel, who sacrificed the fattening lamb? With Isaac and Jacob I can't mention. Look at Joseph, saved nations out of famine, made Egypt powerfully rich, all through agriculture. Oh, agriculture, my culture. Thank you.
Now, please enjoy as we present to you the agriculture song.
Agriculture is a backbone, the backbone of Uganda and Africa, the mother of the world. We thank you, Lord, for the soils and the climate we have. The pearl of Africa, Uganda, your place. Agriculture is a backbone, the backbone of Uganda and Africa, the mother of the world.
Thank you.
Oh, please give it up for the stew.
I think there are two things that I observed, and I think which African countries must pay attention to, of the creative industry. They were singing, and we have such power when it comes to some of these things. As you know, Nigeria rebased its own currency and its own GDP as a result of the creative industry. The Nollywood is giving a lot of money to Nigeria, and I think some of these spaces beyond music and others, we need to start reflecting on the culture and the creative industry for our people. But importantly, the message is, I think, goes beyond agriculture, that this country has everything it takes to prosper, and therefore we need to do something about it. So in closing, and before I say thank you to the panelists, and I think we should take a picture with them as well, as Right Honorable Kasule comes to join the panelists, also to take a picture. Let me try to recap what we have been doing today. What we have been doing today is to really focus on financing frameworks that will push forward regional cooperation and accelerate delivery for the Sustainable Development Goals and for the Vision 2040 and for the 2063 agenda. If you're on your phone and you're not tweeting, be with me. If you forget everything, just at least stay with the summary as we live here. Why is it important? And I think Richard set the context a bit in the morning around the financing for development agenda, all the way from Addis Ababa to Paris to Accra, the need to finance development of countries. And why is it even important now? And we stated a number of reasons in the morning. We are the midterm of the NDP3. It's mixed results at 17%. There are a number of reasons for that, but issues also around financing, not only more, but also optimizing the use of the existing becomes important. We also talked about the fact that it is important now, financing, because the Secretary General has called on leaders, political leaders, that we need to rescue the SDGs, and therefore he proposes a 500 billion stimulus plan that will take us forward, and I'll not break that. You need to read about that. But we also talked about the fact that in crisis, uncertainties, climate, COVID, war, we have challenges, but we also have opportunities to turn things around. How do we use, for example, trade to finance our development? These are things that are important, the opportunities amidst challenges. We also talked about why it's important because of the shifts we are seeing. Overseas development assistance is increasing, but it's shifting away from Africa. People are taking their money elsewhere. In fact, I don't know whether I'm politically correct or incorrect to say that, but one of our own donors, traditional donors, told us, our money is going to Ukraine, not Africa. So that's the reality. And therefore, how do we think differently? And some of the bold ideas that Raymond talked about. And finally, we do have a public investment financing strategy that was launched by the Ministry of Finance not too long ago. How do we take some of these forward? And to help us with the conversation, we had some brilliant ideas from Dr. Raymond Gilpin, who has flown all the way from New York to support us here, share some thinking around credit ratings, share some thinking around a number of things, how to go about our domestic resources, many, many more. I will not repeat that because I recapped that in the summary. But we also had very wonderful panelists from the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Trade, private sector, IFC, as well as the Uganda Central Bank. And then we did have some rejoinders on the floor from the youth as well as the private sector foundation. So what are we taking forward? What are we taking forward? Let me draw some inspiration from the panelists. A few things that have come out. Radical innovations, and that's something that has come out very strongly. We need to be deliberate and purposeful. It can't be business as usual. We come back again a year after now, and we're still talking the same thing. Let's do something different, business unusual. What is the end goal for us? Why are we here in this conference? 2 days. Welfare of our people, well-being of our people. Let's keep that in mind. And the end goal is the people, is the planet, is our prosperity, our peace and partnerships. And finally, in terms of inspiration, we've also been told that we must think big. So what are we taking home? And we must think a lot of things. We just have to unpack a few of them that we take home. Other macro levels, still the need for sound financial management, discipline, the usual things that we do. We should do more of such. And we want to applaud the government of Uganda for some of these things. I mean, I come from Ghana myself, and I think the inflation is going fast. And my mother, who is here with me, tells me, ish, when I go back to Accra, things are going to be difficult. Things are better here when it comes to the inflation. So really, we must applaud the government for this. Market-based mechanisms, carbon trading, risk financing, some of these things have come out. The need for us to buy down risk, even at the regional level, insurance has come out. Thirdly, we've had things around trade. Again, private sector, I hope you're listening in partnership with government. It is not possible that we are only trading 16.6% amongst ourselves. I mean, Nigeria alone has 222 million people. So if you have even a small percentage of that market, it's huge. So we need to go around the barriers and try to invest. And there's a lot that is already happening. We must build upon that. Diaspora bonds, green bonds, SDG bonds. Let's explore them. Some of these things are happening. And then issues around digitalization. The markets and commerce is going to be online. How do we broaden the tax base, for example, through digital processes? When I buy on Instagram, who is charging the person I bought from? How are we documenting some of these things, and so that we can get money to the last mile? The youth, being radical in that space, and some of the big ticket items around credit ratings, diaspora, warehouse receipts, retirement funds, and I can go on and on and on. So I just wanted to say, it's been an exciting morning and afternoon. I think I've stood on my toes now for, 3 hours, trying to keep the conversation going. So please clap for me as well. I'm just joking. But I wanted to thank sincerely all our panelists. And I wanted to thank Mr. Zake. I wanted to thank Raymond, Mr. Ndorere. I wanted to thank Mr. Inyumu. And I wanted to thank, let me not forget the last name. Just trying now to go into my notes. Mr. Luanje, yes, Mr. Luanje. And so really, panelists, thank you very much. Now, I think we must take a picture with the Right Honorable here so that the gender balance looks good. Otherwise, it will be terrible with 5 men. So really, thank you very much. A round of applause to the panelists. And to thank especially Raymond, who flew down for this event. And to thank you all, great audience here and online for the conversation. So please, over to you, Right Honorable, but let's take a picture with the panelists before we go. After.
Can we clap to my sister Elsie for sharing with us in depth what she has been able to pick here, but of course based on what she already knows. Can we give her another round? Can we also thank Dr. Raymond Gilpin for sharing with us, but also most importantly, letting us as Africans, as African countries, to know what we've been contributing to the development of the lenders at our own expense, yet doing it unknowingly. Can we clap for him? It's a lot of money. The figure he mentioned is big, but that also calls for us to have this discussion, especially under African peer review mechanisms, African Union, which is the focal minister is Honorable Amos Lugolobi, who is even here with us. So let me recognize Honorable Judith Nabakoba, the Minister for Lands, Housing and Urban Development. She has been with us the whole morning. And also recognize Honorable Amos Lugolobi, the Minister of State in Finance in Charge Planning. Welcome, and I recognize everybody. I want to thank you, panelists. Thank you so much. Though in the beginning, I saw the moderator was a bit tough to them, and in their response, you would really see like the lady was intimidating them, but after they caught up and they started unleashing and giving us good information. So once again, let's clap for them. Yes, they said I come to wrap up, but I'm a teacher by profession. I know from 10 o'clock up to 1 o'clock, we've listened the capacity is beyond us as human beings. So all that I want to say is that whatever we are doing as government, the Agricultural Credit Facility under Bank of Uganda, the mayor of Lira was able to bring it out. And you said you have held regional meetings, sensitization meetings. They've not been enough. That's the feedback they gave us in the zonal meetings, regional meetings, and here they have re-echoed it here. What you went out to sensitize is not helping us access the intended person. The people who are benefiting are few, yet the problem is big. Can we make the two meet so that we benefit? Because somebody takes a year processing alone under that. But what are you doing as Bank of Uganda to help these people quicken the process by letting them do what they are supposed to do, by letting them know what they are supposed to do? Let me give an example. Under Ministry of Finance, we have the UDB. They were lending only the manufacturers and those in tourism. They now had to look at the ordinary person. How do they help the ordinary person to come up? So if farmers are organized in cooperatives, they lend money now to farmers. They've gone beyond what we knew. If there is a team, either a cooperative or a company, for inclusivity for the youth and the women, even if it's a company, 40% of the shares owned by women, 40% owned by youth, they take on those projects to the extent that if you are working in an area, you are working from a certain space, but you don't own that space legally, say you don't have a land title, they even help you process that land title so that you feel more comfortable in your business. Confidence building. They've gone that mile. Can we also do that for the rest of the programs we have as government to bring the ordinary person on board? We should not, like you have said it here in this session, too much English, too much English. Can we simplify these things for the ordinary person? Because the intentions of these programs are to uplift these people. Minister of Finance, Minister of Trade, the minister is here. They've asked a question here. You've answered and given no answer. Let's admit we have a challenge. When it comes to the farmer and the middleman, we need to go and review our policy. Because the middleman is getting a lot cheating the farmer. But how do we defend the farmer? Now that we're in parish development model, even if it meant even making amendments to certain laws, readjusting or informing or forming new policies, let's do it. But we need to defend the farmer. And the beauty of it is that we have the technical people and the political people here in charge. Please, the quicker, the better. Because that's when we'll also be able to benefit from the parish development model. So when we talk about the issue of the climate change and the credit issues, this we can't exhaust here. I think what we do, my colleagues, fellow ministers who are here, and those from, we also have people from the Ministry of Water here, Ministry of Water and Environment. I think let's have this discussion. Let's have in-depth discussion, call on the stakeholders, and then we see how we can tap on in this. Yes, we are destroying our forests at 12%, but we also have a weakness as government. We've not factored in the forests that have been planted by people. Ugandans have really have planted forests, but we only have data to do with the natural forests from our grandparents, but we have not really captured the efforts we are putting in as individuals or as institutions at the different levels. So we also need to get that data because it's also important. When it comes to issues, the youth who was here, Musinguzi, I want to say this because you are still in a training session, still training age. When you are given a platform like this one, come and articulate your 1-4 issues on behalf of the youth so that the different stakeholders pick them up. Meeting the president is one, but a small portion of what we require to do. So whatever you discuss with the president has to be implemented by the same ministries who are here, and the agencies and partners who can come up and support us where they can and where we need support. So in my own view, we may have to request you to sit with your team, and we will give you 3 minutes this afternoon, articulate these issues. You've not used the time properly. And this is a platform that we cannot easily get, to have all these stakeholders here. Tell us, what is it? The different programs, where is the problem? If it's the parish development model, you gave us the 30%, it's not enough, we need more. We carry it back to cabinet. If it is to do with the UDB, yes, we are talking of the 40% for companies and cooperatives, where the majority, the youth take the 40%. Tell us that yes, yes, it is there, but this information has not trickled down to the people, and we don't have resources to go down to the people. Ministry of Finance will facilitate you to go and pass over this information to the youth. UNDP will gladly come in to help on that. Now, can you pick out what you require as youth, where we have shortages in our existing programs, and what you think can be done that is not within our programs or projects yet, so that you help us accelerate the implementation of SDGs. When we talk of sustainability, you carry the biggest component, space, and that's why we gave you this. So please maximize, use the break when we come back for after lunch, and after the next session, you'll be given 3 minutes so that you come and articulate these issues. And even if it's not written, after here you're going to write it. Because you should also establish it in the media for people to know that you are working for them. Now I've become a politician to tell you how you can. So I want to really stop here and say let's go to the next one. But Mr. Enyimu, representing the PSST, when you talk of our absorption is 70% when it comes to externally financed projects, we are doing badly. I would want to challenge you to see that, because when we look at the performance of quite a number of our loans, it's so poor, and they've eaten up the shrinking fiscal space. How do we improve on this shrinking fiscal space when it's about many issues, but most importantly, the poorly performing loans? I want to say, allow us to take a photograph and we go for lunch, because I know very few are still listening to me. Issues that have been brought up by the Interreligious Council, these are issues we can even come and have a discussion in your office, because it requires also detailed answers. So, not that we don't have the answers, but we must go for lunch. The sugar levels are very low. The young ones may not mind, because for them the agility is still on, but for those of us who are in my category, we know what it means. Those people who don't know yet will also know with the time. It's a matter of time. Thank you so much. Can we clap for ourselves? So we now pause for a photograph. I'm lucky that I'm going to smile, but MC, come and take over.
Okay. Yes, Honorable Amos Lugolobi, Honorable Judith Nawakova, and Susan RC, please. I request that you join in this picture. And immediately after this, I hope we have our coupons, our lunch coupons. We're having lunch in Victoria Ballroom, where we actually had Interreligious Council. How could I have PSFU? Uganda is private sector led. We have always said that. If I need to step aside, I will have to, lest I am put in the crop zone. Yeah. And let's just push to that side. Maybe we need to push that side a little bit more, RC, to, yes. So you don't get in the crop zone. We're avoiding you being behind this podium here, so you could just cross to the other side. Okay, so Victoria Ballroom it will be for our lunch as we move out here. We should be back here by 2:30. So we'll use just an hour for our lunch. Yesterday we used about 40, so I know we can still be able to catch up on time. So we have one more panel in the afternoon, and thereafter we'll be having a closing ceremony. But thank you so much, and another bigger round of applause for our session moderator, Elsie. She was energetic. I was asking myself where all that energy was coming from after standing for all those hours. But let's join lunch in Victoria Ballroom, the very place we had lunch yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'll stand on the protocol that was observed earlier on and welcome you back from lunch. We are in the last lap of our two-day conference, which is about sustainable development goals. And for they that joined us, I saw Lady Justice Catherine Bamgemedede joining us, and we'll be hearing from the judiciary. And if you look at your sustainable development goals, if we could pay attention to goal number 16, it's about peace, justice, and strong institutions. And we'll be receiving a statement on the judiciary's role in the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. But just shortly before she comes, I have 2 minutes to spare for a statement from the children who earlier on did not have that, and I'm going to request Naomi Safi to come through because like we discussed yesterday and in the morning, the demographics of Uganda clearly state what our population looks like, and a greater percentage of those is in the non-working class, or we could call them the dependent society. And we are saying, and with the Sustainable Development Goals, we leave no one behind. And that is why the youth and children as well have to be engaged in every aspect. They have a statement for us, and we need to listen carefully to their voice and what they expect should be coming out of this conversation. Naomi and your friend, please come and speak to us. Let's welcome them with a round of applause.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Namlondo Rita, a P7 pupil from Wakiso district. And a head girl of the school has a peer educator. We are here to represent a statement from children, and my colleague is going to represent the following. Thank you very much.
Once again, good afternoon to you all and welcome back from lunch. I don't know whether you all enjoyed it the way I did, but for me, I can't express it. My name is Wait Sandra, a P7 pupil from Wakiso district, and also the speaker of children's rights and a peer educator supported by Save the Children. I'm here to talk to you about something dear to our hearts as children of Uganda, and that is the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. As you may know, the SDGs are a set of 17 international goals set to end poverty, promote quality education, protect the planet, and ensure that all people, including children, live in peace and be successful by year 2030. Today, I would like to focus on how SDGs are being implemented in Uganda. As it stands, Uganda is making good progress on achieving of the several SDGs, such as SDG 4, which talks about promoting quality education. I would like to thank the government of Uganda for promoting UPE and USE schools, which has given children an opportunity to go to school. The government has also given an opportunity for both boys and girls in leadership. Back in those days ago, I believe that girls or maybe were not allowed to participate in such things. But for example, I myself am in a UPE school. I am chosen as the Speaker of the Children's Rights Council, all because of the UPE. We now have both rights and equal to the one that the boys has, and that is because of the UPE, the government support. I would also like to talk about SDG 6, which talks about access to clean water and sanitation. As a representative of children of Uganda, we appreciate the government for ensuring rural areas access water through boreholes, wells, and running water. The government has also provided toilet stances in government schools, which has been able to promote personal hygiene immensely in the government schools. However, there is still much work to be done. Under SDG 4, I would like to call upon the government of Uganda to increase to education through construction of libraries in school and providing books in libraries now that the curriculum has changed. Things are not the same way as they were before. We as children of Uganda, the new generation, the next leaders of this country, we need bigger libraries at school such that education will be promoted at school so that the children of the UPE school will also be able to compete with those in private school. It is believed that only private school can pass, but I myself am from a government school. I'm doing better. So we need the government to provide us with big and large libraries such that we will be able to make research now that the curriculum has changed, so that good education will be promoted also in the UPE school. And under the SDG 6, I would call upon the government to provide hand washing facilities in schools, enough toilet tanks for both the boys and girls. We have them, yes, I agree, but they are limited. And when it comes to personal hygiene, we don't need those limited things. Rather, we need them to be in extreme level that they will be able everywhere so that personal hygiene will be promoted among the children in UPE schools. And I would also like to call upon the government to provide for us changing rooms for girls and female teachers at school, especially when it comes to during menstruation period. The girls need privacy and so does the teachers. And when we don't have that room, we don't have that privacy. So I would like to call upon the government to provide for us also the changing room for the girls and female teachers at school.
Thank you very much, Sandra. A big round of applause. Sandra is from Sanga Primary School, and Rita, who spoke earlier, is from St. Charles, Wanga. Are they asking for too much? They're not. Are they asking for too much? Are these things that can be implemented? I love that very spirit. So Rita and Sandra, everyone here agrees that you're not asking for too much and that is something that can be implemented. And I know that Honorable Justine Kasule Lumumba, while she's speaking to us later, these are some of the things that she will be speaking to and will actually also be able to address those. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said before our panel, we'll have a communication from the sector that deals particularly with SDG number 16. Not only that, but also so many other sustainable development goals. But we know that justice is at the core of human rights. If we are to live sustainably, develop sustainably, but also talk about enjoying our freedom as human beings. And I do not want to waste any more time. We'll be looking at the reflection and statement on the role of the judiciary in the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. And allow me, ladies and gentlemen, invite Lady Justice Catherine Bamgemerere, her Lordship, to come and speak to us. A big round of applause, or I will take it personal and we could sue you for not clapping, and yet we are from lunchtime. Huh? All right, let's welcome her.
Can we give another round of applause? After listening to her, I know we have a future. We have bright stars coming. I don't know whether any of you would have done what she did, would have spoken as eloquently as she did at her age. She's amazing, and the other one was before her. Bless you. I'm here this afternoon to speak about the role of the judiciary in the implementation of sustainable development goals. This is a keynote address by the Honorable Chief Justice, so it's not me. I'm only speaking on behalf of the Honorable Chief Justice of Uganda. So my shoes are quite big. So let me go straight into the paper, and I do hope that I send a message across. The Honorable Minister of General Duties, Honorable Kasule Lumumba, the Honorable Minister of State for Finance, Honorable Lugolobi, Honorable Members of Parliament and past members of Parliament here present, the Chairperson of the National Planning Authority, the heads of ministries, departments and agencies, representatives of the private sector, representatives of civil society organizations, representatives of academia, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to thank the organizers for considering the judiciary as a key stakeholder in the implementation of sustainable development goals in Uganda. The review on the implementation of SDGs is a good practice because it allows the sharing of experiences as well as sharing of limitations to the implementation of the SDGs. We are therefore glad to be part of this conference. SDGs, and specifically Goal 16, calls upon the judiciary to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. Interventions to achieve SDG 16 also significantly contribute to the achievement of other SDGs on gender equality, decent work and economic development, climate action, water and sanitation, accountability and transparency, partnerships, and institutional strengthening, among others. The Administration of Justice Program under the National Development Plan, the NDP-3, has provided a framework to plan for the implementation of the SDGs. The program brings together institutions in the justice chain. The judiciary's role in the implementation of sustainable goals is as follows. 1, promotion of rule of law and ensuring equitable access to justice. The judiciary, being the custodian of justice in Uganda, as mandated by the Constitution, is focused towards the elimination of barriers that hinder access to justice by ensuring proximity to courts, simplifying court procedures for court users, eliminating barriers to access of judicial services faced by different categories of people, including people with disabilities, children, women, and other marginalized groups. This has been achieved by improving physical and functional access to judicial services. The judiciary of Uganda has 429 gazetted courts, 251 of which are operational. In a move to improve access to justice, the judiciary has decentralized and increased coverage of courts across the country. There are currently 7 high court divisions, 20 High Court circuits, 82 Chief Magistrate courts, and 140 Grade 1 courts that are operational. The judiciary has focused its efforts to operationalizing courts in hard-to-reach areas such as islands and remote areas. For the first time, Karamoja has a high court sitting in Moroto. And there is, yes, if you've been to Karamoja, you know that's a hard-to-reach area. And there is a magistrate's court in Buvuma Island. It is headed by a magistrate of the first grade. We call them Grade 1 magistrates. Currently, the coverage of courts across the country is at 70%. And the plan is to increase this coverage to 80% by financial year 2024-2025. The judiciary plans to establish regional courts of appeal in Marara and Gulu, and to operationalize Grade 1 magistrate courts at every constituency, and to have a chief magistrate at every district. Other access to interventions that have been implemented include rehabilitation of courts to cater for litigants with special needs, promotion of mobile courts in refugee camps and hosting districts. So far, criminal mobile court sessions are being held in the refugee settlement camps of Changwali, Ramanja, Bidi, Imvepi, Kiriandongo, Nakivale Rhino Camp, Omugo, Alere, and Chakatu. Automation of court processes. As part of building effective and efficient delivery of justice, several automation interventions have been undertaken. The judiciary has rolled out the Electronic Court Case Management Information System, the ICMIS, a fully featured system that automates and tracks all aspects of a case file from initial filing through disposition and appeals to each individual party for any case type. The judiciary started implementing ICMIS in March 2022 in 8 courts, and plans are underway to roll out ICMIS to more courts across the country. Promotion of remote online adjudication of cases. The judiciary has exploited processes for remote online adjudication of cases from COVID-19 lessons. Video conferencing technologies, facilities have been installed in courts, and this allows prisoners and witnesses to attend courts without physically being present in the courtroom. Promotion of alternative dispute resolution. The judiciary has continued to implement interventions that enhance quick resolution of disputes to ensure timely delivery of justice. ADR mechanisms such as court-annexed mediation, plea bargaining, and small claims procedures are good alternatives to the prolonged litigation process. For example, on average in a year, 2,500 cases are mediated. 1,500 cases are completed through plea bargaining. In financial year 2021-22, small claims procedure unlocked a total value of Uganda shillings 14 billion that was reinvested back into the economy. Management of special category of cases. Sexual and gender-based violence cases. The COVID-19 pandemic brought in high numbers of SGBV cases to be handled, such as rape, defilement, murder, unnatural offenses, indecent assault, domestic violence, child neglect, among others. The judiciary intensified holding of sexual and gender-based violence, special criminal sections in areas with high rates of SGBV, for example, in Tororo, Kamwenge, Kamuli, Kayunga, Kader, Mbarara, and Nebi. The judiciary continues to implement other mechanisms such as child-friendly procedures, community service, day-to-day hearing of criminal cases in the High Court, which have promoted access to justice for all. Utilities, wildlife, and climate change-related cases. In order to further align to and strengthen SDG implementation in areas of climate change, conservation of natural resources, wildlife, and utilities, the judiciary in 2017 launched a specialized court to deal with prosecution of offenders involved in stealing of utilities like power lines, water vandalism, dealing in fake goods, killing of and mining of wildlife, among others. On average, 200 cases are handled in a year. International crimes. The International Crimes Division of the High Court was set up as a specialized court to handle international crimes such as terrorism and related offenses, human trafficking, and cases under the Rome Statute. Commercial and land cases. The judiciary plays a crucial role in economic development through the management of commercial disputes to unlock capital for investment and also disputes over factors of production such as land. Creation of awareness and promotion of advocacy. The judiciary has a 24/7 operational call center. Its toll-free number 0800 111 900. Toll-free number 0800 111 900. The judiciary also has a client charter, a customer care service at the courts. Through several awareness interventions such as radio, talk shows, holding court open days, in collaboration with other justice actors such as the prisons, the police, the ODPP, which is the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and other non-state actors. Court users and communities have been empowered with information and knowledge on how to access judicial services. Capacity and skills development to address emerging justice needs at all court levels. The judiciary builds the capacity of its judicial officers to equip them with emerging developments in national, regional, and international law, including in conventions in all other relevant legal and human rights aspects. To date, a series of trainings have been conducted in areas of training in urban refugee rights and protection, human rights and land rights, rights of minorities and indigenous persons of Uganda, management of SGBV cases, administration of juvenile justice, management of wildlife crime, climate justice, cyber crime, new procurement laws, and recent developments in revenue law. Reform of laws and procedure to strengthen administration of justice. In order to eliminate non-discriminatory laws and procedures in service delivery, demystify justice centers, and make courts more accessible, judiciary has enacted a number of rules to streamline court procedures and processes. By June 2022, the following rules were successfully gazetted and are now operational. They include the Judicature Legal Representation at the Expense of the State Rules 2022, the Constitution Bail Guidelines for the Courts of Judicature Practice Direction 2022. The new reforms currently being worked on include the Magistrates Courts Magisterial Areas and Magistrates Courts Instrument 2023 that seeks to expand the coverage of magisterial areas and to further bring services closer to the people. The Constitution Establishment of Environment, Climate Change, Wildlife and Infrastructure Division Practice Direction 2023 to strengthen adjudication of utilities, wildlife and climate-related cases. Promotion of accountability and transparency. The Judiciary Administration established the Anti-Corruption Division of the High Court as a specialized division to adjudicate corruption and corruption-related offenses. Partnerships and collaborations for sustainable development. In broadening and strengthening and deepening the participation of the judiciary in global governance, the judiciary has had several partnerships with development partners such as the European Union, UN Women, UNDP, World Bank, UNFPA, UNODC, IDLO, which is IDLO, UNICEF, Australia Development Corporation. In addition, the judiciary has membership with the South African Chief Justices Forum, the World Conference of Constitutional Justice, the Commonwealth Association of Women, the Commonwealth Association of Judges and Magistrates, the International Association of Women Judges, the International Association of Women Judges Africa Region, and the East Africa Magistrates and Judges Association. Limitation to the implementation of SDGs. There are several limitations, and the key ones are a limitation in the legal framework, such as lack of a witness protection law. Witnesses are afraid of testifying for fear of reprisal from the accused or their community members. This, in turn, hinders access to justice. It hinders fair trial and accountability for human rights violations and leads to impunity. Transnational organized crime is posing a significant threat to human security both in Uganda and beyond Uganda. In addition, we are not well equipped to tackle the complexities of cross-border crime. To effectively meet this challenge, cooperation between countries of transit, origin, and destination throughout the region is vital. The cultural setting is, in a way, one that makes cases against children and other SGBV go unreported, limiting access to justice for the vulnerable. Children's justice has been affected by the inadequate number of remand homes in the country, and Uganda has only 4 remand homes, which limits the provision of juvenile justice. The slow acceptance of e-justice, especially by private lawyers. The rollout of ICMIS has faced resistance from advocates, and that has limited its use. These are our recommendations. Implementation of SDGs requires a 360-degree approach. There is therefore need to, 1, strengthen stakeholder engagements and partnerships in implementing SDGs. Need for mapping and concerted effort to support a administration of justice chain, the new programmatic approach. 3, expand remand homes coverage across the country for better handling of juvenile cases and diversion of juveniles from traditional detention centers. 4, increase impactful partnerships with non-state actors and development partners to create awareness on GBV cases. And Roman 5, the judiciary requires support to strengthen the International Crimes Division due to the nature and complexity of the cases handled. And Roman 6, the judiciary requires support to establish a specialized High Court division to deal with the increasing number of climate change and environmental related cases. As I conclude, I wish to remind us and note that a just society is a prerequisite for attainment of all the SDGs through attraction and strengthening of global partnerships for sustainable development, creation of opportunities for investment in industries, agriculture, education, health, and other social services. Hence, creation of jobs, reduction of poverty, and improvement of quality of life, and a prosperous nation. For God and my country. Chief Justice Alphonse Chiganyoy Owinyidolo.
Ladies and gentlemen, a bigger round of applause to our Chief Justice. Yes, we have a Chief Justice in the House in that capacity, of course, represented by Her Lordship, Catherine Bamgemerere. I don't know if many of you were as perplexed as I was, especially when she talked about the resistance of the electronic case management system by the advocates themselves. And yet, in the last Sustainable Development Goals Conference, when the Chief Justice spoke about it, he said actually this was one of the reasons they were seeking to do this, is to be able to track these cases when they enter into the system, when they get out, to be able to fight case backlog, and that they can be able to ask, why is this case not taking a short time to progress, but also to limit the interaction of humans, between advocates and the persons, to be able to fight corruption. But when it's the same advocates who are fighting against it, I think it's a deeper conversation that needs to be taken, because there's one song that we've always sung in Uganda, and I've said we've launched it over and over again, and the song is called Case Backlog. And yet, if we are getting avenues to be able to deal with case backlog and they're fought from within, then it's a totally different discussion. But congratulations over some of the achievements, especially that are coming through plea bargaining, because I was imagining about over 500 cases, or close to 5,000 cases actually, because she talked about 2,500 solved through mediation, over 1,500 solved through bargaining. That could have been another close to 4,000 cases in the pipeline if we have to go through the full-blown, judicial system. And congratulations to many of those innovations that are coming through. I don't want us to take a lot of time because Richard Ramsey is waiting to take on his conversation. And our next panel is going to be, which will also be our last panel for the afternoon, is going to be speaking to a focus on particular sustainable development goals and what these ministries, departments, and agencies are doing to ensure that there is growth, there is progress, now that we were talking about the midterm of our sustainable development goals. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for Richard Ramsey, who is the Program Quality Director, World Vision, to take us through our next about 1 hour and a few minutes of our panel session. Please, let's welcome him.
Well, good afternoon. It's so lovely to see you all here. I had this terrible fear that everyone might have left after lunch on a Friday afternoon, but the room is full, and it's wonderful to be here. Let me just start by recognizing the protocols, and in particular, recognizing the ministers present, Honorable Lugolobi, thank you, and Honorable Minister Kasule Lumumba, Minister for General Duties, and to the resident representative of the UN. I'm very, very pleased that there are so many people here. The Lady Justice also recognized. Thank you. Everybody, heads of government departments, different UN organizations, NGOs, private sector. There are so many representatives here, the youth representation and the religious leaders as well. You're all recognized and appreciated for your participation here today. Thank you for coming and thank you for your participation. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, my name is Richard Rumsey. I'm the Program Quality Director for World Vision Uganda. And I've been here for the last 2 years. I shall be your moderator for this afternoon for the final plenary session that is looking at the SDGs in focus for the forthcoming high-level political forum. As an Englishman, having lived here, I've understood how Ugandans have managed to really perfect the articulation of my mother tongue. Yes, into a fine art form, in fact. Into a fine art form. So you will forgive me if my rudimentary use of English is not understood this afternoon. Please ask for clarification if you can't understand. But joking apart, though, it will be important for us to keep speaking in plain English. And I think that theme ran through this morning's session as well. World Vision, the organization I've worked for the past 25 years across the globe in various capacities, is a passionate supporter of this grand vision laid out by Agenda 2030, not least for those most vulnerable people around the world who we want to see benefit from the social and economic changes that we aspire to bring about. And that is our focus very much today. Leaving no one behind is the issue. The most vulnerable, those that don't have voices for themselves, are the ones we are talking about today. So we're on the home straight, Friday afternoon. I know we're going to have to work hard to actually keep your attention and engagement after lunch, but we are going to make that happen. We will have a dynamic and engaging session, and I look forward to welcoming the panelists. As I mentioned, this session is focusing every year. The High-Level Political Forum in New York focuses on a number of the key Sustainable Development Goals. This year's focus is in fact on Goal 6, clean water and sanitation, Goal 7, affordable and clean energy, Goal 9, that was spoken to this morning, I believe, or one of the other sessions, industry, innovation and infrastructure, Goal 11, sustainable cities and communities, and Goal 17 around partnerships, the cross-cutting goal. We will be touching on a number of those this afternoon. We have the respective line ministries going to be represented by various panelists this afternoon. And we're looking forward to an interesting discussion. I think we will have to probably try and cut our time a little tighter this afternoon. We had a very engaging session this morning, so I'm going to ask panelists as they come up to think about how to be succinct in their presentations, and we will work together on having a very good session. So perhaps I can ask the representatives to come up. Our first panelist is a representative from the Ministry of Water and Environment. We were expecting the Permanent Secretary, Alfred Okidi, but I gather he is not with us. Is that correct? We have instead Mr. Kalist, who's the Commissioner. Is that correct, sir? Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Second panelist today is the representative from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and in the place of the Permanent Secretary is Engineer Julius Wamala, Assistant Commissioner. Welcome, Julius. Come and take your seat on the panel, please. Our third panelist today is representing the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, and is the Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Dorcas Okaleni. Madam, you're welcome. Please join us on the panel. And our fourth panelist this afternoon is a Member of Parliament, Honourable Biika Songa Lawrence. Lawrence, please do join us on the panel as well. Our fifth panelist this afternoon is representing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We were expecting the Permanent Secretary. I understand there may be a representative from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs here. Ambassador Eli Kamuhanjiri. Have I pronounced your name correctly, sir? There we are, great, you're welcome. Please come and take a seat. So panelists, we're going to be spending a time, I'm sure you've all prepared some good speaking points for us to discuss this afternoon. I'm going to launch you in with a question and setting the context around that theme, but the aim of all the sessions this afternoon is very much to look at what progress have we made. We're sitting at the halfway mark in this grand project that is being addressed by many countries across the world. We're halfway there. What progress have we made? And what are we doing to accelerate this for the next 7 years? These are big challenges, as we've learned this morning. We're going to come to our first speaker, who is Mr. Kalist, Commissioner from the Ministry of Water and Environment. We heard this morning very much about the need to bring more people into the cash economy. And it was very clear that in order for more people to get access to better water resources, a greater percentage of the population needs to enter the cash economy and to provide input into public services, either through taxation or to actually buy those services directly through the private sector. Now, in light of these factors, sir, maybe you could share a bit about progress on SDG 6 so far and how you think that can be accelerated over the coming years. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honorary ministers, members of parliament, protocol observed. I do represent the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Water and Environment, Mr. Alfred Okoto Kidi, who sends his apologies. As the Minister of Water and Environment, we are the custodian of SDG 6 on clean water and sanitation. And for those of us who actually have taken food today, are drinking water in front of us, we do recognize that water is life. Without water, we cannot survive. So under SDG 6, we are trying to provide clean water and sanitation, but we are looking at water in the broad sense, that we need water for drinking, we need water for health, we need water for education, for hydropower, for industry, for all the uses that we depend on. But also we want to manage this water so that it doesn't become a problem, but it becomes an opportunity. Too much water will come as floods. It will kill people, destroy infrastructure and ecosystems, but also too dirty water will cause diseases, and of course landslides will come along. So as the Minister of Water and Environment, we are looking at SDG 6 holistically, providing safely managed drinking water services, sanitation. We also want to manage wastewater so that we don't pollute our water resources, and also ensure that we provide water of good quality. We also want to make sure that we use water efficiently, something that wasn't actually a big focus previously, that we want to have every drop to count, get more from the water we have. We also want to promote coordination and collaboration through integrated water resources management frameworks, but also, most importantly, this water is shared with other countries. 69% of the water we have in Uganda comes from outside Uganda. So whatever we do, we have to relate with our neighbors, the neighbors with whom we share the Nile. But also we want to look at ecosystems. So in terms of safe water, we are actually right now in urban areas at 72% and in rural areas at 67%. In sanitation, we are at 77 in rural areas and 90% in urban areas, but we want to reach 100%. And of course, when we are looking at integrated water resources management, we are about 62%. The area of integrated water resources management and collaboration with other countries are about 84%. So we are not yet there. We are still doing a lot to ensure that we achieve our targets. So what are we doing as a ministry? In terms of safely managed drinking water services, we want to bring water to the people. People have been walking long distances actually to get to a water source. We are now have changed our strategies from point water sources to piped water sources, where we are turning hand-pumped boreholes now into solar-pumped boreholes so that we bring water to the people, meaning that people's time will be saved, and obviously we'll use that time to do other activities. In terms of sanitation, we're also looking at innovative sanitation facilities where we can ensure that we have sanitation facilities that are not causing a problem. We are also, of course, also trying to ensure that we build capacity to all the stakeholders because water touches everybody. We need to get everybody to come on board so that we can work together, the civil society, cultural institutions, religious institutions, private sector, academia, and we are moving forward in establishing partnerships and collaboration. I can leave it at this for now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Maybe I could just ask you a quick question on this. And I guess the last year's UN SDGs report for Uganda highlighted quite a shocking statistic around the number or percentage of people still walking for at least 30 minutes a day. Over 55% of the population is still having to walk 30 minutes a day to access drinking water, and not always good drinking water. Can you tell us how we're going to be addressing this big challenge that still stands before us over the coming 7 years, perhaps?
Yes, indeed, it's a big challenge. We have many Ugandans having to walk many kilometers to access a safe drinking water. And of course, the challenge we're having right now is that cheap water sources actually getting finished. We are having to depend on very expensive water technologies, but our strategy of delivering water through piped systems is going to help us to reduce on the walking distance. We are now focusing on gravity flow schemes. In hill areas where we have large gravity flow schemes, we are delivering water over long kilometers, bringing it as close as possible to the people, and our target is actually to bring it to people's compounds. And that's why I also said that we are now turning hand-pumped boreholes into motorized boreholes, so that one borehole which used to serve 300 people, the water can be pumped and brought close to the people. But of course, at the heart of that is money. We need money to have all of that delivered. We also need capacity. So the strategies are there, and I think that's where we are calling upon all the different partners to come and work with us so that we can achieve our objectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Let's give him a round of applause, please, everybody. I'm going to move on to our next panelist, and it's the representative from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Mr. Julius Wamala, Assistant Commissioner. Julius, Uganda has an impressive track record in the use of renewable energy sources, and in fact, expanding electrification across rural areas as well. It's very evident that a lot of work is going on in that area. We, however, do recognize that there is around 94% of the population still rely on firewood for cooking. It's a very normal everyday use that is being dealt with in every household across the country. And we know the negative impact that's having on the environment. In light of those dynamics, tell us a little about some of the progress made in relation to SDG 7 on affordable and clean energy, and maybe highlight one or two strategic initiatives that you're working on to accelerate for the future. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Richard. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Protocol observed. I'm Engineer Julius Wamala from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. I'm representing my permanent secretary, Ms. Irene Batebe. She sent apologies. She's unable to attend the event. Going back to the question regarding SDG 7, where energy lies, as we all know, under SDG 7, the key intervention areas are, one, first of all, is to increase access to cheap, reliable, affordable, and modern energy services. Then also we are looking at efficient utilization of energy, energy. Then we are also looking at ensuring that there is a large penetration of renewable energy in the energy mix. Regarding interventions, yes, you have rightly said over 90% of our population use biomass, and this is affecting the environment. So what government is doing, one is, first of all, we are trying to ensure that we increase access on the grid by constructing transmission lines and distribution lines, plus substations. These will increase last mile connections. Then also, we are bringing interventions like in 2018, we introduced the electricity connections policy. This is all aimed at ensuring free connections for domestic customers. Then also, we have developed the National Electrification Strategy 2022. Our targets are to ensure that we have, by 2030, connections of households of about 10.4 million people. Then government also is enrolling the Electricity Access Scale-Up project, which is going to start in July. That is aimed at also increasing access connections to the last mile connections. We are looking at connecting households. We are looking at connecting refugees and their host communities. We are looking at, as you are aware, a lot of biomass destruction is taking place in the refugee host areas, and Uganda is the biggest host for refugees. So we're looking at interventions of trying to connect those areas to electricity under the Scale-Up project. Then also we are looking at efficient mechanisms of cooking, clean cooking stoves. Recently we introduced electric cooking initiatives where we are subsidizing power to enable people move away from charcoal to avoid cutting trees to destroying biomass, to move to electricity. So the number of interventions as a ministry we are looking at, basically we're trying to move away from using biomass to better forms of energy, mainly renewable energy sources. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to move on. We're going to be coming back to the panel, of course, for opportunities to question, but I think an initial statement from each panelist will be a good way to move us forward. I'm going to move to our third panelist, representing the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, Mrs. Dorcas Okoleni. You're welcome, madam. We're very, very aware that the role of urban development and how it plays out in bringing more people into the economy. It's very clear that as we urbanize, we bring more people into the cash economy. This was talked a lot about this morning in the financing for development sector. And it's also very welcome that Uganda has created a number of new cities recently. And I think that gives prominence and recognition to growth and investment in those areas. It is also very clear that urban populations, around 40 to 50%, are still living in the informal sector. We're very aware of that fact that most of the young people, and in particular young people, I was struck as I was thinking about the average age of most people in this country. I'm over double the average age of the average Ugandan. Scary. It should be a young person standing up here, not me. But it's very evident that the youth are living in urban populations in some level of poverty, in substandard housing, poor access to public services, and working in the grey economy, you might say, or the informal economy. In light of those dynamics, both the successes and the challenges, tell us something about what the ministry has been doing to progress and some of the successes to date in relation to this area, and some of the challenges and opportunities for acceleration. Thank you. The floor is yours, madam.
Thank you, moderator, honorable ministers, and audience present. Urbanization is on the rise in Uganda, as you're aware. our parliament pronounced cities in Uganda, and there are 15 of them. When you look at these cities, they have claimed the peri-urban areas, which were rural in the past. And we have one city of Kampala, for example, which is highly, highly populated. It is by night it is about 2.3 million, but by day it is 5.3 million. So we have that population. And as the moderator said, most of the youths in these cities are in the informal sector. Now, what have we done as the ministry to house them, to make sure they get jobs, and make sure they earn a decent living and live properly? We have what we call a national urban policy, which we are implementing, and we have implemented it. We implemented it in SDP 1, 2, now we are in 3, and we hope that when we provide some services there, like light rail, like opening up places where people can earn revenue, own source revenue, like building markets, like formalizing them. Now, URA is helping us in this quest because they have asked 14 numbers of the informal people, but we are saying that we have to give them revenue in order for them to work by creating market areas. Also, we have what we call the national housing policy, where we have partnered with the private sector to build houses. But we are also saying, let government also get involved, because housing is for the private sector usually builds houses for people who are average and upper class. But we want to use our own national housing corporation to build affordable houses. We are also saying we want government to give us money for land banking, especially in areas around urban settings. You know, after pronouncing the 15 districts, we had 31 municipalities remaining, but we have also increased the number of urban councils, and we want to physically plan these areas. What are we saying physically plan? It is spatial planning, where we have to put roads, where we have to put health centers, so that these urban councils and urban areas can follow the development plan of the country. Recently, Cabinet passed the National Physical Development Policy, and we are very happy about it. We are requesting that all MDAs, the private practitioners, should all implement this physical planning policy so that we put things in the right places, we put amenities in the right places, health centers, schools, so that everybody can enjoy good environment, they can live a healthy life, and we can dispose. We are also planning, like in the 15 cities, a part of them got our garbage collecting trucks. We want to have garbage collected in the urban areas. One of the most important things is that when you collect garbage, you reduce on people getting diseases like cholera, those diseases which come by filth. So we are saying, apart from collecting the garbage, if government could inject money in our sector, we could be able to recycle this garbage, sort it, sort plastics, protect the environment. We are doing a lot in that area, and we hope what we have done. I gave a whole presentation to the conveners of this. If you can circulate it, you see how much we've done, but we need to go strides. I want to inform the audience that actually urbanization is growing at a rate of 5.2% per annum. While we are talking of these towns, the towns are expanding, and we are saying all the people are moving to the urban area. But out of the urbanized setting, we have 9.8 people under the poverty line. How do we get them out of there? we have to work together. Providing houses is important, but provide affordable houses for our people. And we call upon the private sector. If government is supporting you, you also support us to house our people. This dawned on us during COVID time. During COVID time, we went around, government gave food. But we would go and find a family of 7 living in what we call a mudumo. You would ask them, where do you live? The husband and wife say, we live there, but you can't see a house. We want to provide this in urban area. We have Kasokoso here. And by the way, in Uganda, we have 658 slums coming around the urban areas. So we are saying, let's work together and let government support us, but we are doing with what would they give us to sensitize the people, to ask them, because we have started now spreading the gospel of the physical plan. And we have planned some cities, Hoima, for example, Hoima cities planned, or the Albertine area, but we want to go further and further so that people know where to cut out their revenue activities and we get a good life. Because ours is to keep the environment clean, but also house our people properly in the urban areas. And don't forget, in 30 years' time, I think 70% of us will be living in urban areas because that's the trend. We are seeing it coming. Thank you very much, moderator.
Thank you so much. And it's interesting what you're saying. And I think one of the issues is very much about, again, coming back to the same question of the cash economy and the formalized economy in urban areas is something we want to see promoted considerably. Building on the discussions of this morning around financing, how do you envisage urban areas growing? It's all very well assuming public services may extend further into the more vulnerable populations, but what is needed is jobs for young people in urban areas. Formalized jobs in more case, not more boda riders, preferably. And I guess, any thoughts on that issue for the future?
Thank you very much, moderator. You have all heard that we are carrying out a project called USMID in this country. It started with 13 municipalities. Apparently, all those municipalities have become cities. Now we have expanded it to be called UCMID. I don't know how I'll pronounce that one in the future, but we have included cities and municipalities. We have one of our components is for own source revenue. And those people who are living in municipalities know we have built their capacity to collect revenue in their areas. But what we are seeing now as Minister of Urban Development, Sustainable Urban Development, they collect the revenue, but you know the revenue goes to the central coffers. It comes to the consolidated fund. We are saying, please, either find a formula of giving back these people some of the money they collect so that the people they collect from, that market vendor, sees that the local government there or the urban council is giving a service from his sweat. You know, whenever they ask for service, they say, oh, government has not released the money. But if they were told that 50% remains, they would demand for those services. So we are saying increase urban revenue, but also appropriate to them the revenue commensurate to what the services deliver. Urban areas deliver services which are unique to rural areas. Urban areas have to collect garbage. People have to go to health centers. Actually, most of the people in the rural come to the urban centers for treatment. Most of the hospitals and health centers are in the urban, the referrals, the big hospitals. So we have to provide them enough revenue. And then we'll have a group of healthy young men and women who will be able to innovate. And we want to encourage our people to innovate. The civil service, public service does not offer enough employment. But if we could skill them, then they will innovate, then they will have revenue. So that's what we are trying to go into. But that will be a multi-sectoral approach because Minister of Education has to skill these people in order for them to come up and innovate. I was very happy this morning when I saw young girls and boys innovating. The other one who impressed me most was the agricultural, that boy who says he has his own agricultural farm. And I was very impressed. So we should encourage that. Urban farming is also one of these issues where we want to get into. Greening, we want to get into greening. So we have about 5 objectives we want to put across, and we have put them across. In my write-up, you'll see it. We have put them across, and we are saying if we focus on that, then the revenues for the urban centers will grow, but people will have income in their pockets, and they will be able to pay taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Let us move on. We're going to give you a rest for a moment and go on to our 4th panelist. So thank you so much. Incidentally, I was impressed with the young man who called himself a farm engineer because my background is also agricultural engineering, and I thought, yes, at heart I'm also a farm engineer, but I don't practice it so much these days. But that's what we need, people with trades, people with economic opportunities. We're going to move to panelist number 4, Honorable Biika Songa Lawrence from Ora County and the chairperson of the Natural Resources Committee. Lawrence, it's very clear that parliamentary oversight is critical for the SDG engagement process. And in particular, thinking about SDGs 6 and 7, water and energy, they must be fairly central to the work of the Natural Resources Committee, I would imagine. Can you share with us some of your experiences of the role of Parliament in accelerating progress in these SDGs in particular, and maybe particularly about the parliamentary committee that you can play, and how that cross-party committee can garner support from multiple sectors and multiple stakeholders? Thank you. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, I chair the Committee on Climate Change, although I sit on the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. Thank you for this topic. It is true that Parliament plays especially 4 roles of representation, appropriation, legislation, and oversight. And in order to address the challenges we are facing as a country, whether the challenges are identified by government, MDAs, civil society, academia, or private sector, they require legislation, and also they require budget to implement. And for me, my position had been very clear. The first money to address that challenge facing a country like Uganda must come from our budget. And it can never happen without the input of Parliament. That has a responsibility of appropriation. Therefore, on the issue of water and energy, yes, our priority as a country, as you may know, energy is very key. If we are talking about creating jobs or addressing the challenges like climate change, deforestation, and so on, energy is key. If we want to do value addition, if we want to go do industrialization, we are talking about agro-industrialization. That means we have to double production in agriculture, at the same time run the industries. We cannot do that without energy, and we can also not do that if we don't double that production in agriculture. And one way of doubling production in agriculture is to have water for production. That's the linkages between all these SDGs. Therefore, our priorities cannot be addressed unless we make energy access that should be affordable, strong, it must be industrial power, and also reliable. There are places that have hydroelectricity power, like a region like West Nile, but it is not reliable, and they don't have reliable electricity. And you cannot now talk about industries there. Number two, most of the energy sector we are developing, although when we signed the Paris Agreement and also ratified it, Uganda promised that we are going to prioritize adaptation, and we are talking about renewable energy, hydropower, solar, geothermal, and others. But our priority now is to develop the hydropower. But this hydropower relies heavily on the presence of water. And water, we cannot have water in the rivers unless we have protected our watershed. So there is high deforestation for charcoal and firewood in the areas where we have dams. So what is the implication along that line? That's where our oversight role comes, and we keep playing our advisory role, that we must protect our watershed if we need water to run our big investment like hydropower, because in future the water will dry out. So along that line, our mandate is very key, and we have to work together. And we cannot work together only with government. We have to involve civil society, academia, and private sector. That will promote coordination, that will promote efficiency of utilization of resources, but also prevent duplication. This is very important, and I'm happy the Prime Minister is here, the Deputy Prime Minister is here. The policy committee, for example, on environment is chaired by the Prime Minister. So we want to promote this synergy so that all these MDAs can work together to ensure that we achieve our priority. But of course, we can address energy, we can address issues of water, but there will still be other related challenges, like climate change. If we don't address climate change, the impact are great, can affect our infrastructure. Just imagine if our dam in Jinja or in Bujagali is washed away by the water, what happens to the economy? So these are things that need to be talked about together so that we can address our challenges. But of course, all this will require climate or will require finance. For us as a committee, you are aware, we wanted a climate change fund that would help to address some of these related issues. It was not possible to put it in the law, but we still managed to provide for a certificate where we say there must be substantial amount of money in all the budgets of the MDAs showing that we are going to address climate change related issues. But unfortunately, this was the first time we tested what we have put in the law, and only 3 parameters were analyzed out of about 15 in the BFPs. So we are saying next year we should prioritize this so that we can have adequate finance to address issues of energy, water, and also climate change. But there is also the aspect of transport. The speaker before me talked about the issues to do with cities and urban centers. We are trying to see how we can have resilient infrastructure that can withstand the impact of climate change. Now, we are talking about roads, we are talking about housing, we are talking about electricity, infrastructure, and so on. So we need resilient infrastructure. But this infrastructure must also be low carbon. Otherwise, we may gain here but lose it all, because we may think we are gaining. For example, you may think you are gaining by importing petroleum product from outside. Just by transporting it from Mombasa by road to here, you have already caused emission that can water down your effort here. That's why we want to develop it here and make it low carbon. So these are related things. And then the issue of water still. Our water is now polluted. There is too much pollution of our water, and it's making the cost of treatment of this water very high, and the cost is transferred on the consumers here. So what happens to individual household income if you are overspending on water and you are overspending on energy? So these are related issues. If you want to promote tourism in Uganda, then you must address pollution in cities. Kampala is one of the most polluted cities in the world. Now, many tourists would prefer to check the air quality before coming to Uganda, although major parts of Uganda is still safe, but we need to address these related issues. That's why we are talking about smart, clean, green, and resilient economy. So our position as Parliament is to ensure that in our oversight role, we make adequate budget, and that first money should come from our budget. And then other people, other donors can supplement that budget. And that must be done in a dialogue so that all the MDAs, ministries, departments, and agencies can come together to see that our priorities ABC. Of course, we don't have enough money in our budget. So this money must be generated locally. So for us, in order to generate money locally, we are saying we should put our little money for income generation, not again for consumption. If you know that a road is going to generate money to our budget, then we should work on that road rather than putting it for consumptive activities. If you look at our debt, public debt now, it is about 80.8%. 80.8 trillion, of which 47 is foreign, and then about 33 is domestic. I think Honorable Lugolobi is here, can verify. I'm talking about the public debt. Now, for us as a committee, looking at issues like that, we are saying, why don't we also explore option of debt swap? Since we are a rich country with a lot of natural resources, we are absorbing a lot of greenhouse gas emission because we have a carbon sink, a rich carbon sink here. Why don't we remove the 33 at least? I mean the 47. Why can't we negotiate for a carbon, kind of a carbon credit where we can cancel our debt, especially the foreign debts? Of course, it is difficult for the local borrower, for the local people who lend it to us, who lend to us, to say we are going to do a debt swap locally. But internationally, we can try to explore all opportunities that can help us to develop our economy, to have a resilient economy, and to have a resilient country. I think that is our position. But we must work together, government, civil society, academia, and private sector. Thank you very much.
Honourable, thank you so much. We appreciate your deliberations and thoughts around that important issue. And we all know, of course, the impact of climate change has had the effect of pushing back progress on a range of SDGs. And I'd be interested to know if you've got one recommendation for how we accelerate progress in the future to mitigate the impacts of climate change on food production, access to water, for example, and a way of actually bringing about some significant change in relation to, let's say, SDG 6 and 7. What would the Committee on Climate Change be recommending for a way to accelerate? Just one point, please, if you will.
Thank you very much. First of all, we have to, on the energy issue, we have to stop paying for dim energy. Dim energy means we have built a power station, but we are not evacuating it to the people, but we are paying for what is generated. First of all, that kind of agreement is totally not acceptable. Why do we, even if I generate and I don't give to the people, we shall still pay? So let us put our priority to evacuate this power to reach the people. The more people connected, they will be able to do their own businesses, like value addition and so on, while we struggle to see that this electricity going to them must be reliable and it must be strong for industrial development. I think that will help us a lot if we can connect all the places. They will create their own jobs if they have power. But number two, maybe they will have problem with now transport system. Let us make I'm happy in this budget we have put 1 billion shillings per district for district roads. If we can improve mobility, then they will have access to market. A businessman from Kampala will go all the way to Zombo without fear of getting stuck on the road. So transport and energy along that line will help a lot to address the challenge.
Honourable, thank you so much for your thoughts on that subject. We're going to move to our fifth panelist now. And this is Ambassador Eli Kamuhanjiri from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ambassador, it's very clear that multilateral relations are very critical to the achievement of SDGs. And how Uganda can strengthen and engage through diplomatic means, concerted efforts of both government and multi-sector stakeholders as well. Of course, some solutions to the SDGs require cross-border, continental solutions, as we were hearing this morning as well. Of course, a case in point would be the issue of the impact of climate change on all the SDGs and the achievement of them in this country. Perhaps you could tell us something about how multilateralism is critical, how it has helped or how it's helped progress some of the SDGs so far to the midpoint of where we are at the moment in 2023, and some of the critical areas we need to invest in for the future in terms of SDG diplomacy with other countries and with other stakeholders. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raymond, our moderator today, honorable ministers present, members of parliament, and all protocol observed. Now, I just wanted to say one thing on multilateralism, that in the same year that Uganda got her independence, 1962, is when it was admitted as a member of the United Nations. And since then, Uganda has worked hard within the United Nations to ensure that they actually reform the UN to ensure that it works for the people of Uganda. Now, I also should point out from the outset that when the Agenda 2030 was originally inaugurated and eventually adopted, it was presided over by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Uganda as the president in September 2015 in New York. So that shows you again that the government of Uganda has got a lot of belief in this multilateralism and believing that this multilateralism can deliver. Now, it is also not surprising that Uganda government, if you look at the development plans of Uganda, they have been based on incorporating the whole of the SDGs. And that's again another show of commitment that the government of Uganda is aiming at ensuring that they implement. Two, I want also to say that when you look at SDG 17 in particular, the purpose is to strengthen the means of implementing and also to ensure there is investment in global partnership and cooperation to be able to achieve whatever is to be achieved. And I think in particular this time around, these SDGs were aiming at not only government, but bringing on board business, and the private sector and the civil society. And that global partnership at that level, we believe that it's one of the best that really happened to ensure that these SDGs deliver for the world. Now, if we look at the SDG 17 again, we see it is calling for revitalization of the global system to ensure that there is complete delivery. Now, the country Uganda believes in one thing, that it is trade. And Honorable Lugolobi is, I think that's why Honorable Lugolobi and the team were to ensure that trade is a core in this, because we believe that international trade can be able to deliver the resources that are required. And that's why Uganda has been a major participant at the WTO, which is the only global, the only organization at the international level that looks at a fair and equitable trade system in the whole world. And we believe that whatever is negotiated at the WTO ensures there is sustainability and equitability. So Uganda has effectively participated at that level to ensure that this issue is achieved. Even within the EU, Uganda has participated in Brussels to ensure that the discussions also work along that. Today, I think the Uganda joining with the other African groups, they have ensured that they are negotiating with the EU on the viable alternative system that will replace the everything but arms, because under the everything but arms, they were free riders. But under the new system, we will no longer be the free riders. But I wish to point out one thing here, that there have been challenges. And these challenges are very critical. And Mr. Moderator, it is often said that the battle for the SDGs will be won in the LDCs, or they will be lost within the LDCs. Why? They are saying that nobody should be left behind. So of course, Uganda as an LDC, at the end of the day, we are going to find out, because like all the speakers here were saying, we are halfway. In fact, we are left with just 7 years to the end of the evaluation period. So the question is, within these 7 years, will we win the battle, or are we going to lose the battle? But the hope is that we can be able to win this battle. Now, if we look at the challenges, again, like I'm saying, Uganda has effectively participated, but it has been stated here that Uganda as a country today, we have, in terms of trade, because we are believing that international trade is the only one that can deliver, but we have a deficit of 4.2 billion US dollars. And this is very critical for Uganda, and it calls for reevaluation. That's why Uganda as a country has decided to reevaluate herself and see how do we address this issue. In addressing this issue, Uganda has decided to ensure that we adopt a robust economic and commercial diplomacy that addresses the issues that have affected our trade balance. And in this, we have identified on 2 areas. One,
I think perhaps maybe we'll just put a hold, if you will, sir. I believe the Prime Minister is arriving.
All right, thank you very much, Ramsey. Please feel free to take a seat for just a minute as I hold to you a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda is in our midst, and I will request that as she gets to us, we will all stand to receive her, because as she comes in as well, we'll take on the anthems, the national and East African anthem. We will get time to wind up with our panel. It's not yet wound up. So please, the panel, I will request that you will stay seated, and Richard will as well still stay here with us. And thereafter is when we'll do our official closing of the panel. The Minister, Honorable Lugolobi, will be doing a wrap-up of the panel, and then we will be doing our official closing at a later stage. So I will just wait for the entry of the Minister, the Prime Minister, and thereafter we'll continue with the panel. Sorry about the interruption. I think the Prime Minister wants to engage in a dance. I don't know if she will be able to attempt the dancing. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister Robin Anabanja, for joining us, for sparing your time. We know how this is dear to you, and we are glad that you could make time to be with us this afternoon. Sorry about that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are welcoming the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Omubwati. I actually thought you were attempting to dance right outside there. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Robin Anabanja, for coming through. And just before you get seated, I will request that our technical team takes us through the anthems, and we'll continue thereafter. The national anthem and the East African anthem in that order.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarishe
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. You can get seated, and to all our guests, you can get seated as well. Thank you so much. Right Honorable Robin Nabanja, as you came through, we were actually on a panel discussion which is looking at a focus on particular sustainable development goals were represented by various ministries, departments, and agencies. This is the second and last day of our conference, which is the second edition of the Sustainable Development Goals. And much earlier on in the morning, we were focusing particularly on financing frameworks and opportunities for regional cooperation and accelerated development delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals. And I love that you're seated amidst the right persons. The focal point minister who is speaking to you right now, that is Right Honorable Kasule Lumumba, who will later on as well, before we close, be giving a wrap-up of what the discussions have been. But I should say that they've been very interesting discussions. And as you came through, we were concluding, almost getting to a conclusion of our discussion, which I know you'll be very glad to listen through on with regard to the various ministries, departments, and agencies on the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Earlier, we also had Her Lordship, Justice Catherine Bamgemereire, representing the Chief Justice, speaking about the role of the judiciary in Sustainable Development Goals enhancement, and of course, talked about some of the achievements, very good achievements, with some of the ideas and mechanisms that have come through to reduce, for example, case backlog, but also promote rule of law and equitable distribution of justice. When we talk about alternative dispute resolution, the mediation. But she also mentioned one key highlight that I think is a focus that government will pay attention to. That is according to, the electronic case management system, which she says, although it's a very good initiative, it is actually being fought by some of the advocates in the private sector. So probably that is a conversation that needs to be paid attention to. But this panel as well is quite elaborate on the issues of the various sustainable development goals that have come through, especially on planning, looking at resilient infrastructure, especially when it did come through from the Natural Resources Committee. And when we talk about resilient infrastructure, our minds go to Katonga, which just broke its banks the other day, and transport was halted entirely. But also on aspects of planning, I will request Richard Ramsey, who is the moderator, to come and just go ahead with the panel, which is almost getting concluded, before we can get to hear from you, Right Honourable. Thank you so much for making time for us.
Welcome, Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you for joining us, and glad you can be with this panel as we come to a conclusion. My name is Richard Ramsey from World Vision. We were in the middle of talking about SDG 17 around partnerships and the need for multilateralism. I'm going to hand the floor back to Ambassador Eli Kamuhanjire. The floor is yours, please, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and thank you very much, Right Honourable Prime Minister, to allow us to speak in your presence. Mr. Moderator, like I was saying, that the financing for the SDG has proved to be a major stumbling block, because implementation of all the SDGs will require alternative financing. And I want to point out that at the international level, it has been underscored that the existing Bretton Woods institutions have failed to deliver on what was supposed to be delivered. And we are negotiating at the international level, trying to build international consensus for the reform in the international financial architecture set up 80 years ago. Certainly 80 years ago, when the Bretton Woods institutions were set up, the architecture was different. And so we are saying that things have changed, and it's important that there is a reform. And Mr. Moderator, I was glad that just yesterday, the French president agreed when he was meeting the president of Kenya that it's true that the architecture needs to be improved on. And because the rest of the world was requesting for a new system, but now we are glad that the developed countries are saying we can have a reform of the existing systems. Now, so countries like Uganda have been trying to have other options to utilize to be able to achieve these sustainable development goals. And one of them has been ensuring that we have a South-South cooperation. And this South-South cooperation has delivered because it has delivered in terms of capacity building, knowledge sharing, and other areas which has helped us to improve even our agricultural sector and other areas. Now, one of the other things that we need to point out, FAO has come in handy as an international organization partnering with Uganda to ensure that we work on some of the triangular cooperation that has been implemented since 2012. And we are seeing some achievements because, for example, we are seeing that in agro-processing, we had 10,000 beneficiaries in the first and second phase. This was aimed at improving agricultural productivity and also transferring skills and sustainable technologies. Now, but we are realizing that, of course, we have to be able to involve everybody. And Mr. Moderator, I want to point out that given the value of the South-South cooperation, it is on this basis that Uganda government decided to say that Uganda will host the NAM and also G77 in January 2024. And the purpose, you have seen the themes is deepening cooperation for shared global affluence, that is for NAM, and for the G77 is leaving no one behind, which is the real theme that the SDGs were aiming at. So we are hoping that these summits will provide an opportune moment to build again synergies among the countries so that we can build partnerships that are required to address the challenges that we have met in achieving these sustainable development goals, because like we are saying, we are only left with 7 years. And the question is, what can be achieved? But we believe that all the countries of the world working together, these SDGs can be achieved. And at the end of the day, I think there's a light at the end of the tunnel if there's cooperation, if there's partnership, because that's what SDG 17 calls for global partnerships, both at the regional, at the continental level. And for us at the continental level, we now have the African Intercontinental Free Trade Area, which is supposed to provide free movement of goods and services for all the African countries. And we believe this should be able to create a formidable, a critical mass that will be required to make Africa an investment region, which is going to be, I think, it should be able to help Africa to accelerate the industrialization process. Because if we can accelerate the industrialization process, I think this will be the way forward. And particularly with a country like Uganda now operating a parish development model, it is going to help us to increase our agricultural productivity, which we'll be able to send to export to all of the African continent. All of you are aware that Africa continent is a net food importing continent. It's quite interesting. And Uganda can be a food basket for the whole of the African continent. And this, again, what we were saying, could create export promotion, at the same time, import substitution for the whole of the African continent. And we believe that once the industrialization process for Africa is achieved, then the sustainable development goals will also be achieved. And precisely like I said, as for Uganda, the foreign policy of Uganda is anchored on 3 pillars. 1, the well-being of the people of Uganda, the prosperity of the people of Uganda, and peace and secure Uganda. And that's why Uganda, you see, has been participating particularly in the peace-building efforts. Because I want also to point out today that these sustainable development goals cannot be achieved alone, because there's a nexus between peace and security and development. You cannot achieve sustainable development without sustainable peace and security. And again, this explains to you why Uganda's model, Uganda's paradigm of having African solutions for African solutions, so that you have regional peace-led processes that help the continent to ensure that there's peace and security where production can be able to take place. And we believe if that occurs, then you have the sustainable development goals being achieved. I thank you.
Ambassador, thank you so much, and let's appreciate the Ambassador. Thank you. You've said a couple of interesting things throughout this. I would be interested to hear that one takeaway that you may want to see promoted at the high-level political forum on SDGs that would be the thing that would address that seismic change that's needed. That, the keynote speaker this morning highlighted the fact that business as usual is not going to address the need for accelerated growth to 2030. I think we're all very aware of that. Many of the solutions that I've heard today sound like business as usual. Is there one key thing that you think, if we could do that, that would catapult us to a next level? Just 1 point, please.
I think just 1 point that I pointed out, the Bretton Woods institutions have not helped us to be able to deliver on this, because even when it comes to climate change, the developed countries had promised, for example, in the Paris, under the Paris point, they had promised 100 billion to the developing countries for adaptation. Up to now, we are not seeing that money. And every time when the new COPs are coming up, more pledges are made. But there has been no issue of implementing what was agreed. And so the Bretton Woods institutions also need to reform their system so that they ensure that they address the challenges that have arisen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think we will give a round of applause for the whole panel, please, and just say thank you for all the inputs. Really pleased to hear some of these thoughts, but we're going to have a very short process of question and answer before we invite Honourable Lugolobi to come and provide some closing comments. But I'm going to be fairly strict on questions. So please don't use this as an opportunity for a political platform. Keep your questions succinct and focused, if you will, to one or other of the speakers. I put my glasses because I can't see you. The lady in the front, I'm going to give you the floor. Do we have microphones around that can be shared?
Thank you very much. I'm really happy I'm saying this in front of the Right Honourable Prime Minister, because I've always wondered why it is done the way it is done. Right Honourable Prime Minister, is there any reason why garbage should be collected by government? We, the private sector, have the money and the interest to invest in garbage management, but it is practically impossible to get to manage garbage. If, for example, every parish, we are now talking parish model, let the parishes manage their own garbage. Why must garbage go to State House to decide which company will pick up the garbage? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Was that a question to the panel or to the Right Honourable Prime Minister? I'm not sure.
I think to one of them. Richard, we seem to have a question here.
We have one question over there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Moderator, the Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'm Robert Kanusu from Mbarara, where I'm working from, but I'm originally from the source of life at the Nile. That's why I'm asking my question to the officer from the Ministry of Water. But before that, I had a question for the Chief Justice. Unfortunately, the time couldn't allow, but there are some ambassadors who can pass on the information and the concern to her for right action. And the question is about how far has the judiciary gone with the initiative to digitalize the criminal record database. For us, who, as she said, that there is now interdisciplinarity, we are going into intradisciplinarity. We help as RCCs and RDCs in enforcing the law at our respective levels as partners. But the problem is, one criminal commits an offense from Jinja City, runs to Mbarara City, commits a similar offense, pleads not guilty and a first-time offender. He goes off that offense, is given bail, he jumps bail, he runs to Masaka City, and does the same. The problem is
Sir,
there is.
Can I ask you to focus your question, please?
Yes, the question is.
One of the SDGs.
The question is how far has the judiciary gone on with the fast tracking of the digitalized criminal record database, which would help us as all stakeholders
ensuring the criminals get to book. The first question to the panel, my first question goes to the officer, the PS from water. And it is about the rising water crisis in some areas and parts of Uganda, which has not talked about. As I told you that I'm working from Mbarara, we have a water crisis with riveries, which the water levels keeps going so low that even the industrialists there get a problem in continuing with the production because of the decreased water levels. And when it rains, it floods. But after that, after the rainy season, the waters go so low. Mr. Moderator, allow me to give this as an example.
Your point has been well made. I think I'm going to stop you there.
I had wanted to underscore one point here, which is quite important, and we can draw a lesson from there. It's about the Yangtze River project, the diversion water project in China, the ambitious water project, where China has diverted water from south to the north cities and the northern provinces of Hubei, Shandong, to ensure that in the next 100 years, would be enough safe water for drinking and use in China, especially the upper parts. Here in Uganda, we have areas which really go into total water crisis, like Karamoja and some parts of northern Uganda. I've already given you the crisis in Mbarara with riveries, water going so low that it can't be pumped up, and the problem now comes with the economy. And I'm happy that the Minister of Finance is here. When they say, use water sparingly, don't use it too much because it won't be enough, instead of using it as a good to generate more revenue for the government.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to ask you to stop there. I appreciate the question. Rising water prices, diversion of water to other locations around the country. Your point's well made. I'll take one more question from the floor. We'll go to the panel. The gentleman there, yes.
Thank you, Bwana Moderator. I am Okeya John, the district chairperson, Tororo. It's very clear that for us to achieve sustainable development goal, we have to deal with the 6 components of education, health, energy and industry, agriculture and land use, forest structure, and digital technology. Now, my question is on infrastructure. What plan is there to deal with infrastructure of roads to facilitate the process of trade? For example, you are aware our railway is not fully utilized, and our roads are so much compact. Yesterday when I was coming from Tororo, I had to delay on the road because the trailers were right from beyond Mukono up to Kampala. I would really think that if we were fast tracking the railway transport, the roads would be really free for other use, and therefore would develop easily. Because our goods take so many days along the road, even at the border. The trailer can take 1 week at the border because of congestion, which would be dealt with by railway transport. So my interest is...
Could I ask you which of the panelists is this directed towards, and perhaps which of the SDGs?
I am directing it to the Honorable Member of Parliament, who is the chairperson of a committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. I hope that those of you who are hearing the questions on the panel are taking note.
And because this also is about the fumes on the road that spoil our environment, and is the chairperson of, if you use so many trailers, it deteriorates the environment. So I think the question is right on him.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to take those 3 questions and go to the panel first. If we have time, we will come back. There is no more time, I'm told. So we're just going to take those 3 questions. The lady in the front here raised a question about garbage and the privatization. Maybe that goes to our
Thank you, Moderator.
friend in the middle.
Thank you, Moderator. The Right Honorable Prime Minister, I'm also glad to see you that you have come, and I'm on the panel. I'm happy. Now, with garbage collection, Honorable Secretary, we have moved away as urban councils from physically collecting garbage. You can see in Kampala here, most of the areas have been privatized. And I believe if you stay in Kampala, even at your house, there is a truck which comes collect garbage and you pay a fee. So we have privatized it. And in other municipalities, we have done the same. Now, we are trying to roll it to the urban councils to privatize urban garbage collection. Now, our main question is going to be on garbage disposal. Because when these private companies collect the garbage, they collect it in totality, plastics, banana peelings, and name it. Now we have to separate this garbage. The usable one or recycled one, we have to put it aside, and the one which we can make biogas or manure, we have to put it aside. So we are thinking that the private sector can help us. Once we land bank in an urban area and we say this is the area for garbage collection, please help us when you collect, just get your farms to separate it so that for us as government, we can go ahead and maybe finance the recycling if we can. If we can't, we'll still ask to partner with you. So garbage collection really has been privatized, but we have to move a step further. The garbage trucks we bought were just for incentivizing the private sector. Because most of you, your vehicles are the oldest, and we always find them on the road broken down with the garbage. So we want you to buy new vehicles to collect our garbage so that we do that thing together. And by the way, garbage in Uganda is, I think, you know, we collect the most garbage because the food we eat, almost half of it we dispose it. So we have to do something about it. But we also urge the citizens to be able to sell us land for collecting garbage, because garbage cannot be managed without being collected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Okoleni. I'm going to go to the next question that was raised by our friend over here. There were two parts to the question, actually. One was relating to the digitization of criminal records databases. I'm not sure whether that is able to be picked up by a panelist, but maybe I'll pick up on the second part of the question, which was around water price rises and accessibility to water. Perhaps this could go to you, Commissioner Caliste.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Yes, indeed, in Uganda we are having a water crisis in some parts of the country. When we have too much water, it causes floods, and floods can destroy infrastructure, can kill people, can affect ecosystems and everything we depend on. And when we have too little water, we get drought, which again affects the uses we depend on. And what is causing this? Uganda generally will have a lot of water, but this water comes at the wrong time and in wrong places. In the rainy season, we have too much water, and this water is falling on a land that is highly degraded. And that's why water cannot exist if we have rampant environmental degradation. When it rains, you find that the hills are bare, and the water will come with a lot of soil. It takes the soil in the valleys, and the people are following the soil in wetlands. And you find that production on hilltops, on hill slopes is very low. But also water scarcity will actually affect agricultural production in general, will also affect energy production. Most of our energy production is hydropower, and it depends on water. So indeed, the challenge we have is to manage water availability, and Honorable Song already mentioned the importance of protecting water catchments. If we don't invest in protecting water catchments, we shall continue having floods, we shall continue having drought, we shall continue having landslides. The Katonga case that was mentioned is a clear case of degradation of the catchments. The bridge was washed away by the vegetation that was washed down because the catchment is highly degraded. And just to mention that water doesn't follow administrative boundaries, it flows through a unit called a catchment. If water is flowing and finds you on its way, it will go with you. So what we need to do is to manage this water so that it becomes an opportunity and not a problem. And as the Minister of Water and Environment, we are having a number of measures. We are constructing dams and valley tanks so that we harvest this water and use it in dry season. We are planting trees. We are restoring wetlands. We are also promoting soil and water conservation so that people can harvest water on their land. But also we are cleaning up and dredging our water bodies and river channels so that the water can flow. And that's why we talk about ensuring water security. So we need a holistic approach to ensuring water security. In Ruiz, for example, we did studies and found that we have a lot of water, but it is available in the rainy season and the dry season. The river is almost dry. So we are now putting in place measures. We are restoring wetlands. We are constructing dams, but we are also getting the people not to encroach on river banks and wetlands. And we are also giving the people alternative sources of income so that they can have move away from those fragile ecosystems and be able to protect them as sources of income and wealth. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We could go much deeper into that, but I think we're running short on time now. So I'm going to go straight to the last question from the district chair from Tororo. And this was to our Honourable Lawrence here. Would you like to address the question that was raised around, it was a mixture of issues, but how infrastructure can assist in trade movements across the country?
Thank you very much. I've already talked about if we want to address some of these challenges, we need to develop resilient infrastructure. The roads must be resilient. The bridges must be resilient. Long time ago, they would not suffer from floods. But now, with the climate change, with the population increase, with the increased activities, we must make our roads, our bridges, our hospitals, our housing resilient to the impact of climate change. On the traffic, it goes back to planning the roads. Are they narrow? Are they wide? Long time ago, we would make one lane. This is the road from Kampala to Jinja. But with the new cities coming, with the population increasing, I think it will be advisable to leave the road reserve in the middle. In future, if you want to expand, you expand inward. Because the moment you put a road, people will start building. And compensating them, you have to do a lot of cost-benefit analysis. On the fumes, yes, I talked about it. If you transport your petroleum products, your imported goods from Mombasa to Kampala in several trucks, you are actually causing climate change. You may be transporting actually solar panels to solve climate crisis here, but at the end it will water down because the fumes you are going to generate. That's why the ministers will talk to you about the standard gauge railway so that we have just one which can carry all our goods here. And then all these activities must be low carbon. We are burning a lot of fuel. We are spending a lot of money on fuel, petrol and diesel because of traffic jam, because we burn a lot of it. During COVID, when vehicles were very few, you would take just few minutes and without burning a lot of fuel. So, and then also on the petroleum, we are talking about pipeline so that we save on this kind of congestion. I think that goes back from planning up to the end. Just integrated planning will help us to solve some of these. So the little money we are having must be put to improve some of this infrastructure so that they are resilient, to make our economy resilient. Thank you.
Honourable, thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, I apologize if you have a question, you haven't been able to ask it. I know there's still some interest within the room. It's great to see at whatever, it's 20 to 5 on a Friday afternoon, so much energy still in the room. So we appreciate it very much. I'm not going to attempt to try and consolidate the comments of this session. I think there are too many wide and varied ones. Just maybe a personal reflection. Last week I was actually in Busia and Tororo district meeting communities out there. The one thing that gives me hope and encouragement about the pursuit of SDGs is seeing households who've had a small financial input to them stand on their own after 1 or 2 years. I work for World Vision. We provide small-scale loans for households, as well as other assistance in getting on their own feet. Many of the communities we met last week said, we stand on our own. We don't need World Vision. We don't need government. We don't need anyone anymore. We're running our own business. And that is of huge encouragement. There is a grassroots movement of change, and let it continue. Of course, we know that seismic change is needed at a policy implementation level in government from all parties involved in bringing about change here. So I would say thank you for the opportunity to chair this. We have a final speaker, Honourable Lugolobi, Minister of State for Planning from the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. You're most welcome to come and share some concluding thoughts, please. As you do, perhaps think about the high-level political forum that is coming up in 2 weeks' time. What would be those 2 or 3 key things that Ugandan government would want to take to that forum to talk about acceleration towards 2030? You're most welcome, Honourable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, the Minister, General Duties, Office of the Prime Minister, allow me stand on the existing protocol to save time. Let me begin by thanking the panelists for well thought through issues which they have presented to us. Can we put our hands together for that very eloquent presentation? Now, the whole thing boils around partnerships, that unless we work together, we cannot achieve these goals. So this is going to, first of all, to call for collaboration. Collaborating within the institutions that deliver these various goals. We have noted that we have 17 goals. Now, for each of these goals, you are going to require a collaboration of different actors. And between goals, you'll need collaboration again. For example, when you take a goal, I think we have been talking about goal number 16. We are at number 15, the one on water is goal number what? Number 6, clean water and sanitation. And then the one on affordable and clean energy. There's a nexus between energy, water, and agriculture. There's a very strong connection. And there's no way how each one of these would operate without the other. For example, water. When you talk about water for human consumption, the Commissioner immediately talked about solar piped water. Solar is the energy that you are using. So unless we build enough capabilities in solar energy production, we are not going to be able to have the solar technologies readily available in this country. So if you really want to pump this water, instead of drawing water with the hand-driven boreholes, you're certainly going to invest in this renewable energy source and the technology that it uses. Now, therefore, water needs energy. Now, agriculture, too, because agriculture uses water, they require water. So there is an interplay between these various agencies. So one of the key concepts, therefore, that we are coining through this conversation that we have been having is the issue of collaboration and coordination. And it's on this basis that the National Development Plan was designed in a manner that's program-based We are putting together different players under certain programs to deliver certain common goals. However, we discovered in the midterm review after 2 years that the collaboration probably on paper is there, but physically it's not there. So we are not going to be able to deliver these goals unless we focus, Mr. Moderator, a little more on the issue of collaboration. We just have to find a formula of talking to one another. There's that evil spirit that is stopping us from talking to one another. I don't know. I think we need Jesus to come back and cast that devil, that's stopping us, because you don't find a reason why people are not talking to one another. We have been talking about irrigation for a long time, but to get Minister of Agriculture to talk to Minister of Water, it is easier to do other hard things than to get and finance is the easiest. So I think we need to emphasize the issue of collaboration, and I'm glad that the Prime Minister is here. She's the fulcrum, for this collaboration. So, Madam Prime Minister, we need more whipping in the area of collaboration. The second area is the one of follow-up. The technocrats call this monitoring. To follow up, your resources. You have borrowed money, you have sent that money to water, and you leave water to do whatever they want, and there's no follow-up. Or they even choose to do nothing. We have been assessing externally funded loan projects, and you find a number of these projects are not performing. But for lack of proper follow-up, someone is not doing his duty. Someone is only presenting to you the challenges. Oh, I faced a challenge here. But you're a leader because you can manage challenges. So this lack of proper day-to-day follow-up. So we need a system that follows up every coin that we are spending in the budget. Agency by agency, vote by vote, and that is a way to enhance accountability. And then I'm saying these off the script that I'm about to present. The third one is about the issue of productivity. Over the years, our soils have lost the nutrients that they used to have. Those days, when I was still young, our soil was very productive. It had the nutrients. You would plant coffee and harvest a full sack from one tree, one branch of a coffee tree. Today, you can only get a mug. Why? Because the nutrients are completely depleted. So therefore, the productivity of our soils has drastically gone down. And unless we address this problem of productivity, we are going to come here and say that agriculture is not profitable, farming is not profitable. We blame farming instead of blaming ourselves for not being able to provide the fertilizers the farmers actually need. Fertilizers is now a given. Without fertilizers, you can no longer do meaningful agriculture in Uganda. And I think we need to adopt some of these issues. Productivity of the soil. The second one, because of climate change, is related to the provision of water to the crops. Like human beings, we have put bottles of water on those tables to make sure from time to time we are taking in some water. We cannot continue to rely on this unreliable climate condition, the climatic conditions that we are having today. Today you have rain, then a few months after you don't have rain, you don't have water. But the crop needs water, and you are expecting it to give you the yield that you are looking for. So we need, in the delivery of these goals, to understand that we cannot run away from fertilizers because the nutrients have gone, that we cannot run away from providing water the crops that need regularly. Therefore, The irrigation systems are there, and I've discovered micro-level irrigation systems, medium, and large, depending on what you need. The technologies are already there, combining all these three. So in doing all these, we shall need a nexus that brings together all these agencies. Now allow me also to talk about the, this Global Climate Fund. I happened to meet the managing director, or the director general of the Global Climate Fund in Korea, because the question was raised about that 100 billion that was pledged by the rich countries. Some of that money is actually there. The problem is access. We had not done the basics for accessing that money. Now, within the Ministry of Finance, we expected to have a climate finance unit, which we have now created. We have competent people in that unit, and because that unit, the ministry actually is already accredited by the Global Climate Fund to receive applications for projects from Ugandans. We have set up that unit, so you should feel free to present climate-related projects to that unit. And then we shall present your application to the Global Climate Fund. There is an elaborate online application form. So some of that money can be accessed, provided you meet the conditions required. You can also place your application through the Ministry of Water. They are almost equally accredited to do that. So you cannot go direct to the Global Climate Fund and access that money. Now, on the issue raised about the traffic, this problem is being addressed. If you listen to the budget speech, you must have heard that we are beginning the construction of the standard gauge rail line this coming financial year. And also, the existing meter gauge line has already been rehabilitated, all the way from Malaba to Mukono. The remaining section of Mukono to Kampala has already been contracted to a Spanish firm. So in terms of movement of traffic, I think the problem we are having on Jinja Road is going to be dealt with if we have this SGR and the line is being rehabilitated. In addition, the line going to Gulu from Tororo is also going to be rehabilitated this year, and the contract has already been awarded. So we don't have to be so worried. In fact, the other day also, using Lake Victoria, I visited one of the free zones on Lake Victoria in Entebbe. They are manufacturing, these guys in the free zone are manufacturing huge vessels that are facilitating the movement of cargo. In fact, there's one of the companies operating in the free zones on that lake has produced a boat that's already operating and is carrying fuel equivalent to 150 trucks. So if we get more of these vessels plowing the route to Mwanza and Kisumu, we should be able to reduce the traffic on the Jinja Road. Allow me now go to the written script. Ladies and gentlemen, Right Honorable Prime Minister, to wrap up this session like I've started, let me state at the outset that partnerships are the heart of delivering the SDGs in Uganda and the world. So these partnerships, donors, ourselves, we, the various people involved, we have to work in a manner that we are partners. The SDGs represent a global commitment to ensure that the world joins efforts towards eradicating poverty and building systems that support people and the planet. The SDGs are therefore a global consensus on what needs to be done around the world to eradicate poverty. This SDG agenda is also accompanied by the financing for development agenda that defined the how in the Addis Ababa agenda on financing for development. So we have the what and the how. Further, in 2011, at Busan, South Korea, the Global Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation defined the WHO through the Busan Declaration that defined 4 partnership principles for effective development cooperation that include the following. A, country ownership, which implies that the countries set their own national development priorities and development partners align their support accordingly while using the country systems. Here we have the NDP3. B, the focus on results, which points out that development cooperation seeks to achieve measurable results. So we must be able to measure what we are doing by using country result frameworks and monitoring and evaluation systems. Remember, I talked about 4 labs. C, inclusive partnerships, which emphasizes that development partnerships are inclusive, recognizing the different and complementary roles of all sectors in society. D, transparency and mutual accountability, where countries and their development partners are accountable to each other and to their respective constituents. They are jointly responsible for ensuring development cooperation information is publicly available. These principles underscored the need for building strong multi-stakeholder partnerships to achieve our global development goals and national development agenda. Our national development is therefore anchored on these 3-legged stool that includes the SDG goals, the SDG financing, and the global partnership principles. As we have heard from the presentations on this panel, there are lots of efforts that government is undertaking to deliver better services and development results for the people of Uganda. We shall continue to work towards building a system where we can achieve more by working in partnership and not in silos. It is in this light that government is now working together to revitalize the National Partnership Forum so that we can continue to have an active, collaborative dialogue framework with all stakeholders, development partners, private sector, civil society, and the general public. The government of Uganda, therefore, developed the National Partnership Policy in 2014 that stipulates the guiding principles of the government's engagement with development partners. The policy is implemented through the National Partnership Dialogue Framework. Furthermore, the findings of the midterm review of the National Development Plan 3 indicate that multi-stakeholder partnerships and engagements are weak, and the division of labor amongst development partners is vividly absent. The review also points out that existing partnership mechanisms are mostly discussion forums, not supportive of any decision-making process. And I will repeat that point. The review also, the midterm review I talked about, points out that existing partnership mechanisms are mostly discussion forums, not supportive of any decision-making process. To respond to this challenge, our teams at the Office of the Prime Minister, National Planning Authority, and Ministry of Finance are working on the revitalization work program that will respond to this process through a systematic process of building a robust partnership framework that is rooted in evidence and facilitated by high-level technical and political dialogues led by the Prime Minister of Uganda. The partnership is therefore aligned with the national planning, budgeting, and reporting cycle, and is managed using existing government policy-making structures and processes in order to minimize transaction costs and maximize alignment with NDP and Vision 2040. The following joint structures coordinate the wider partnership dialogue between the government and all the development partners. These are the joint structures that will coordinate the wider partnership dialogue. A, National Partnership Forum, and this is a political forum, chaired by the Prime Minister and attended by ministers, ambassadors, and high-level representatives of other stakeholders. B, National Partnership Forum. This is technical and is chaired by the head of public service and attended by permanent secretaries and heads of government agencies, LDPG's quartet. C, the Joint National Partnership Forum Task Force, chaired by the Permanent Secretary, Office of the Prime Minister, with members from Ministry of Finance, National Planning Authority, and Development Partner representatives. The Secretariat of the National Partnership Forum is domiciled in the Department of Strategic Coordination and Implementation at the Office of the Prime Minister, with dedicated technical support of a National Partnership Coordinator supported by development partners. The draft joint annual work program for the National Partnership Dialogue Framework will work through 3 distinct outputs to include A, evidence gathering, B, joint policy dialogues, C, policy awareness and advocacy for the uptake of effective development cooperation principles through a joint accountability and results framework among government, development partners, and all stakeholders, as I mentioned earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, Goal 17 enjoins us to revitalize global partnerships. To achieve the 2030 agenda, all countries, developed or developing, need to come together and to ensure no one, I mean person and community, is left behind. It requires partnership between governments, the private sector, and the civil society, and the other stakeholders. And once those two talk to one another, I'm sure we shall be able to lift mountains. Indeed, SDGs can only be realized with a strong commitment to global partnership and cooperation. Currently, official development assistance has not reached the targeted level. Private investment flows are not well aligned with sustainable development. There continues to be a significant digital divide, and there are ongoing trade tensions. To be successful, everyone will need to mobilize both existing and additional resources, and developed countries will need to fulfill and significantly increase their official development assistance commitments, as Professor Jeffrey Sachs told us yesterday in his keynote address. He actually emphasized the need for a huge quantum of resources. As part of government's commitment to continue engaging with SDGs, we shall continue to build a strong evidence-based national partnership forum process consistent with SDG 17 targets, which is about the means of implementation of SDGs. This will go a long way in ensuring that all stakeholders work together to build better systems across government, hence contributing to the global SDG agenda and the National Development Plan agenda. Uganda is committed to strong partnerships because multi-stakeholder partnerships are crucial to leveraging the interlinkages between the SDGs to enhance their effectiveness and impact and accelerate progress. With those remarks, I want to thank you so much for your attention, for God and my country.
Honourable, thank you so much for that the closing comment. We're not going to speak further now other than to say how the benefits of these grand goals that we're trying to achieve here are felt in the poorest households in Uganda will be the measure of success of this strategy. Let us keep those people in mind as we think about solutions. I thank you all. Panel, please, you are dismissed, and we will move on to the closing section. My name is Richard Rumsey. Thank you very much.
A bigger round of applause to Richard for the great moderation and to our panel for the insightful discussion that actually did come through. Thank you so much. Indeed, we're coming to the close of our annual Sustainable Development Goals Conference, and I hope that each and every one of us has been able to pick up a point or two. Before I invite our SDG focal point minister, allow me, because she gave 3 minutes to the youth, and I will stick to the 3 minutes. I know the value of time as a journalist, so I will invite Mr. Laban to come and use exactly 3 minutes to be able to articulate some of the issues the youth require to be heard before we go to our closing.
Thank you very much, Mildred, and I'll make sure I make it youthful and useful. Right Honorable Prime Minister, and of course our focal minister for SDGs, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to come and present. We only came up with about 4 points. Point number 1 was cohesion of youth programs. There are very many institutions, MDAs, private sector, coming up with very many youth activities involving young people. So we would like to have a one-stop center for all youth programs for a clear monitoring and evaluation framework. And this should be under your office, Minister for SDGs, if possible, because we already have it under the Secretariat, but we shall be following up with you and Right Honorable Prime Minister with your guidance. Point number 2, of course, this will help us with policy formulation processes so that we can have youth included. Point number 2 is financing of youth-led initiatives through reinstating the 1 million youth solutions that was launched in 2019. And this will also create or help us create more jobs and employment opportunities. Number 3 is enabling an environment for credit rating and ease of doing business. For example, access to credit, capital, and other enabling environment that's increasing the tax base of the country. Honorable Lugolobi, that is for you. Maybe we shall come and try to start following up. And point number 4, we would also request to have mentorship through capacity building, of course, on patriotism, training, and of course, environmental conservation. And here, which will help us create a platform of young people who are peaceful and are not easily diverted from the development agenda. So this maybe we can realize with Office of the President. And of course, all this is going to be done under the Office of the United Nations Resident Coordinators as well, with development partners. We hope, of course, to most importantly commit to work with you. I commit with my constituency to make sure that we shall work with government and development partners so that we have a youthful agenda 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Laban. Well, I think if you are paying for an advert, you will pay half price because you utilize your time very, very well. And he was suggesting, I think the issues concerned as to why he wants it under Honorable Kasule Lumumba's docket. Maybe it becomes easier for her to be able to manage that. But ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to the close of our discussion. I want to thank you so very much for all the time that you have given and engaging in the deliberations. It is 5:05. It's a few minutes past 5, and it's a Friday, and you're still seated here listening in. That means our discussions are very pertinent to the work that we do. Allow me invite our SDG focal point minister and also Minister General Duties under the Office of the Prime Minister, who has been here for the 2 days, intently paying attention to what we're discussing and noting down. And Right Honorable Prime Minister, I know that in the chat at office, she will brief you entirely of everything that we've discussed. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for Right Honorable Justine Kasule Lumumba as she gives us a conclusion of what we've discussed and some of the aspects that have come through. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Mildred, let's clap for our MCs. You know, when you're an MC, you have to stand and listen in and make sure you pick everything. In a special way, let's also thank the moderator and the panelists who have taken us through that session. Thank you so much. Right Honorable Prime Minister, Right Honorable Robin Anabanja, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Amos Lugolobi, the Minister of State in Charge Planning in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development, the UN Resident Coordinator Honorable Member of Parliament, the Executive Director of the NGO Bureau, Inter-Religious Council, those from the development partners and representatives of the different missions, members and staff from the ministries, those from the local governments headed by the district governors, the youth coalition, the SDG teams from the different areas, most especially our champions, the media. I take this opportunity in a special way to welcome Right Honorable Robin Anabanja, who has come to sit in, listen, and then do the official closing after she has given us time. Let's clap to welcome her. I want to thank you, Right Honorable. Despite the busy schedule, I know the conferences in town are many, but that does not even stop you from having, again, demands on your desk in your office, but you have accorded us time, though we are still part of you as Prime Minister and also part of you as government, but thank you for prioritizing us. What I want to say, Right Honorable, is that we have been here, but what I've realized, we have improved compared to what we had last year. The last year was the first one, this is the second one. When you came for official opening of last year's first conference, you represented His Excellency, the President. But while part of outside what the President had given you to convey to us, you said we should have this as an annual conference where we come to share as different stakeholders to evaluate our performance, pay extra attention to whatever is so keen for us to be able to unlock the implementation and the success to be registered for all the SDGs. So that's why we are here. So we have done as you commanded. We've had sessions and we have realized we need a lot of work. And in here there is what I've committed that we will be able to do even outside this conference. The issue of the carbon credit, we will have to have a discussion in your office to bring together all the different teams to be sure that we also get to that level where we know we were guided that we need to get somebody to come and calculate for us to understand where we are, what we have and what we don't have, to know what we are contributing and what we are not contributing, to be able to calculate and bring ourselves into issues to do with the statistics and data. Once we have that, it will give us very good negotiating power that we can go out and negotiate. And that's why you see sometimes people make statements that without data, because there is no data and there is no data to refer to. One of the panelists here said, Kampala is the most polluted city in the world. I said, wow, I wish this one knew what is in the other cities. For diplomatic reasons, let me not talk about them. But Africa is the lowest contributor of pollution in the world. So Kampala cannot be the highest polluted city in the world when Africa as a whole, we are not. Actually, it is Europe and Asia that contribute the most. And it is us who are actually mitigating that by keeping our nature, keeping our forests. Yes, we are destroying, but at the same time, we are offering solutions to the lives of our brothers and sisters in Europe and in Asia. So such statements are said because we don't have data. We don't have proper data. So we need to go back as government to make sure we have data so that we are also able to challenge such when we have the data. The presentations are summarized in key messages and outcomes derived from the two-day discussion. There are many, I will beg for your indulgence, but I'll try as much as possible to even be as brief because they've pulled out 20 of them. So one, parish development model has emerged as a promising strategy for reducing vulnerability and driving inclusiveness at the local level. It is a key to achieving all other SDGs. Once we achieve the first SDG, no poverty, then it will unlock all the others, all the remaining 15, because the 17th one is to do with partnership. 2, consolidating gains and opportunities for SDG 5, that is gender equality, requires concerted effort in areas such as promoting women leadership, eliminating gender-based violence, even partial bias, and ensuring equal access to education, health care, and economic opportunities. This one is just urging us to put in more efforts as a country, because when it comes to the global scale, Uganda is up there. We have done our best, right from the lowest level up to the apex, when it comes to issues to do with leadership and service delivery. Inclusiveness is a very important issue. 3, data and statistics play a crucial role in identifying vulnerable groups, monitoring progress, and designing targeted interventions directly to suit the beneficiaries. The National Statistical Agency is committed to providing accurate and timely data to support evidence-based decision-making and ensure inclusivity in the implementation of SDGs at all levels. 4, development partners have a vital role to play in supporting government of Uganda in the localization of the SDGs. Upscale effective partnership between government, civil society, government development partners, and essential for mobilizing resources. We must also share expertise and align efforts towards achieving SDGs. This can only be sustained through mutual accountability and transparency. 5, multiple sources of financing for SDGs like carbon trade, diaspora bonds should be established, as the current funding is limited. The implementation of the public investment financing strategy is crucial to meeting the SDGs financial requirements, as well as taking bold steps in financing SDGs and NDP 3. We're already funding. What we need to do is maybe to be more frugal and also make sure we expedite the process. 6, multi-stakeholder engagement needs to be strengthened, particularly at the local government level, to enhance understanding and collaboration of SDG implementation. The Office of the Prime Minister and the SDG Secretariat should establish a reporting mechanism that captures the contributions of various stakeholders, especially through voluntary local reviews. Now that we are going for September for the same, next year, 2024, we are expected to play a very big role as a country. This is something that we must put efforts to, much more than we've done before. 7, civil society and religious organizations remain critical pillars for ensuring citizens' involvement, popularizing the SDGs, and fostering multiple stake partnerships. A more conducive environment that grants associational and expressive freedoms for civil society organizations is essential. 8, accelerated efforts and stakeholder involvement. Given the complex situation and uncertainties, there is need for accelerated efforts by all stakeholders. The public sector needs to enhance its effectiveness by leveraging digital technologies and establishing an effective development partnership architecture to suit the current demands and those in the future. 9, decentralization reforms should be reviewed and revitalized to empower sub-national authorities and local communities. With the increase in population and the expansion of cities, we need to cater for the unique concerns of cities, including waste disposal, fiscal plans, and other related urban issues. It is possible to collect and spend resources from source, especially by local governments, with proper monitoring and accountability mechanisms and follow-ups. 10, the private sector is recognized as a critical partner in driving innovation and economic growth, and there was a call for structured engagements and a more enabling policy environment that allows the sector to grow and thrive. The private sector continues to closely work with different partners to focus on issues related to employment, growth of economic opportunities for women, and skills development for the young people. 11, digitization is a crucial enabler for sustainable development, but there is a need to enhance its implementation and bridge the digital divide. The status of digitization in Uganda is progressing, but there is still work to be done to fully leverage its potential for sustainable development. 12, innovation are critical to SDG attainment. There is a need for more comprehensive policy, funding, and infrastructure to foster a thriving innovation ecosystem. Collaboration between the government, private sector, and innovators is crucial for providing the necessary support and resources to drive innovation and achieve the SDGs. Members, you remember the discussion yesterday Dr. Musenero led us through. You realize they are doing a lot as a ministry, but they are still in the process of bringing together and patching up the different policies to be brought now under one roof. They were scattered under different sectors, but they are doing their best, and so far, so good, from what you observed and heard from her yesterday. 13, capacity building and education. Strengthening capacity and education on the SDGs and Agenda 2063 should be a priority. This can be achieved through the integration of sustainable development principles and concepts into educational curricula at all levels, as well as the provision of targeted training programs and workshops for professional and decision makers. 14, policy intervention should focus on creating an enabling environment for, maybe a more enabling environment for business, fostering innovation, and enhancing the competitiveness of local industries. This can be achieved through targeted support programs, capacity building initiatives, and the development of quality standards and certifications. And these are going on. What we need to do is to increase on speed so that we are able to catch up and register 100% in the remaining 7 years. 15, streamlining and simplifying loan application processes, expanding coverage and accessibility by these of these financial facilities, and providing tailored financial products and services to meet the specific needs of agriculture business and smaller enterprises in crucial for increasing and access to agriculture credit facility and small business recovery fund. Judiciary as an enabler. The rule of law is considered to be an enabler for the realization of the SDGs. Judicial intervention is anticipated in areas where government will apply policy and legislative interventions to address challenges, and where Agenda 2030 has directly placed on government the obligation to meet targets promised in the law. As an enabler of sustainable development, rule of the law is the hub, and the other 15 goals are the spokes in the network. Allow me at this time, Right Honourable Prime Minister, respond to what the RCC of Mbarara raised about the issue of digitalizing data in the judiciary. During her presentation, Justice Catherine Bamugemerere was able to tell us that they started on this in March 2022, and so far they've done it in 8 courts, and they are continuing, and the government has provided resources for them to continue and cover all the courts. So they are moving so well. If they started in March 2022, they've now so far covered 8. So that means they are going to increase speed. They've now learned where mistakes have been made, and they will expedite the process. 17, strengthen partnership. As part of government's commitment to continued engagement with the SDGs, government will continue to build a strong evidence-based national partnership forum process consistent with the SDG 17 targets, which is about the means of implementation of SDGs. This will go a long way in ensuring that all stakeholders work together to build better systems across government, hence contributing to the global SDG agenda and the National Development Plan agenda. 18, commitment to continuous action. Beyond the conference, the commitment to continuous action is crucial. Participants have expressed their dedication to translating the decisions and the outcomes of the conference into tangible actions. This commitment should be reinforced through the establishment of follow-up mechanisms such as working groups, task forces, or partnerships to implement specific projects and initiatives aligned to the SDGs and Agenda 2063. 19, the judicial system in Uganda needs to integrate across all NDP programs and the PDM to ensure a complete administration of justice chain in Uganda. And this, allow me to inform you also, Right Honorable, inform the team that while she was presenting, she was able to tell us how now we also have court in Buvuma district, which has never happened before, and how they have also established all courts in all the districts in this country, including those which have never had. So they are on course, but it is our work to whip them so that they expedite the process. 20, expand remand homes, expand remand home coverage across the country for better handling of juvenile cases and diversion of juveniles from traditional retention centers. Allow me also add, Right Honorable, that has not been covered. The Chief Justice representative also said that they need support from us to be able to handle especially international cases, issues to do with the digitalization, issues to do with cross-border cases. She said they still have challenges, but this calls for us having a meeting under your chair as the Prime Minister so that we get to understand the challenge in depth and then be able to be part of the solution for the good of this country and for the good of everybody. We have not taken on what the youth have raised here, but we are also going to incorporate them. And Right Honorable, we also had young girls from Wakiso district. They were also able to raise issues that they are faced with as children, as girl child, as female teachers in schools that we need to work on as government. Part of it was they need a changing room as pupils in schools. Of course, they were saying this as primary kids, but you knowing that it is also something that we have to do in secondary schools, it will call for us to change policy, especially when it comes to issues to do with the facilities in schools. They need a changing room as girls and also female teachers, especially at a time when they wouldn't want to see any male to even look at them because it is not culturally allowed in our culture. And they raised quite a number of issues. They said the materials we are providing, the books, are not sufficient, are not enough for them given the increase in numbers. And yet we have introduced a curriculum where each of them is required to have books for every subject. So this calls for you as Right Honorable Prime Minister to put more resources in education to cater for this. When they were saying this, I remembered when I was in primary school, I was a small, short girl. Now I was imagining that means the boys are going to bully girls and first take the books, then those to suffer most are your young girls. And so as Prime Minister, you have to make this happen. I want to take this opportunity, in the interest of time, to thank you sincerely for the time. I want to report to you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. People sat in yesterday the whole day. The Vice President came in to open, and she sat with us the whole afternoon until when we closed the day at 7:30. We remain indebted to the Vice President who accorded us time. We remain indebted as Office of the Prime Minister to all of you, the panelists. We remain indebted to you as the UN family led by my sister Susan, who is the UN Resident Coordinator, and also the Special Security Officer. People keep forgetting that she's also in charge of the UN security in this place. They always leave out that title. And also one thing I've also observed, whenever people come here to thank, they don't thank the Prime Minister and they don't thank they don't thank the Prime Minister so much like they thank the Minister of Finance. They don't know the commander is the Prime Minister for finance to act. So please, you should thank the Prime Minister first before you thank the Minister of Finance. And I've also observed this in the UN circles. As a student of diplomacy, diplomatic relations, I want to tell you that because it is of recent that we've had the UN resident coordinator, people keep thanking the UNDP, the UNDP, the UNDP. There is a commander. The commander is the UN country coordinator. So we have to live and live in the current. Can you thank the UN resident coordinator by clapping loudest? I also want in a special way to thank the Office of the Prime Minister, the Secretariat, the SDG Secretariat, coordinated by Dr. Albert Byamugisha and the team. We want to thank you so much, the youth that you work with. We want to thank so much the Danish Embassy. Thank you so much for the support you have given us. We want to tell you that what we had last year, we were able to carry back that in the regional meetings. And we want to promise you that together we shall continue registering more success under the leadership of the Prime Minister. And the next 7 years, we'll find when the parish development model has done its work and will be into something else because the success will have been registered. You know it very well that once we achieve on bringing the 39% into the money economy, then we shall unlock, we shall have good health care because everybody will be affording. We shall be able to have good education because everybody will be affording. We shall have dealt with gender equality because we would have empowered the most vulnerable people and we would have been able to reach to those communities that we all sometimes people go to last. We have gone to them first, like the Bakwa. Those communities that must come to the level of the rest because they are all created in God's image. Lastly, issues to do with the environment. I want to say we have one planet to live on, and that's the earth. All your actions should be geared and centered at making it better for yourself who is existing now, but for those to come tomorrow, because they will have no planet to go to. They will have no alternative. Now that we found a beautiful planet where we are now, let's make it better for those to come next. Allow me take this opportunity to invite Right Honorable Robin Anabanja, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, to come and give us her address and close this conference. Can we clap for her? Can I have somebody to come and sanitize this? Sanitizer, please. Please sit down.
The Right Honorable Kasule Lumumba, the Minister General Duties in the Office of the Prime Minister, the Honorable Minister of Planning, the Honorable Member of Parliament, I saw our colleague, the Member of Parliament, the UN Resident Coordinator, the members of the diplomatic missions present and agencies, the religious leaders, representatives from the private sector, the media, civil society, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to thank all of you for your valued contribution and participation in this second Uganda Annual Sustainable Development Goals Conference 2023. Thank you so much. more especially the Right Honorable Kasule Lumumba, the Minister General Duties, the chairpersons of panels, the panelists, the moderators, and everybody. Thank you so much for this success. As you are aware, Uganda held its first SDG conference in June 2022. This conference brought together the three arms of government, that is the executive, the legislature, and judiciary, as well as ministries, departments, and agencies, development partners, the private sector, civil society organizations, the academia, and the media, among others, to discuss the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. After the first conference, the Cabinet made some very important recommendations, which among others included conducting a national assessment of Leave No One Behind to understand who is not included in the Sustainable Development Agenda. The Leave No One Behind assessment was done by the Office of the Prime Minister, and the report will be launched in July this year. That's why you are seeing us talking in terms of parish development model. Your contribution is highly appreciated. The other cabinet recommendation was the integration of Agenda 2063 into the National Development Goals Coordination Framework, since both agendas have similar aspirations and are interlinked. The National SDG Secretariat has already conducted an assessment on the integration of the Agenda 2063 in the district development plans. The integration of the Agenda 2063 into the National SDGs Coordination Framework is aimed at aligning the country's development priorities with those of the African Union and ensuring that national development plans are consistent with a broader continental agenda. This will enable Uganda to benefit from the regional integration and cooperation and leverage resources and expertise from the African countries. The third cabinet recommendation was that the SDG conference be organized annually as a platform where all stakeholders will continuously reflect on SDG progress, identify and showcase innovations, as well as make policy recommendations for accelerating SDG implementation and achievement. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, before this second SDG conference, 4 regional SDG festivals and forums were held to mobilize all Ugandans to embrace the SDGs. The regional SDG festivals and forums used a bottom-up approach, which means the discussions we have held here were based on the perspectives of citizens, both at local and national level. This approach is consistent with our NRM ideology of working closely with the wananchi to deliver transformation. Therefore, as you have all seen, our minister bring up all the recommendations the conference has generated, and the recommendations from the same. I want to assure you that we are committed to include these recommendations so that we can develop our country. These recommendations or resolutions highlight the importance of collaboration and coordination across different sectors and levels of government to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. I promise that the outcomes of this conference and the primary regional events will be presented to Cabinet and the UN SDG Summit of the United Nations General Assembly in September this year. I therefore direct the SDG Secretariat to make this happen. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda has made notable progress on its journey towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The government, in partnership with United Nations and the other stakeholders, has developed and implemented a comprehensive SDG coordination framework and roadmap. This framework has guided the integration of the SDGs into the national policies, plans, and programs, aligning them with the country's development priorities, such as the National Development Plan 3. Uganda has actively engaged different stakeholders, including local governments, civil society organizations, and the private sector, to promote SDG implementation and localization. The availability of internationally comparable data on the SDGs has significantly improved, allowing for evidence-based decision-making and monitoring. Uganda has also been proactive in conducting voluntary national reviews, presenting its progress and challenges in SDG implementation at global level. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, let me once again recognize the immense contribution by the SDG Secretariat and the Minister for General Duties in the Office of the Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Kasule Lumumba, for the work well done. Allow me also to recognize the contribution by our partners who are working with us on our sustainable development journey through the SDG Secretariat in the Office of the Prime Minister, that is the United Nations agencies, the Royal Danish Embassy, the SDG Champions, Uganda National NGO Forum, Save the Children, World Vision, my brother here, Bank of Uganda. I want to say thank you so much. And lastly, thank you for making this conference a success. I would like to request that all of you, or all of us, the conference delegates, ensure that the actions agreed upon in this two-day gathering are followed and implemented to accelerate the achievement of the SDG, as you are aware. On behalf of government, headed by His Excellency the President, who is now okay, as you already know, I want to promise that, I want to promise once again that your recommendations and resolutions made today have, from the ministries, departments and agencies, and you, the development partners, will be forwarded to the respective ministries, departments and agencies through Cabinet for immediate action. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, I officially close the second Uganda Annual SDG Conference 2023 and wish you safe journeys back home for God and my country.
A bigger round of applause to the Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda. And after she officially closed, and it's a weekend, I will allow that we will have the anthems before we take our last photo moments outside, and then we can exchange pleasantries. We also have an exhibition out. Please remember to be a part of that. Let's have the East African anthem and the Uganda anthem in that order.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable, for sparing time to be with us, and for also the promise that these deliberations will actually be fulfilled. I will request that our development partners, together with the panelists earlier on, Right Honorable, as you step out, to take a picture at the photo booth that is right outside there. I will also request the ministers and members of parliament available. Honorable Lydia Wanyoto is joining in to represent the National Planning Authority in that photo moment. And to us all, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your commitment to this discussion and for making this a success. Bantu Troop that has been giving us the best of entertainment. And of course to each and every one of us, Phenon Events, for making sure that this was a success and looking as vibrant and beautiful as it is. Johnny masses to you. God bless you. Until the 3rd annual SDG conference, I am Mildred Tohai. Say good evening. God bless you.